Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has taken place since the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya assumed office. Of course, there were 6 judges that had been rejected by his predecessor, President Uhuru Kenyatta. And now President William Ruto has sworn them in today. What does this mean? And what does it tell of the judiciary and the executive in this particular regime? Is the executive and the judiciary going to bed together? And if that happens, are we safe in their care? Of course, the president also indicated that he wishes to get the CSs not to appear before committees in parliament, but to appear before the entire parliament on the floor of the house and be able to answer the questions from those that are querying how ministries are performing and what matters have arisen as per their execution of their duties. Interesting times to be alive in Kenya. Well, I am also informed that prices of essential commodities may drop or may rise. The only one that I'm aware of is the fertilizer, where wananchi are welcoming the dropped price, but amidst fears. Well, let's get talking. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you're able to get us help 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join us into the discourse, even as we look at Kenya holistically and politically. What does the future hold for this great country? Thank you, everyone. I want to appreciate and salute all of you. Fear Allah, thank you so much for joining us. You say new fuel prices, super petrol from, you say 214.03, and then sorry, you're saying new fuel prices, petrol 214 from 159.12 cents diesel. There is 206 from 140 kerosene. Is 202 from 127 and 95 cents. So Kenyans, get prepared. But for Uda people, it is free of charge. Well, that seems ironical, but let's keep moving. Kuna Awino Rapemo, sorry, karibu sana kwa show. Nashukuru kwa kuwa umepata nafasi ya kujiunga nasi leo, karibu sana. Kuna Maimuna Kadei, karibu sana. Yufin Adams, you're welcome. Fatma Nasimiyu, karibu sana. Good evening to you. Thank you for watching from Saudi Arabia, karibu sana. Khalida, karibu sana. Kuna Slide Darling, karibu sana. Belindo Gweno, kuna Makto, kuna Heliko Masharia, alafu kuna nani huyu mwingine, kuna Mato Mark Ndets, most welcome. Kuna Yune Mkami, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? I think I forgot to share the link for joining. Those of you who want to get into the studio, here we go. There goes the link that you click on. It allows StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will be in this space for us to get talking. Kenya is our business, and how it's run, it is our priority. And so as Kenyans, we can't let things fall apart at our watch. And that is why we are keeping it here at Mtembe TV, to ensure that every Kenyan airs out what they feel and think about the new administration and the direction they are taking and whether we are safe or not. Asante sana Professor Fadhi, JJ, karibu. Erikson Eriksen, you're welcome. Eriko Eriksen, karibu sana. Kuna Maslin Musundi, you're welcome. Kuna Mwalimu Mbathe Mwaringa, karibu sana. Anasema Ruto amefanya hivyo kupongeza Supreme Court kwa kumpa kazi, mbona hajapunguza bei ya unga? Swali ndio hilo. Haya, kuna Fatam Abdullahi Mohamed, karibu kwa show. Hi to you. Trufosa Lai, karibu sana. Kuna Joshua Chepkesar, you are welcome. Wise Glow, Mosia Irene, kuna Baby Loves Toto, nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Maina Meish, kuna Gladys Mora, kuna Eric Kilayon, okay, Shingazi, alafu nani huyu Peter Tipis, kuambia majina iko leo. Kuna Moffat Kingman Openda, karibu sana. Matthew Kiprono Arap Kimungene, I tell you. Of course, kuna Sanjez. Thank you, everyone. Let's get talking. Kuna nani huyu? Nyambwa Nzu Fred, hi to you. Ellen Mzalendo, karibu sana. Nani mwingine? Nancy Muruli, karibu. Well, those of you who want to join us into the discourse, make use of the link that I'm sharing right now in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will begin to talk Kenya. Kenya is our business, Kenya is our life, Kenya is our priority, and so we must discuss and be able to come to terms with what has transpired and how do we forge the way forward, because it is important. Our children's children are banking on our decisions in order for us to provide a future and an inheritance for them. The Bible says a good man leaveth an inheritance for his children and for his children's children. Now, for you to be termed good according to the Bible is seen in the inheritance you are leaving behind for your children and for your children's children. And so until we begin to be consumed by the next generation, we will not be able to navigate in our generation the right way. We must get to a place whereby we begin to think on Kenya as what will it be 100 years from now? What will it be 50 years from now? How will our children and our children's children be able to govern themselves if we are misgoverning right now? And so please, let's ensure that we do the right thing. I appreciate everyone for every effort you put in to be here on Mtembei TV and to follow the broadcast. Those of you that wish to be part of this, please make sure that you do it fast and furious. Thank you. Those of you who are watching around the world, please make sure you invite somebody to join into the discourse. Apologies, we started a bit late tonight because we had a series of meetings just before this particular call came through. And so I want to really appreciate you for your patience and get set for us to keep moving. It is our duty to see to it that we do it the right way every time. Okay, Edika ndio huyo anasema Savula is a fool co-governor bure kabisa. That's a matter we need to discuss. Savula seems to be an agent of distraction to Kakamega County and a derailer of the progress that Oparanya had set up and inherited by Baraza. But we will fix him. The Luya community and the Kakamega people are not going to be taken for a ride. If he needs to go and serve at the UDA headquarters, he's free to do so, but not to derail the development of the people of Kakamega simply because of his ego and his sense of entitlement. That is not how governance is done. You can't be a successful number one if you cannot be a successful number two. It is important that we keep our ranks in order for us not to be wounded when we fall on the sword. And so we will look at Savula and his newfound fire to go and fight his boss and try to use it as a premise to try to become better governor. You wait for your turn you don't fight and frustrate the current administration. Sijui wengine wetu mmeenda wapi. Tafadhali naomba wale ambao mnataka kuongea mawili matatu, tumia hiyo link, ingia studio, tuanze kujadiliana. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Naamini kwamba kuna mambo yanakwenda kutokea ambayo ni muhimu kwa nchi hii, na tutasonga mbele wote kwa pamoja. Kusikwe na yeyote anayetishwa na kusikwe na yeyote anayetisha mwingine. Hii nchi ni yetu sote, na ni wajibu wa kila mmoja wetu kuhakikisha kwamba masuala yote yanafanyika kulingana na katiba na mwongozo ambao tumejipatia wakati tulijipatia katiba mpya 2010. So everything must be done within the framework of that provision of the Constitution. Until otherwise judged or ruled, we must adhere to the same. Well, let me now get in Festus Ngetich. Karibu sana. Habari ya leo. Festus Ngetich, are you there? Okay, let's hear from Peter Gitau. It seems Festus is missing in action. How are you, Bwana Peter?
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't know. I can see about 4 people are in. I think the others are preparing to join us. Otherwise, I've been silent for a time, but I've been listening until yesterday. I complained. I heard someone saying we might be robots. But actually, we sometimes follow silently because it's not a must that we join in audio. But I'm happy. I'm happy because some are contributing in a very positive way, and in fact, showing us way after elections. Because the most important thing now is that we know what to do next. How to behave after elections, because we should not be carried by elections all through. It is now over, and now what is very important is what part should we play as Kenyan citizens to move on. And actually, what better can we do than we did last year and those last years, so that our Kenya can be better? Because for me, I'm very optimistic, very, very optimistic. And I actually don't like anyone who is like, we must fall, we are not good. No, this is Kenya, this is where we belong. In fact, for myself, I have lived in Kenya since birth, and it is about now almost 52 years ago. And I'm still hoping that I will continue to be in Kenya. So I like being very positive about Kenya. And actually what I say is, whoever is in politics in Kenya is a part of us Kenyans and a party from us Kenyans. A party from us in that he was born from us, he has been raised from our community, and he is one part of our community. If our politicians are rotten in a way, that shows us that the community is rotten. If our community is upright, then it should be upright politicians, upright police officers, upright everyone. But because we are crooked in a way as a community, that is why we have all the weaknesses that we can see in our politicians. So we should not take it so seriously that we want to kill them. We want to talk so painfully that as if to show. In fact, I said once here, the best person here that you can think is the best, if given a place in the politics, and in fact in a very good position, we might not hear their voices again, because they have gotten a place to go and loot and do whatever else that they have been saying is bad. So the best thing is now the politics is over. We are here. Kenya is here with us and it is here to stay. What should we do? In fact, the best thing is not, in fact, talking about someone calling names. If you are from Kenya Kwanza, you just call the people from Azimio names, saying how they are bad, trying to convince us, look at somebody like somebody, look like, no, 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 that won't help us. What will help us, because I think this is a group of leaders. I listen to you always, and you have a leader's blood. So as a leader, what would you advise Kenyans? Because this forum now, I think, is being followed by a lot of people who want to know the way forward. And in fact, if I would say, even from the Bible, it was very evident that there are people who are born to be led and other people were born to lead. If you are born to lead, show people how they should do things, how should behave, how they should, like in a crisis. Let us say there is a crisis, maybe. How should we behave in that crisis? Should we be carried by the crisis and maybe behave like crazy people, hate each other, talk ill of each other? No. Like a good leader, bring people together, tell them it is over now. There is no more Azimio, there is no more Kenya Kwanza. They are Kenyans and there is Kenya, and Kenya is here to stay. You can, for example, see the number of leaders who are there at Kasarani. And one thing that they noted, and which I would congratulate you and all Kenyans for, is keeping peace during pre-election time, during post-election, even after, for example, the Azimio part hearing that maybe they have not won the elections, even after the Kenya Kwanza people hearing that no, your victory should be held until the court decides. Nobody became an enemy of the other. We just talked. In fact, talking is not. I'm very happy about one called Aturi. Aturi is a mature person more than I even thought, because he is a person who knows what time to do what
Peter,
and what time to
Peter,
come for
sorry,
what.
Peter, sorry to
Yes, sir.
interrupt you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I love what you're saying, but
Yes,
you're
yes.
not doing justice. You're not doing justice to our topic. We're looking on why is the current president uh, undoing his predecessor by swearing in the judges that his predecessor rejected. What does this one mean to Kenyan? And what's the way forward? Because if it's a story elections and what transpired, that is now behind us, although it is not fully settled, because the other party is yet to accept whatever that was said by the Supreme Court. So there's a lot of underlying issues that Kenyans are silent. It doesn't mean that everything is all right, and nobody should take that to mean that there is peace. Silence is not always peace, and calmness is not equivalent to peace. We need to allow the healing process to take place, and some of it will be gradual. We can't just, swing a magic word and then it's gone. It will not go that easily, but we will survive this just like we have survived many others. But something seriously needs to be done, because we can't have same experience 3 times in an election process. Something is wrong somewhere, and that thing must be located and be addressed. If we keep pushing it underneath, it may explode against us and we may never be able to control it. So I want you to take next a minute or two, address yourself to the topic, and then we move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that correction, although I felt that that part was also important to mention. The farthest that I've mentioned, I'm now going immediately to what you have talked about. And still to that, as a Kenyan who has actually gone around Kenya, I've stayed in very many parts of Kenya, including Western, including Eastern, including Northeastern, including the farthest Northern, and a lot of areas, including Mount Kenya, which is my born area. I've stayed in most areas of Kenya. And what I can tell you about cooks in those areas, each cook cooks his way, and his food is sweet. And considering that the two leaders, that is the former president Uhuru Kenyatta and the former deputy who is currently the president of Kenya, were leaders in the same the same period and in the same government, each had his likes and dislikes. Each has had his way of doing things, and maybe there were ways, and in fact, that is even what caused them part ways. Maybe this one was seeing the other one doing the wrong way, and maybe he could not rectify it, or he could rectify it. Maybe even when those lawyers were not were not sworn in, maybe the other leader did not feel happy about it. He had different opinions, and he had been waiting for his time, if it would be, so that he could sworn them in. That might be the reason. What I would urge Kenyans is, now we have to go by one. Okay, we shall remain Kenyans. We have our opinions. It is a democratic country. We shall be saying what we feel, and we shall expressing our opinions. We are supposed, and we are allowed to do that. But again, there is this administration. It has got its arrangements. It has got its ways of doing things. It has got what it sees as better for Kenya. What we should do best is to give them time. Because if, for example, I come to visit you and maybe you want to make me a cup of coffee, and I start challenging the way you tap the water, the way you put the maybe sufuria on the jiko, and everything, I see it being done the wrong way, then I may even not be able to make that tea for you or that coffee. So we must give them time, because one thing, we should not have formed opinion that they won't be able to perform. That formed opinion, I feel, is wrong, because it is not us who are going to do it, it is them. And whatever they do, it shall be accountable. Because if, for example, now we see like some parts supported this side and the other side supported the other, it might be different after 5 years, depending on what shall be or shall have been done to us as Kenyans. So, considering that we'll put them onto account, I think they also consider doing the right thing. And if they don't, then we have our chance of doing things differently come next time. What I would, and this is my opinion, that these people should be given time. Maybe, okay, I have heard of preachers.
Peter, you seem to be the advocate for the new administration.
No. Don't judge me.
Hold
Don't.
Hold on.
It will be very wrong. This is one reason why I've been keeping quiet, because I've been seeing some people do not embrace and don't appreciate.
I'm addressing you. You need to listen, please.
Kidogo tu, please.
Don't make me off quarantine, because if you can't listen to me, then we can't have you on the show.
And why do I listen to everyone here? Come again, please.
Bwana Peter.
Yes.
The show needs to be guided. Okay. I told you that we are looking at why is the new administration undoing or doing things that the previous administration had rejected. That's what we need to address ourselves to. For example, there is already the swearing in of the judges that Uhuru Kenyatta had rejected. And then there's already a suggestion that the CSS will no longer be appearing before committees in parliament, but in the whole house. Now, those are drastic changes to even on how our constitution is working. Now, that is in no way saying that the new administration will not perform or not. We can't even judge them for now. They have been in office for 2 days. We can't tell. But if in 2 days you have sworn in 6 judges that were rejected previously, and then you are suggesting to go to parliament and make changes so that CSSs can appear before the whole house and not before committees. Are you not seeing this as moving too fast? And if they move that too fast, won't that change interfere with their stability as they begin in the new administration? You are a senior citizen. You've been here, you say 50 plus years. Then you must know that from Jomo Kenyatta to Moi, what happened? From Moi to Kibaki, what happened? From Kibaki to Uhuru, what happened? And be able to guide us through there, other than taking the whole time defending a regime that is yet to do anything for us to either rely on it or not. So we are not in any way opposed to the new regime. All we want is to be sure that the new regime can perform, and the only way for us to tell that is we draw lessons from the history.
Yeah,
so
my point is about this.
We want to draw from your wisdom, not for you to come and begin to speak as if you've been sent by the regime or you are the government spokesman. You are doing PR business for them.
My point was so clear. Okay, let me put it again, that what I'm saying is, whatever we had on that day about the judges and whatever was done, most preferably it was not decided that day. It is something that they have been discussing, and there is a good reason. Maybe if you ask them why they did it. And for example, now if I ask, we were not given a very good reason why the judges were not sworn in the first place. We were also not given the good reason why they were sworn in immediately after assumption of office of the new president and his team. So there is some information that we Kenyans don't have, and maybe there is a reason for them not sharing, because a lot of things that are done by the government, we don't have the background of what have happened until that time that they implement it. So what information we normally have is what we see happening, or what maybe a PS announces that will happen, or what maybe a president announces that it will happen. We may not be having enough information. And in fact, a lot of what we do is, let us call it rumor mongering. We think we talk about things that we don't know, but now it's good because we cannot keep quiet. We must keep talking. We must keep maybe suggesting. We must keep presuming maybe, but we are not sure. For example, when the current president and his team.
You've taken a lot of time, but I just want to remind you that the reasons why the judges were not sworn in by Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president, is because the former president said he has gotten intelligence that these people are not fit for office. Okay? And then there was a long tug of war between the two. There were exchanges until the president was dared to speak or give reasons to the public why he doesn't want to swear in the judges. And what followed, if my memory serves me well, is that the president was ready to publish in the Gazette what was the reason why he can't have them be sworn in. And what followed? The judges went to court and got an injunction. The president should not make public the information that was to be was the reason behind him failing to swear them in or refusing to swear them in. Now you see that it's not that is new information. It's not that it is current news. Okay, it is something that has been on and off, and we can't talk about it as if it has dropped from the moon, or he has started with the deputy president, now the current president. He's been in the view, he's in picture, and I'm sure he has the information. Now, if the information was disturbing the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, how come it is not disturbing the current president, William Ruto? That's something that Kenyans need to raise a red flag. What is it that is happening here? Is the executive going to bed with the judiciary? And if the executive is going to bed with the judiciary, are we safe as Kenyans? Because the pattern is constant. What we say is different, what we do is different, but the pattern is what predict what will happen next.
But I think all the members that are here, if they would like to say, there was something beyond what we call work and transparency and integrity and whatever between the former president and the judiciary. There was a bad blood. Let us be, because it is in the public domain. Even the words like I revisit, we shall revisit it. It was mentioned that it was on newspapers and everywhere. So it is again well that we touch whatever that is on both sides. There may be a good reason and there may be a bad reason for not sorting in those guys.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Let's leave it there for now. But what I know is that if I'm assuming office, I need time to go through the records and be able to act based on the records, not based on just my promise. Promises is one thing, but when it becomes to action, it needs some more reasons. Okay, just like our Supreme Court judges, they have a headache now to find reasons why they saw hot air and wild goose that in the evidence. In 21 days, they will have to explain where was the hot air, how was the hot air, and how was the wild goose. So don't just make a promise and then act on it without having a basis. But all in all, we are waiting for the unfolding of everything based on the new administration. We wish them well, but we have there is a lot of smelling a rat around the drastic, fast decisions. Now the dry port is gone back to Mombasa. What happens to the vendors who are vending in Mombasa, in Naivasha? Have they been catered for? Something to think about. Now, Baivi, Bwana Njuguna ameinua mkono. Njuguna iko nini?
I just wanted to say something in regard to what that gentleman has just said. Yeah, if you could allow me for just a minute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can I remind Peter that the government learned through some intelligence, and there is what we call NIS, that is National Intelligence Service. They gather the information about individuals in the country, and if the country was about to be, let's say there was some kind of terrorism which is being organized, those are the people who advise the president and other security organs. But coming to the judges, it is in public domain. Why Kenyatta refused to appoint these guys? Because if he is going to disagree with the advice of the people who have been entrusted with intelligence, that he was told, you cannot appoint this because of ABCD. You cannot appoint this one because of ABCD. There is no way a good president would disobey. And otherwise, what's the point of having some intelligence service in the country? It doesn't make sense at all. And institutions like that one are supposed to build each other. So once they say this is a wrong person, that person should not be the government. And it's as simple as that. And you've got nothing else to do, Mr. Peter. That's how the government works. If you see, if a person has the fact that some of these judges were recommended by the JSC, how much can the JSC go and dig deeper? They do not have the capability of digging deeper about these individuals. It's only the INIS, full stop. And let me tell you, Bonagitao, these commissions and these agents of the government, they are there to build each other. You see, if the anti-corruption body commission tells IEBC, do not pass these people for elections because of ABCD. Now, the IEBC should take that one because the commissions are there to help each other because we want to clean the bad guys in the country. Now, coming back to the judges, the appointment, there's nothing wrong with Ruto appointing them, but this was the long time to do it. At least he should have given himself about a month and then appoint them. But when you appoint them immediately, it's like you're trying to fight. You're trying to portray a very bad image of the person who was there. Is that he just refused to do them. Supposing now, let alone it is found, the reason why Uhuru did not appoint them, the reasons come out which are negative. What did Ruto say? It's nothing he's going to say. He has taken the clearing back to Mombasa. What about the people who have started investing in Naivasha? It's only about 1.5 months ago when in the Naivasha economic zone where the dry port is, some guys from Turkey, they started they are constructing an industry that will be exporting goods worth $500 million per year. Those things are being exported and they'll be going through Mombasa. That's a job which has been taken away from these guys as investors. So what am they going to do? So it is not that he's good for the country. He's trying to fight Uhuru. And Uhuru is a prince. Uhuru has got money. There's nothing much you're going to do about him. And Uhuru had good intention when he was doing all these things. Let me let my case Bernard, and I'll come back later.
Okay, asante sana Mbwanjuguna, nashukuru kwa huo, na hata sio utangulizi, sasa ni mchango. Naomba hivi tusipo focus hii debate tutaipoteza. So naomba hivi tusirudi kwa story ya the fight between Uhuru and Ruto, the current president, but look at this keenly. You know, one of the reasons why we debate is so that we can critically look at the situation and be able to help wananchi understand it, not just for us to score points. And from the look of things, there is what is implied, there is what is meant, there is what is done politically, what is done principally, and what is done just for the sake of doing it. So let's also be fair to our viewers and not hold brief, digging in for this and opposing the other. But from the haste upon which the current administration is moving, it is disturbing, in my opinion. It's disturbing because I don't think the current president has sat in that office to check the files. I am told from history, now later Leo, in a short while, I'm told in history that when President Moi took over from Jomo Kenyatta, okay, he went to check the files and he found the list of the people that were to be hanged. The criminals that were to be hanged. So he went through the list, shook his head and said, no, I don't think I can authorize this. So mimi sioni kama the current president ameona hizo files. You can't begin to act before you go through the records. The cash book in a Gwanga, balance brought down, then balance brought forward. It seems this regime are in a balance brought down or balance brought forward. They just came with every balance. Well, it is for us to wait and see. Bwana Leo, karibu.
Asante, Mr. Bernard, and my fellow panelists. I will say, Mr. Peter Gitau, I think maybe you try to set us on, a flight mode where sometimes switch others so that you can be free talking. I will tell you, we've been here for a while. We have discussed, and we know we know who is there is something which we call the black swan. Sometimes it comes unexpectedly. So we know. So we can tell you when tomorrow is and when it was yesterday. Let me talk about the dry boat, the Naivasa being moved from Naivasa to Mombasa. Honestly, this is uncalled for. And I think it's a way of calling some grudges and just showing some kind of mighty, but it's affecting a lot of people. You can remember that Rwanda had purchased some piece of land so that they can be able to make it like their own place where they can keep their containers or wherever, so that for easy clearance. I can hear also even Uganda had done the same thing. I don't know, did he consult these people? Did he consult the people who have already invested? Because I remember even when Uhuru was doing all this, there was some clamor. Even the Embakasi, we do have an Embakasi terminal. When it was being introduced, there was a lot of clamor. He was forced actually to do some investigation and come to board to the people who are doing the business. So did he consult? If he did not consult, there is an hidden agenda. There is an underhand that this guy was working under the government under the pretext to sabotage or to undo what the president was doing. So here we can see practically that this guy was working, but underhand. So in reality is that, let's say that, let's we talk about credibility. As Mr. Bernard said, the gentlemen have not seen the file. Because you must see the file, you must scrutinize, you must appoint somebody to be able to advise you. We need to have the legal advisors here who will give the president the do's and the don'ts, because we don't want to do the wrong. Because at the end of the day, we don't have only the Hasuras in Mombasa, we do have the Hasuras in Naivasa. And all these people, they're gonna be suffering. So when we do things in a hasty, we're gonna affect a lot of people. And this is where we're going to belong again. Remember, if somebody can remember the Mau forest when it was being reclaimed, there are some things which were claimed to be in a hurry. The same thing now here is, because I can see millions of people who are going to suffer under this dry pot in Naivasa, which has been changed like overnight to Mombasa. Honestly, even our roads, I don't know whether we are capable or we are able, because we didn't even do the necessary to be able to enlarge our roads so that they can contain the big trucks on the road. I don't know, but hopefully things are gonna work. Let's talk about the charges. The charges, actually, on my part, I'm not a legal advisor, neither did I go to the law school. But if Mr. Bernard can tell us through theology, it's very clear that if you point wrong charges to the bench, you're going to hang the wrong person and then spare the criminal. So as we talk as from today, we don't have judiciary. Otherwise, the judiciary has already been sent to the dogs. It's otherwise, I don't know, maybe the judiciary has already been put in the bucket, so we don't expect anything from them. They already started, we can plant them now as from today, hot hair. That should be their name. And from my heart, I think the image is already bad now. They have been demeaned. The credibility has already been taken away from them. I don't know those people, our good friends, you know, those people are very learned, especially our lawyers in Kenya, and those people appointed to learn these institutions, they are very smart, extremely smart. But I'm so saddened that the judiciary, it's dead from the day we saw in the new government. You know, I don't know why Mr. Kamau ran away. I wanted to tell him that no one is against the new president or the new government. I actually even pray so much. Even Bernard can also accompany me. So we lay the hands to this gentleman, our new president, to become so ruthless, to become the worst dictator ever seen in Kenya and East and Central Africa. We actually want him to take everything to his powers so that he can do the best, because you know the Hasra say he's a God-sent leader, and I wish to be so. And if that is so, I know as from tomorrow, you guys, or the day after tomorrow, we will start enjoying paying a lot of prices of the fuel, diesel, and everything. I wish the best. Whoever voted for him, I never voted for him, but I don't regret. Thank you very much, Bernard. I will stay backside to be watching, and I'll be commenting. Whoever comes up shouting, I'll jump in. Thank you, Mr. Bernard and the team.
Asante bwana, leo tunashukuru kwa mtangulizi huo, tunashukuru kwamba tuko na nafasi ya kuongea na tutaongea. Ni muhimu kila kitu kiangaliwe kwa upana ili tusikue baadhi ya wale ambao wanaeneza uvumi. So everything must be looked at in its proper context, not just somebody's preference and someone's liking. From every indication, it is too hasty for the current regime to be doing the sweeping they are doing right now, and it may not work as effective as they hope for it to work. Because when it comes to mass leadership, you must move with the people, not move alone or play in the gallery. At times, wanasemanga ukitaka kucontact choir, lazima ukiuke mgongo uonyeshe umati ndio conduct choir. But kama utakuwa caught up to look at the umati and the conduct the choir, utapoteza both. All the same, thank you. Naomba Olara, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, iko nini? Bwana Olara, are you still there?
Niko hapa. Asante sana. Nilikuwa tu kuhusu mambo ya Mr. the former contributor, jina sioni vizuri, sijavaa miwani sasa hivi. Kuhusu mambo ya Naivasha. Kuhusu mambo ya Naivasha na Mombasa. A balance should be struck between the two issues, because if the port was taken from Mombasa to Naivasha, you also have a lot of other economies which are dead, because now you killed the economy of Mombasa, you kill all the roads, because this mtindo kwa ukambani yote utakuwa boa economy kama utatoa hiyo port from Mombasa, because by introducing SGR, a lot of small economies along the road up to Busia suffered. Sasa tusiwe upande nusu. Regarding the free economic zone in Naivasha, SGR is still there. The only thing reverted is just services, clearing the goods. So now, if you are maybe exporting things from Naivasha, this can be done also from dry port, because you already produced it in Naivasha, in the industries there. You can clear it from there. But now the things which are imported inside the country now. That's where we also have to give some people from Mombasa to have their natural. This is a natural economic progress that they have in this economy. So taking it away from them in the first place was wrong. Nilikuwa nataka tu kwa sababu ametoka wacha niache tu hapo the contributor endelee.
Nashukuru, asante. Roda, vipi?
Poa sana. Nimekuja kwa giza na charge mobile. me, I'm very honest. Me, I don't care about the death. I don't care about the death in life. There's a time you say it's better you die, because we live one and we die. Everybody will die. That's fact. Whether you are rich or poor, whether you are handicapped, in any situations, you can die. But we have to stand with our nations, and we have to stand with the truth. Because Ruto want to destroy our country. That is some fact. Hata kitaka kuniua niue. Mimi, I don't afraid for the death, because one time I'll die. Anaharibu nchi yetu vile ameanza. He is not, he's our enemy. Anataka unaona vile alisema ati watatoa nini CBS, masomo ya CBS, na by the way masomo ya CBS ni kama the same Europe, na hiyo it means ni kulete maendeleo ya Kenya. Anataka kutoa maendeleo aturudishe nyuma. Nimeongea na watu wengi sana leo, akaniambia huyo mtu anataka kumharibia nchi yenu. It's so sad. Some people, they were voting for him. They didn't know who he is. And me, I knew Ruto from 2016. Well, I remember one man, he died some years ago. And I told him, I don't trust Ruto. And the truth is coming. Because I have the Holy Ghost. Tell me the truth. Me, I don't know. I'm not, these are those false prophets. We know we have a false prophets. If you want to know the truth, cry to God. The Holy Spirit is a feelings, and I'll tell you the truth. Ruto, he was coming to destroy our country. He is not good. It's so sad. Mimi nikekuwa hao lawyer nisingetikia kurudi nini kazi. Even if I get 1 million, I cannot compare money with my righteousness. It's so sad. Anarudisha hao lawyer na wameshatolewa. We don't know why, kwa nini walitolewa. We don't know. So he didn't do the right. That means he want people who work his government, wako right yake, lakini nini, they don't do according to their education, because education, it say justice ni ya kila mtu wote na wakuwe na righteousness. Sasa anataka kila mtu akuwe left yake, side yake. That is a dictatorship. It's so sad. We come very far. I feel almost cry. We come very far. We cannot forget where we come from. And I don't know, even the late president, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, it was the same. In fact, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, he come from the puberty boy. He was a puberty. They were eaten by diggers. So so when he take the power, he knew what he want. And that's why we call him Mau Mau. We fight for our democracy and our right and freedom of speech. That's why we have a speech, and to see how we feel and to see how we think. That's why I'm here. I'm not afraid for the death because I will die. But I'll speak the truth, because the truth will set us free. But if you don't know the truth, will not set us free. It's so sad. What is William Ruto is doing? He doesn't respect us, Kenya's citizen. He must respect us. He cannot do things without respecting us. So those judges, they don't have the wisdom. Kwa sababu ukishatolewa kazi na unarudishwa, that means you have something. Maybe the person who removed them, he saw those people, they were not fitting to be a lawyer. So it's good. So he could wait and to do the research. Why? That means walikuwa gonna deal na hao lawyer, na those judges. So I feel my country, we are people that will start to lie, people that will start to use the plastic. Oh my God, you Kenyan people, lace your heart, let's wake up. I feel sad for you. Wake up, my Kenya people. I'm crying for you. My heart is crying for you. Please wake up. Raise your voice. You say you don't want. If you love your country and you love yourself, wake up. Because these people, they are enemy. They want to destroy our country. They're not good for us. They just come there to destroy our country. So this is the time as Kenya citizen, our voice must be raised up. We cannot ignore things. So we see people are doing bad things, and then it's okay. Something I feel in the realm spirit, because I'm a woman of prayer, I feel Ruto even he will control the Church of Kenya, especially in Kikuyu, the Kikuyu tribe. He will control them, the churches. They will not People do not express their Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, and God wants us to live with the Holy Spirit, you know. So it's so sad. And then something I want to say about the party for Naivasha. It's so sad. People from Naivasha, they will lose the job because Naivasha is a city. It's most of a tribe. They live there. It's a tribe. It's many tribe. They live that city. And most of the people, they live in diaspora. There is Kenya that is not diaspora. Kenya is not diaspora. Diaspora is UK or United States. Most of the people, they live in UK or Germany. They used to set their own things. And they used to pass in Mombasa. Because, in Naivasha. Because Naivasha is more closer than Mombasa, because Mombasa is very far. It's cost money. It's very far. So most of the people, they live in maybe Nairobi County. They live in Thika or Nyeri. Or maybe very close, or maybe in Ukabani. They used to go to take their port in Naivasha because it's more closely. So that man, he cannot take the office yesterday, and he started to do things without control. That means he doesn't respect us, and Kenya is us. It's not his own country. Our grandfather, our Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, he went for the prison. He fight for our democracy. So we cannot let such kind of people, they do whatever they want. No. It's better we die. We die. I'm ready to die for Kenya. We die, we live one, and we die one. You know, hata kuna watu wameuliwa na they are not alive. So we cannot hide the truth. We try to hide. Our voice must be heard, and we stand because we don't want our country to be criminal justice. We don't want criminal justice, liars. Like the way I saw even today, the news, those people for commissioner, they are going to remove them, and they remove them because they are standing with the truth. So I don't understand where our country is going on. We cannot accept to be the president. Is not means you can do what a Kenyan they don't want. He have to ask us what we want. And then he said the Kenya is the rule by the law. I don't think Kenya is the rule by the law. If Kenya is the rule by the law, the justice could come. The justice could be free in the court. When we take our court in the case of the president candidate, they could stand with the truth, but because we had the evidence, but they didn't. So the country, the country is the law by the law. You will accept the result. You will respect Kenyan citizen. Want we vote? He could respect the vote. People they vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. He could not steal our vote. What he did. So that is a law. The law, you cannot steal the vote. If you lose, you accept it. If you win, you accept it. If the court, you cannot tell the court what they do. So that is not the law. Absolutely no. He doesn't know. If he don't want to learn the law, he must come to the European people. They know what is a law. You cannot steal the vote when there is elections. So in Europe, you cannot change education. The education we have, the system is started 1994 when they have a new constitution. You cannot change because there is a book law. So he have to respect us, Kenya, because we are the one employ him, not him, the employer. We are the one. So our voice matter. Our democracy must be heard. Our democracy must be heard. Ooh, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you. I believe the message is across, and every one of us matters, and it is our duty to hold to account the administration and be able to ensure that what is right is being done. And so whatever that is happening may be working for good or not, but I don't think there is breaking law by raising an alarm or questioning the reasoning behind certain decisions. The balance between the Naivasha dry port and Mombasa, I think it needed some good thinking through, because you don't take from the left hand and give to the right hand, and then you say you have solved the problem. They needed to have some transition kind of. You don't do the by a stroke of a pen. So I don't know what's cooking, but something must be done decently and in order. Let's hear from Olara. You can make your submission now.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Kuhusu what is going on in the country, I want to give 3 very fast points. From inauguration, Ruto spoke through Rigathi, and he made sure that Mr. Uhuru was put on note. Rigathi's rebellious inaugural speech was just to draw a line. This is now the line. Now coming to the orders that the president signed. All the orders that he signed, if you're all keen, it was against Uhuru Kenyatta. And now, including even the swearing in of the judges, I know you have discussed it on, but it's also against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Now, regarding the port, and the port is the what is going to break the back of the camel now. It's also against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I am praying that those orders that he took against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta should not make Uhuru very vengeful. Then he forms a formidable opposition against his rule. If that is going to happen, ni sisi ndo tuumia hapa chini, because Uhuru and his family and his associates, they are very, very strong. And if he thinks they are taking fight to them, then you leave them with no option. They'll have to fight back. And if they are going to fight back, you'll see the brutal face of Rigathi, you'll see the true brutal face of Ruto. Hii maombi umwangalia kwenye State House yote itakuwa ni uongo. And the steps that he's taking through judiciary now is to preempt the war which is coming. Wachana mambo ugali itapanda zaidi. Ugali itapanda zaidi. If the mighty economic might that and the political capital that Uhuru has, if it's not harnessed to help this country, if it's harnessed to fight this government, then, my friend, we are in bad shape. Sasa, I hope Ruto supervisors are listening. Now, if you want to turn Mr. Uhuru to be the replacement of Raila, he's the one to agitate for our rights in the courts, to agitate our rights in everywhere, then he's gonna be in a whole different world now. It was easy to steal from Raila. It was easy to do that. But if now the opposition is actually Uhuru, and I think to a much extent, the steps that they've taken in the past 2 days were all wars, because they did a political war on Uhuru. They humiliated him in public in front of 17 head of states, while the whole world is watching live. They made him look like they made him look bad. They made him look bad. Hata saizi kama Uhuru anaangalia hii kitu, Uhuru ana shida, anauma vidole. Yeye na kina wanauma vidole. Ndio kuma kidole yao sio bure. Wana pesa ya kutumia. They know where to pinch. They know where that. So wait for Baba to come back. With the support from the maybe operationals of Uhuru and what a former president is a former president. He knows where it is. Sasa, that's why you see Ruto is very keen on judicial. He wants to take them to bed. So when he takes a Baba sympathizer to court, the court will just hang that guy immediately. Or okay, atakumaliza tu. You cannot go to the judiciary now saying that. And the funny part is, He ordered that he had already done his lifestyle audit. He declared he had already done his lifestyle audit. Is demanding others to do the same. While knowing the judiciary is in his side this time round, he declared his wealth. But he brought in back the Turkish guy. He was there, the guy who Matiangi threw away. And the guy, what was he doing? He was given money by Equity through a phone call, and he went to Uganda to open a hot air company to manufacture vaccine, and billions went through there. So actually, if you look deep down, these are financials of Ruto that are coming to take their check. A check is empty or not empty, they're coming to take their check. Sasa, just brace yourself, be patient. Things are going to be tighter. Things are going to be tighter. Things are going to be tighter. Because economic war is the worst thing you can do to a country. If you want to fight somebody economically and sabotage the capital he made there. Because if Naivasha was actually what is being said, that people invested billions there, nobody will lay just proper akubali billions zake potee. Mungu asaidie Kenya, but you are in very bad hand. And the tone that was set by Deputy President through the President to speak ill of President in front of dignitaries, and then the fact that they're still wearing yellow ties everywhere just to insult the conscience of the country is too bad. It's too sad. It's too sad. It's too sad. There's no wisdom there, and I wish hata moyo alikuwa mbaya, lakini he had wisdom. Alikuwa ataongea, acheneni siasa mbaya mbaya, kujeni hapa tuongee, msiguze chakula ya wananchi, msiguze sukuma, msiharibu masomo, watoto wasiguswe. Lakini this time mzazi alikunulia hata mtoto uji. As we are speaking, it is free primary, but the amount of money you pay for your kid to go through that free primary, Mungu wangu, atafadhali ingekuwa walipanga ile 700 ya moja zamani, ile ingekuwa afadhali. Lakini saizi you cater for everything, you cater for everything, hata even chalk ministry, it doesn't provide that. You are still catering it as teachers. You are being charged. You leta 200 harambee, 500 harambee, everything. Even, wacha nisiongee sana kwa sababu naona nitakuwa emotional tena, na saizi it's time to open the eye and look at them in the face and tell them truth. And the truth of God is truth of God. Mimi sioni mbele ikiwa very bright kama wameanza in a vindictive mode like this. Mungu asaidie Kenya tuendelee. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Olara. We appreciate it. And nani huyu Viegon Tobias anasema yellow ties ndio norm sasa. I don't know. I saw the desk for the president, and it was tied a yellow lasso with the Kenya emblem. So I don't know. Are we changing the flag to yellow? Oh, I just don't get it. But I'm happy Pato is here. He will help me understand. Papa Lefty, habari ya leo?
Salama sana. Thank you all for the panel around. I have some few issues which I wanted to highlight, and in regards to the yesterday's ceremony, which I saw it kind of embarrassing, whether you are on UDA side or Azimia side. It was a general thing. Like when you wash your dirty linens in front of dignitaries whom are all presidents, and they are well aware that there is debts involved in every country, especially being Africa. There are some who are even in debts more than 10 trillion. Some of them are in receivership. But to bring those kind of issues in front of the whole world in an inauguration speech, which goes into record, it wasn't something it was not something which was supposed to be done at that juncture. Whereas, to my own understanding and logic, it was just a handover ceremony whereby you know the incoming and the outgoing could have blessed each other and call it a day and bless for those and ask for cohesion between those ones who have lost and bring about the unity and celebrate for the celebrations should continue for those ones who have won. And regardless of now, since the election has already been cleared and done, remember this election was very, there was a slim margin. We're talking about 200,000 voters, whereby there's 6,800,000 who have lost and 7 million who have won. The margin is 200. It's like 50. Let's say it's 40, almost half. Just a percent is, the line here is the line which we are contesting is only 200,000, which it's only the judges who said we can go on with it, but most of the people were just quiet and they were just saying we will agree with whatever I mean tutakubali vile koti imeamua, lakini hatutakubaliana naye kwa undani. We will not agree with it, just tutaichukua vile iko. Secondly, there was this thing of like shaming the president in front of others. That wasn't something, especially coming from Rigathi Gachagua, who was his PA. When you go against your boss and shame him in front of others, entirely what you're doing is you're ni kama mke tu anatoka kwa nyumba na anatusi bwana ama bwana anatusi mke wake mbele ya jirani, which is end of the day you're doing harm more than good. He would have waited for another time and said we are having these kind of problems and these are the problems which you are facing. How would we solve them? Because already the house belongs to you now. Kama watoto wanakufa njaa, wape chakula, kifunguo tayari ya nyumba nimekupa, sio? Kama nyumba ni chafu, fagia. Kama hamna chakula, nenda kanunue chakula ziweke kwa nyumba. Kama mtandio ile ambaye mbeleni mtu ulikuwa unatumia kulikuwa haikuwa sawa, wewe lete mpya. It's just I'm talking in a layman's language whereby now the house belongs to Ruto and Rigathi. If there was dirty and there was a problem which needs to be fixed, this is their time. They have been having all the campaign period whereby they were saying we are going to do this, bottom up, legs up, downs up. I don't know whichever system they were, whatever the system they were using. Now it's their time to either, if they will start from the top up or the down up, whichever up they will use or down they will start from. This is their time, and to do it and strategize. Secondly, on the judges issue, I understand on my own logic. Once the person who's been before you leaves some files without touching them, the first thing you ought to do is, without giving statements, you go check them. What are the reasons as to why these things have been put aside? or are they at bay? What are the reasons? You know, this is not a joke. These are judges whom have been working in the system for quite some time. Some of them are they've been working in the line for 30 years, maybe let's say 35. What are the reasons? What are the black? What are the dots? Pertains to them, which makes them not be regarded as approved by the president. Because now the president, I understand the president is now at that time he's acting on behalf of the parliament, and he's acting on behalf of
Papa Lefty, there seems
he's
to be
acting on
noise
behalf
from
of the people.
your backyard. Huh?
Yes, please.
You need to
Yes, please.
summarize. There is some noise from your background. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, summarize so that it doesn't mess up the video.
Okay. Like what I'm trying to say is, the president ought to have checked, the problems which Uhuru did not check, or the reasons why he left them. Then he would. See, the president would have checked. He would have at least checked the reasons, because now what I believe is, on behalf of the people, the president acts as people's participation. And he has all these facilities like NIS, or the intelligence service, and he has all these things which are at his hand to check the reasons as to why these people are not good for governance. So at least he would have given it a time, maybe a week, peruse all the documents, check the reason as to why, approve those ones who are clean, those ones who are not, because he's acting on behalf of the people. He would have approved them. But just coming and saying, oh, wale wamesimamishwa kazi, wale walikatazwa, sasa mimi nitapeana. Hujui kama huyu mtu amesimamishwa kwa sababu ya mambo gani. You get the point? Haujui, what is the reason? Get to know the reason, then act on it in timely basis. Because as of now, once you are a president, what do you do? Or once you are a vice president, the kind of wordings you use determines the image of the whole country. Kama wewe utakuwa una haraka, unaonesha mtu kuwa na hasira, hata wale watu investors wanakuja ndani, wanakaa kando, wanaona huyu mtu ana hasira, ndio zifanya naye kazi. Kama wewe ni mtu wa kukimbia, inaonekana unaweza badilisha. You are judging things very fast. You're not taking everything into context. In conclusion about the board, I think the same applies also to this one of the port. Just declaring, because the port, he has been part and parcel of the previous government. He knew as the reasons as to why they were making the dry land port in Naivasha. He was part and parcel of it, so he is well aware. He is informed. I believe he's informed. So badala ya kurusha tu tena bado Mombasa haraka, at least angefikiria tu ajue wale wa Mombasa ni percentage ngapi watakuwa wanachukua, wale wa Naivasha wataendelea kivipi. Yani okay, pesa za Wakenya imetumika tayari kwa Naivasha. Whom will you ask? Mbona walitengeneza? Because they were together. Why did they make a dry land port in Moyale then? If it was putting them in Naivasha, why did they put a dry land port in Turkana, which is very far? There are some things which you do collectively while you're together, and just because you are not together now, it becomes an issue. Fine. There are some places where, okay, why didn't they make, why doesn't the train reach all the way up to Turkana, where there is petrol? Why doesn't it reach up to Mandera? If they were making something, why should it go to Naivasha? Why was he part and parcel of it? Or Garissa, to say so, or Kisii, or Namanga? Because I understand there's not part of Kenya which doesn't need these kind of facilities. And once you're making these kind of facilities, you want to do them in a rightly manner, which is very concise. I rest my case and thank you all for listening. Sisi wengine thank you so much.
Okay, asante Baba Lefty. Maswali magumu kweli, lakini tunashukuru Pato iko hapa atatusaidia. Ni kimnukuu rais ambaye ameng'atuka mamlakani alisema Naivasha ndio headquarter ya power ya Kenya Power yote, Olkalao na hiyo masuala yote iko Naivasha. So akaona hii port ikienda huko itasaidia industries kuinuka huko. Wafanyabiashara watatengeneza bidhaa zao, watatupa ndani ya train inapeleka Mombasa wanapeleka dunia mzima. So it was a strategic plan based on the fact that power is readily available, but the place seems to be underutilized by the establishment of industries. And the main reason was transportation of products after they are manufactured. At least that's what President Uhuru Kenyatta explained the purpose for the dry port at Naivasha. Which, in my opinion, if that is all the truth about it, it makes viable reasons, but it is not sufficient for why don't we just have two ports? Why should we close one to open another? We should just multiply ports as we go. Put another one in Namanga, put another one along the way as we go, so that we have shared resources and shared responsibilities, even as we continue administering to those that need the particular services. But all in all, this is Kenya. Lazima tusonge mbele. Bwana Benson, habari ya leo?
Yeah, mzuri sana. Thanks Bernard. Debate leo ni moto, but I want to be on the other side of the hot seat. And I will start with Gachagua yesterday, and I think even for us who support William Ruto, I think that was off. I think it was not necessary. But I can tell you it's an eye for an eye. I think these are people who knows each other very well. It's an eye for an eye. 3 months ago, actually during Madaraka Day on June 1, there were 4 presidents who came for our celebration. The president, the first lady, they actually refused to greet the deputy president and the wife, and they went ahead to greet the other people, but not the president. So basically, this is an eye for an eye, and I don't think we have seen the end of it. There will be quite some for the next 3-4 months. There will be quite some of those embarrassments for the country. But our hope is that everyone will slow it down and ensure that we have a country to keep together. But I can tell you that was targeted. It was basically intended to shame the former president. Number 2, I think Ruto is a good student of what we call disruptive management, which says that you can only change things the first 6 months of your appointment, and it applies even where we work. If you don't change things the first 6 months, then it is business as usual. So I think he is running against time to change things, disruptive management, where you come in and change things the way business is done, executive orders you do, and you change the business, the structure of the government. And I think we'll see a lot of that in the coming 1 month. Number 3 is the yellow thing that people have talked about. Yellow is the presidential standard for this administration. So for the next 5 years, there will be yellow all over, and every president who have come in, they have set their standards. Uhuru. No, David. Everywhere there was a blue color for the president. So basically, there will be a lot of yellow in the next 5 years. You have seen even the presidential car, the standard is yellow. There will be yellow flags all over, and that will not change. The wheelbarrow have found its way into the presidential standard, so there will be wheelbarrow across the flag for the next 5 years. The way the dove found its way in the presidential standard for Uhuru, the wheelbarrow have found its way. There's nothing we can do about the presidential standard. Number 3 is the issue of the judiciary and the new judges. Actually, Ruto is right. Judges are appointed by the Judicial Service Commission. The president have no role. His job is just to appoint to a FedEx signature. Uhuru blatantly refused to sign the 6 judges. And if you are talking about constitutionalism, if you are talking about strict adherence to the rule of law, what Ruto did is actually the right thing. If there were any issues, they should have been raised at the Judicial Service Commission. Actually, to remove a judge, you need to form a commission. So it is actually Uhuru who went against the constitution, not to appoint judges. The president have no role in the appointment of judges across the board. That is the job of Judicial Service Commission. If you are talking about constitution, let's all of us follow the constitution as it were. The issue of food subsidy and fuel, and especially on fuel.
Well, Benson, before you leave that point of the appointment of judges, the president has no role. Why can't the Chief Justice just swear in his judges or her judges and continue with the assignment of adjudicating justice without the president, if the president has no role?
I want to refer you to the constitution. The role of the president is to swear in the judges. That is the only job. It have nothing to do with vetting. It have nothing to do with raising issues. If the president had his issues, they would have raised those issues at the Judicial Service Commission. So we cannot.
So where Benson, let's make it layman's understanding.
Yes.
When headmaster wa Uhuru Secondary School.
Okay. Yes.
And then
that was my school.
So it's in my neighborhood. That's why I'm referring to it. Now, then watoto wamefanyiwa, the children have come from Kakamega or from Lodwar. They have done interviews. They need to be taken in Form 1, Form 3. All right? And then the committee that presides over that has already gone through the background checkup and have certified that these children are fit to be admitted in this school, and you are the headmaster of the school. All right? Then just before you hand them admission later, all right, you get a phone call from your fellow principal of the school where this one of the boys has come from, and say that one organized for the burning of dormitory of the other school before he came to this school. Now he has come to your school. Will you continue with the admission of the boy simply because the committee has passed them and your role is to give them admission letter?
Let me tell you what the framers of constitution, what
No, I want you to respond as a responsible principal of the school. Leave alone Kenya. Leave alone what you are telling us.
I'm responding to you.
Yes.
The principal was given an opportunity to go and put some posters huko. Kuna vijana wanaletwa, kama mko na issues, release the issues. That's why this country spent money. The Judicial Service Commission is mandated to go to put adverts. We have 6 candidates. In the print media, they were given money, wakaweka kwa Nation, wakaweka kwa Standard. We are going to vet the judges fulani wa fulani. Kama mko na issues, mulete written submission au mulete mukuje mufanye actual presentation. So by the time it is getting to the principal, any other issue might have been raised. Let me tell you the other opportunity that lies there for the principal. You admit the boys, you form a commission, you form a task force to investigate the boys. That was the Constitution says. The president have an opportunity that if there were issues, somebody needed to go and petition that there is an issue with Justice Odunga. Then the commission, you don't remove judges by the feelings or by hearsay or by whatever. This is the Constitution.
Bwana Benson, the president does not act on hearsay. Why is the president briefed of the intelligence of the entire country almost on everyday basis?
You see, Bernard.
Is it so that he can act out of feelings?
Let me tell you, the president had an opportunity through the Judicial Service Commission. I'm talking about the Constitution. I'm not talking about what comes thereafter. So the president cannot refuse to sign. It is Branton.
He can refuse to sign. He refused to sign.
Bernard,
and they remain off the bench until a new president has come and signed.
Bernard, it is subversion of this very Constitution you saw in. You cannot subvert the Constitution. And we cannot sit here and talk that the very things that we are asking Ruto to do.
So, Bwana Benson, I am sure you will not admit anyone in your house if you are told that that person is a thief or that person has done atrocities.
But Bernard,
whether the Constitution supports that person or not. So
Bernard, I want you to.
Bernard, can I get one time? Can I get one time to respond?
Bernard, can I get one time to Bernard, you cannot decide.
Mute your mic, please. Don't unmute and begin to shout, please. Let's not create noise. So, Bwana Benson, you are free to follow the Constitution, yes. You uphold the Constitution, yes. But the Constitution is for preservation of life. It's not for preservation of rules. When the rules are endangering lives, then those rules should be suspended. You cannot feed people on poison simply because the Constitution has approved that the food is good for consumption.
Bernard, we must stick to the strict adherence to the Constitution. The president.
What is the purpose of the Constitution if it's not to preserve lives?
Let me tell you.
Judges have questionable character. They will let go the thieves, and the innocent people will be jailed simply because somebody is incompetent. A responsible father will stand in the way and say, this thing has to be redone. Let it be redone properly.
That is, let me tell you, Bernard and the panel here, that is well provided in the Constitution. You just follow the Constitution. If you have issues, you petition. There is a task force that removes a judge. You don't remove a judge who have been passed by Judicial Service Commission because you have an afterthought. Let me finish my point before my time. I think I was on food subsidy, fuel subsidy. And the whole thing about food subsidy is that there are 6 months we have spent 140 billion to subsidize, an average of 21 billion per month to subsidize fuel. And the whole discussion at this point is that tenable? Is that equity? When you subsidize fuel, is it to the best interest of the marginalized and every Kenyan? So there will be more discussions about subsidy and how we look at subsidy going forward. Finally, is the issue of the port operation. One of the things that Kenya Kwanza promised is to deal with state capture. The railway line and the operation in Naivasha ends in someone's land. Until that is sorted out, the port services will be in Mombasa. That is straight. You can't have the entire public infrastructure benefiting individuals. So going forward, that will be reverted to Mombasa until the issue of Kedong Lunch is sorted out. It is in public domain that the Kedong Lunch belongs to individuals, and the money that are being charged there, they are going to individuals. Those are the issues. So while it's unfortunate because it will reverse the whole infrastructure, and we have to sort out the issue of Kedong Lunch, including forcibly taking up the Kedong Lunch as a government. I submit.
So you are saying that the Kenya Kwanza administration is to ensure that private business doesn't thrive.
Where private business is mixed with the public business, I think the public interest will take charge. We are not going to have a dry port in someone's land. We are actually going to take over the land.
That dry port is not in someone's land.
You don't know about
it. You can land. There's no way you can run a government matter in a private land.
I invite you to look at Kedong Lunch.
The range and the dry port are in the same is same title deed.
It is in someone's title deed. This is the things that we supported Uhuru Kenyatta.
I don't think so. There is information to the contrary. Let me wait for
you
Mr.
don't think so? I'm inviting you. You know some of Bernard, some of these. Some of these things, Bernard, you just need to go and check.
I told you there is information on the contrary. Mr. Kamau will come and give it to you, because if I give it to you, you just want to argue. And whenever you want to go personal, I usually don't like the aspect of demonizing a family or demonizing a community simply because they are doing business. There is no crime in doing business.
I belong to the same community.
Even doing business with government, there's no crime in that until it is contrary to the constitution. So whatever that may, I am saying whether the land belongs to an individual or belongs to the public, we are yet to substantiate that. And even if it's an individual, is it viable? Okay, is it profitable? Is it bringing development in the place? All those factors should be put in consideration. You don't dismiss something simply because it has gone to an individual's land.
Do you think
there is no ground for the same? So let's wait. Mr. Kamau will be here, will give you the information. He gave us an elaborate reasoning behind the moving of the port to Naivasha and to where that plot is, and the documentation about the same. So the story of a personal land going to a private land, hiyo ni story yenu ya siasa, na siasa mlisema imeisha. Sasa sijui kwa nini mnataka kuileta.
Actually,
no, Bwana Benson, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Thank you. I want us to we go to Pato, okay? Pato, to tell me what is the yellow lasso doing on the table in State House. Carry on. Unmute, Pato, unmute.
You know the other side of Kenya, we are still celebrating the yellow fever. and it is we are in a free democratic republic. Yeah? So I want to go straight to my point. Appointments, yeah, churches. I think the appointment of judges came about the state capture. It was all about the independent of judiciary and any other institution of the which is around Kenya. So nataka nikuambie Bernard, it was unfortunate appointment ya charges. It came about when the time of Uhuru Kenyatta was to leave the office, and history yote ya kuappoint charges ilikuwa siasa ilikuwa imeingilia, na siasa unajua ikiingilia nchi itakuwa ni fitina tu. Ukiappoint hawa, ukifanya hivi, so that was all about. Otherwise Uhuru Kenyatta hakuwa na ubaya ya kuappoint hawa charges, lakini siasa iliingilia. That's why when you see the falls in the Azimio, walikuja wakatuambia kulikuwa na wrong advice, strategy ya kufanya campaign. So hata Uhuru Kenyatta pia amekuja kujua kulikuwa na sabotage in the side of advice. So naweza kusema hivi day one William Ruto amefanya jambo mzuri, and that is the Kenya we want. I think the president symbolize about Kenya, across Kenya. Presidency I symbolize who for that or who don't for that for the president. So hapo hivi William Ruto amefanya vizuri, sababu charges are there to is for justice. I think William Ruto amefanya jambo mzuri, sababu those charges hawako supreme, they are not there to
Pato,
yes.
Kama presidency symbolizes national unity, why is the president signing papers on a yellow desk?
Okay. I think this thing we are living in denial. I think you people you have not accepted William Ruto is the fifth president of this republic. I think even the other side, the Azimio, the green color, kama wangechukua the government, I think pale table, let's not live in denial. Tungekuwa tume accept, and tungekuwa na hii criticize all wati mbona mesa ni green, sababu it is the government, na hiyo ni hata the Jubilee government, we saw it there was this sign, and you did not.
There was a red curtain tying up the table where Uhuru Kenyatta was signing papers.
I think you know there is some colors in Kenya ama in the world yenye uwezi ukaweka kwa meza. You cannot put the red thing in the meza. You know, yellow is a very beautiful thing. You know, some extent new people you have to, you know, surely Bernard, you cannot put a red thing in a table. Red thing is in a carpet. You need a red carpet, but not in a table. No, you know, in this side of Kenya, there's people who are Bernard. You just you know, in the like 3 days ago or 4 days ago, the national television was yearning to see what the transition is all about, na walikuwa wanajiuliza hii bendera ya William Ruto itakuwa nini. You know, all of us, even you Bernard, ulikuwa unatuuliza hiyo bendera itakuwa nini. So you have the answers in your table, and still you are asking me the same. Why? Yeah. So no, surely.
So unataka kuniambia bendera yetu ya Kenya tutaongeza yellow ndani, ama unamaanisha nini we?
No, it is a presidential. Even the Uhuru Kenyatta, kuna bendera ya Kenya. You are not visitor in Jerusalem. You don't have to ask me so question.
Bendera ya UDA ipeperushwe UDA headquarters. State House ni ya Wakenya wote. Okay? Wakenya wa Azimio, Wakenya wa Jakoya, Wakenya wa Reverend, Wakenya wote tunapaswa kwenda State House and feel at home. It is not a UDA affair.
I want to ask you this question, Bernard. You know, the side of your politics, in fact, they are not yet. Maybe in the, unajua unataka criticize the side of William Ruto because I'm actualized. You know?
Sawa Pato, we malizia point wachana na hiyo nini, inaonekana we unajibu, nitauliza mkubwa wako. By the way, today I ran into your brother Mwango. Is it Elisha Mwango? If you remember him, he used to be on this show with you and he used to support each other. So he said I should greet you.
Thank you, Bernard. Another point, tumemaliza hiyo appointment ya charges na in fact we have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's another point of I want to make it ni ile report. I think let us be sincere about this country, Kenya. When things happen, let's have that thing. What do you call it? Inaitwa nini ile gari ile ukipiga shimo inaleta gari ikuwe stable. Inaitwa circumsovers.
Yes, it is that one. Continue.
So in our campaign, you people in media, you will hold us in account. What we said in our campaign, we will have to actualize. Even if it is painful or if it is sweet, you have to accept. Because one of the things we in our campaign, we promised the coastal people to deliver us for governorship. It was all about we returned the port operation to Mombasa. And what is hiyo ni kitu yenye William Ruto in the first day 1 in office make sure amefanya hivyo. Mimi kulingana na mimi, what happened in Naivasha, watu wenye wanalia Naivasha ni chenye from 1963 watu wa coast wamekuwa wakifurahia. So in fact Naivasha walikuwa wanajenga nyumba, lakini Naivasha Mombasa tulikuwa tumejenga nyumba already. People waliforget nyumba, walitoka kwa nyumba, so watu wa Naivasha hawakuwa wameishi kwa hizo manyumba. Those people are telling us ati tulikuwa tumeanza kujenga manyumba. You should mind the people at the coast when you are already walikuwa na investment ilikuwa ongoing, but it was cut short because of the politics. In fact, that rail, that tripod, we didn't expect that rail ifikie tu shamba la mtu Naivasha, while our brothers are in the lake side and western side of Kenya was yearning for the same project ifike kwao. In fact, the remaining money wakafanya wa renovate hii reli ilikwama Moroni. You can imagine, Bernard. Imagine Raila Odinga alipanda train yenye ilikwama njiani. You know, with Bernard. In fact, hata kama ingekwama Narok, SGR yenyewe tungekubali, you know, some extent. Lakini sasa ilikwama kwa shamba la mtu. And when and I want to I'm very guided that I should not go beyond ama nisiongee sana kuhusu Uhuru family. Nikiongea with Bernard na utaniswitch hapa. You know what happened? You know, Ndalamea farm saizi ni ya nani? You know, na unajua frustration ilipatikana kwa hiyo family until they sold the land to an individual. Same thing to Masai people. Ile land ya Kedong land, unajua ilikuja ikawekwa kwanza fence, kumbe SGR ilikuwa inakuja kuishia pale. And you know, Bernard, you have to cover this thing. Go to the bottom line of the story. Hii mchanga yote tunakuwa nayo hapa Nairobi.
You are telling me that Kenya Ports Authority is a family business.
I'm not saying that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, in fact, today in Kenya, William Ruto have assured us we are going to do business Kenya by Kenya. We are going to do business with a bank.
You have not answered my question. Kenya Ports Authority is a Kenyatta family business.
Absolutely no.
So the port in Naivasha is a Kenyatta family project.
You know, Bernard, it is the name of port. I know the last time I read about port, it was in Mombasa. I don't know what about port dry land in Naivasha. That was just a hot air which was presented the other day in Supreme Court. I don't know.
So,
I don't understand that.
You have not heard of Airport Authority of Kenya?
I've heard of Airport Authority operating things in Mombasa.
Pato.
Yes.
Good night. Go to UDA headquarters for further studies, please.
No, I want to make the last point.
Wewe utaki kujua ukweli, si eti haujui, ni utaki kujua ukweli kwa sababu umepewa propaganda fulani ya kwenda kusambaza. Na mimi sitaruhusu wewe uendelea hivyo. So if you want to change the flag into yellow, no problem. We can endure it for a short while until we get tired. When we get tired, we'll let you know. And you know that we know what to do. But in the meantime, we are still putting on blue, and blue is the color. Yellow is the decoration.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you.
Now, achia hapo tafadhali ili tusikae sana. We are already on 2 hours na kuna watu hata wajatusalimia. So let's be brief, please. 2 to 3 minutes, everyone. Na tutaenda mbio kuanzia Francis Simba, alafu turudi kwa MC. Ndio Gitau ndo alitufungulia hii maneno. Bwana Francis, how are you?
I'm very fine.
Karibu.
So, thank you. On the issue of port, actually I can say it is driven by pure hatred against a particular family and has nothing to do with Kenya, because if I can give a good example, person like Elon Musk, who is an Africa, owns the SpaceX mission. Should America ban SpaceX because it's owned by an individual? And actually, things which are owned by individual are more accountable than the ones that are held by government, because government, people tend to believe that it belongs to all of them. So the issue of port, having a dry port in Naivasha, the question should be, is it efficient? Is it serving the purpose that is required by the law? It's not an issue of if it is going to somebody's land. It's like we're criminalizing and saying that Uhuru should not own land in Kenya. You know that one is not good at all, because there are countries that are run by individuals and they are doing much better. For example, even in America, the richest people are around 40 of them, and they hold the economy, and they have no problem as long as they are doing what is stipulated within the law. So for the port activity, to some extent, maybe Mombasa would derive some advantage or some kind of benefit, but that one should not be mean that the Naivasha people should be criminalized because of having been neighbors with the Kenyatta family. It's not supposed to be such way, because Kenyatta are also Kenyans. Before he became president, he was born in Kenya. He was an identity of Kenya. Just the same way like you, the hustlers, that you need to own the business. So it means if you own the business as hustlers, and then you become rich, we should also criminalize you because now you are rich. We cannot operate a country such way. We need to move to a country that it's more of capitalist than a socialism. What we are agitating is about government ownership, and which is less efficient, because I will give you an example. Go even to a public school. Utapata headmaster amekelea koti kwa kiti na ameacha na ameenda. But you go to private school, you find the attendance roll and everything else and register are well maintained because of what you call that kind of responsibility is very high in private. So to me, I think the country will do much better in terms of having private things than public, the way some people are agitating for it. So to me, I have no issues with it being in Naivasha. If it's serving the purpose and within the law, that one is very nice. I have no problem. Then the other one is the issue of judges. So actually, to me, I viewed it more of a revenge rather than of goodwill to Kenyans. The issue of having the issue of judicial system in Kenya was not the 8 judges. If I can still recall, the case of late Robert Ouko is still an open case. We have cases in court which have stayed for more than 10 years. The issue is, how do we solve these court cases within the shortest time possible? How do we ensure that those cases can also be solved by the availability of the judges who are there? Because you cannot tell me all that time the judges that were pending approval are the one who are causing the cases to be delayed. So we need to streamline the services within the judiciary. And that was what the president could have sorted first before even swearing in the other one. He just swearing in to take them into another mud, because they are not, even those who are there are doing totally nothing at all. They're doing totally nothing at all. So we should address the core problem, the backlog of cases. Why is cases so much and piling up in every day, every now and then? Then we should look at, do they have enough sufficient resources to solve the issue? So then after that, having solved that one, then you can go now to approve them so that they join a judicial whereby they have what we call efficiency. Then the other thing, I will also pose my question to the people who are still saying that Uhuru was wrong about it. One thing that you understand, a court of law does not allow intelligence sources, because intelligence sources, they use even some of abusive methods to get information, which the court will reject, but it does not mean it is not the correct information. For example, if you hear people saying, police posting and saying somebody is cooperating with police, that somebody might even be inserted in a paper, because he have to produce enough information. So such information cannot be used in a court of law, but does not mean that the information is not correct. So you need to get it clear very well. The president has some reason which were to be sorted first before such kind of approval. So the other thing also, I also saw and noted it with very grave concern, is that appointment of judges, the approval of judges immediately. There are some things which are, when I was doing business back then, there's something we call scale of preference. A scale of preference, we go with the needs of things. You want to mean that Kenyans were much awaiting for the approval of judges. Could there not be any other thing to be addressed, like the oil subsidy, the maize subsidies, or anything else? It was more of revenge than the goodwill of Kenyans. So the other thing to do with the yellow color in State House, that one is very divisive. It is dividing Kenyans more than uniting them, because you know, once you insert that color there, it shows that State House is only allowed to people who supported the government. And a matter of fact, the government belongs to all of us. I personally voted for Raila, but Ruto is my president, something that I have to acknowledge, either under happiness or being angry. And then whichever case, Ruto remains to be my president. So he have to take a more, he has to do things that are more reconciling to Kenyans than dividing them. Because the moment you see the yellow color there, it seems to be associated more with the UDA people than the entire country. So that one is not something to encourage at all. And it is, for example, as a minister, you cannot just raise a flag, any other flag or any other portrait apart from that of president, because if you raise maybe for that of Raila Odinga, maybe if you go to land, the Ministry of Land, and you find a picture of Raila Odinga there, who is maybe the opposition leader, how would you feel? Would you think that you'll be able to, you do feel like it's the government operating or opposition operating? So we need to be careful on how we handle. Some things are very small, but send a very bad message to other Kenyans. And one thing you also remember, and also telling people, is that when you look at the margin of 233,000 votes, it's not a big margin to mean that the country is united. The country is divided center. There are people who believe on Raila, those believe on Ruto. So Ruto should take some reconciliation like that of more uniting all Kenyans to believe that this is our republic. Regardless of who you voted for, you feel at home. So the other issue also, I saw it today, that I also not felt so much good about it, is the revocation of recognition of Western Sahara being a republic. Actually, it was uncalled for, because why did he have to revoke something that was there for past 20 years? You know, how do you revoke to recognize a country? Whereas even in 1973, the African Union recognized Western Sahara as a country. It is only that Morocco has not recognized it. So it's like you are taking us backward. It's like we are inciting Kenyans versus Western Sahara. Then the other question is, after inciting them, what do you gain from Morocco? Absolutely nothing, because Morocco is a republic. It has its own trade partners. So the only country maybe you should concentrate more is South Sudan, which has less trade partners, that you can gain something there out of that one. So and then the other thing I will also ask the people who are here, why is it that the president is behaving as if he's a minister for agriculture, he's a minister for transport, he's also behaving as if he's a spokesman of the State House? Why can't he allocate duties to those ministers, to those other individuals, so that it can be helped? When you go to things to do with port, it requires maybe to do with transport. You will find him being there as the first individual. When you go to the judges, you will think he is the minister for justice in Kenya. So why is it that he wants to become a total man to every function? Then even the appointment of, even in the reversal of that policies of the Mombasa port, who did he consult? And yet he has informed the government so that he can reverse. You know that one is a character of dictatorship. Who did he consult so that he reversed that now the port will be taken back to Mombasa and did not have ministers or any other helpers? Does it mean that it will be the minister, the 24, he will be heading every ministry, being the president at the same time? If care is not taken, we might likely to have a country that is led by one president, like Djibouti. Djibouti budget and everything else is decided by the president. And if we reach at there, we lose our status as the strongest economy in East and Central of Africa. Because every country which has strong economy comes with democracy and comes with the respect for the rule of law. The other thing also noted with very grave concern, how do you praise judges for doing what is right? Does it mean that there is a way they favor you that we don't know? How do you praise people for doing what is right? Even going to an extra mile to reward them what you don't know. I feel things are not okay. We need to address them. I also saw this man allocating some budget to the police force. You cannot create a police force that is semi-autonomous from the government unless you want a coup d'etat, because the police force is supposed to be next to the president, and also the KDF is next to the president. The moment you create semi-autonomous, they might even seize the power at your back door. So that one is something those who are advising the president should be very careful not to turn this country to become a mutinous country. So actually, the president also, he needs to do things diligently and in a slow motion way. He might run in a speed of 6 months and then destroy what we've been building for the past 5 years or 10 years. And also the other thing I'm asking myself, I've also noted with very grave concern. Today I saw the first lady, Rachel Ruto, welcoming some prophet in the State House. Does it mean that the Muslim community does not have a space in our country? Have we declared Kenya to become a Christian nation? How will the other people feel who feel that they are not belonging to the Christianity? How do you welcome prophets in the State House? Then we should also welcome the imams and other sheikhs so that they also feel the part of this country, if that is to be general then. So there are things as a president he needs to know. There are things he did as a campaigner, and there are things you are supposed to do as a president. Yes, you use church to campaign to get the power. But remember, Kenya is a secular state which does not have a defined religion. So the moment you welcome Christians and you pretend to be more of Christian, then the Muslim will feel not part of this country. Then that one will lead also to division in terms of religion. You find Muslims are feeling they're not part of this country, the Christians feel they're more of this country. So these are things also we need to be very careful. The other thing also I've also seen, I have some information, if not true, but I think that one is that the oil subsidies have already been uplifted and the oil has shooted, the price has shooted up. I don't know if it's true, but such kind of rumors are existing right now. So those are the things that he's supposed to address. Then how do we address that some of things? The problem of the oil can only be addressed to have a long-term solution. We can only address through the OPEC nation, the nation that are producing oil are not subsidy. We can consult a country like maybe Iran. We can consult a country like Saudi Arabia. So those are the countries that we should be talking with them under the OPEC to see how can we have a long-term solution. How can we get a cheaper oil from Russia? Not that to subsidize a very expensive oil maybe from Libya. So we should look at a long-term solution, not a short-term. The issue of fertilizer audit is also is a short-term solution. So we also need to look at it as a country. Can we reach at a point that we can produce our own urea and maybe nitrogenous, phosphate, and phosphorus fertilizer? Those are the things that is supposed to address a long-term solution, not a short-term. Because if you have a subsidy for 3 months, what about the rest of 4 years and maybe 9 months? What will happen? So we need to address things in a long term and to be able to benefit Kenya at a larger extent.
Thank you, Bwana Francis. That is a good one. Long but substantial. So we patiently waited. Thank you very much. And those of you having a problem with that, especially our UDA friends, take it easy. Take it easy. This country is ours, and you're not going anywhere with it. And whatever trouble you want to bring, we will deal with it. So it is not going away with anybody. It's still our heritage, our asset, and we'll defend it by all means. Those are very strong points that nobody should brush off, especially when it comes to proper governance of this country. I always refer to the transition from Moi to Kibaki. It was more stable than the transition from Kibaki to Uhuru. Why? When Kibaki took over from Moi, he retained most of the people that had key areas in governance. He retained the Attorney General, Amos Wako. He retained key people in strategic places. So he had a smooth transition to some extent. But when Uhuru came in 2013, did away with everybody, brought in his own team, and he couldn't stabilize for almost 1.5 years. So whichever way the new administration uses, it will either be for their quick stabilization, or they will be up and down, up and down, up and down for the first 3 or so years, depending on the wisdom they will apply at this point in time. Now, if they go the way they are going, something is going to, to get them unawares, and they may not be prepared for it. You don't trouble the waters from all sides until you're sure that your boat is able to withstand the waves. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele kwa nani huyu? Simba. Simba, habari ile?
Sana sana bana. Mimi leo sina mambo mengi, ndio sababu nimetulia hapa kusikiza maneno yenye yanaendelea ndani ya nchi yetu, lakini most importantly, ili swala la Western Sahara nafikiria ni swala ambalo lilikuwa kwamba nifurahisha nchi ya Morocco, kwa sababu tunatarajia kupata mbolea kwanza kutoka Morocco, kwa sababu mbolea ndio iko na changamoto kubwa na tunataka short solution. Ndio sababu ya kwanza. Na swala hili la port ya Mombasa, port ya Naivasha, unajua nimeona likijadiliwa na wenzangu kwa njia ambayo maybe bado ni ya kisiasa, lakini lazima tuangalie hivi, na ninaomba watu waliangalie kwa njia ambayo ni makini sana, kwa sababu ili Kenya wametumia pesa nyingi sana kujenga, na kila station yenye ilikuwa inajengwa mahali ilikuwa na sababu. Watu walikaa chini, expert wakatoa maoni na wananchi, watu wamewekeza, lakini wakati unapata reversal kama hiyo ambayo ni ya kutaka kurahisha sehemu moja, lazima tufikirie vizuri na tujiulize, is there value of money ya kujenga hii reli kutoka Mombasa hadi Naivasha? Na ingelifanyika hivyo, swala ambalo nafikiria niliongea jana, hiyo reli ingeanzia Busia kuja Nairobi na iwe ya public transport, ingeleta manufaa zaidi kuliko hizi sarakasi zenye tunaona saizi, sababu tulikuwa tunataka suluhisho ya kitu moja. Mambo mengine ni mambo ambayo ni ya feelings na celebrations ambazo bado watu wanaendelea nazo mpaka saizi. I think people need to sober up, kwa sababu kila mtu anajua rai watano ni nani. Watu waongelee mambo ya kujenga nchi, kwa sababu hawezi kutuambia kwanza sisi bado tunaendelea kucelebrate na iliali kulala njaa, unasherekea namna gani na huko na njaa. Kuna madness yenye inaendelea na watu wengine na sijui tuko nchi gani, sababu how do you celebrate when you are hungry? Watu wetu wa Kenya lazima tujiulize mambo mengi. I think tunahitaji solution ambazo ni za haraka, na nafikiria Francis ameongelea mambo ya kusua in our 6 churches. Ilikuwa na haraka gani? Ruto had been in the government, amekuwa naibu wa rais. Huyu alikuwa ni mdozi wake, na haya mambo wangeyamaliza kitambo, hata angengojea itapishwe ndio yafanye. Haya ni mambo yenye wangesort out kitambo sana, na hata hiyo mambo ya port walikuwa pamoja. Kwanza mambo ya Eurobond wakisumbua nayo wananchi sana nayo hapa na hizo vituko za sisi tunataka kuona nchi ikienda mbele. Hizi side shows za kina Gachagua and the friends, sisi tunataka kuona nchi ya Kenya ikiendelea mbele. Mimi hata nataka nisikize maneno kidogo hapa ndio tuendelee na kuyangojea mengine ambayo yatakuja, yatakuwa yana surprise wa Kenya. Asante sana bana.
Okay, thank you Simba, we appreciate that. Labda swala la is it Sub-Saharan Republic or whichever? Somebody says here on the comment section that it is because there is a new discussion or discourse about secession in Kenya. And probably he is doing that to preempt that, in my opinion. Well, aiwi huwa super petrol price per liter, okay, rises by 20 shillings and 18 cents to retail at a record high of 179 and 30 cents in Nairobi. No subsidy included. A liter of diesel up by 25 shillings, wherever the 20 shillings and 80 cents subsidy has it been removed or retained? So kerosene goes up by I think 20 shillings. This is a PRA's new declaration. So as much as things change, they remain the same or change to the highest. In the if I remember well, the president led the campaign about the subsidy when President Uhuru Kenyatta withdrew it for a while. He wanted it back by all means. Mpaka mafuta ikapotea, tukaanza kupanga line ya mafuta, hiyo protest ikaendelea muda mrefu. Kumbe plan ilikuwa ile tu. All the same, Kenyans now, you know it, you no longer buy the mafuta muliambiwa 79 shillings. It is actually 179. That is now the new price. Wale wa super petrol. Na hiyo ni Nairobi. Inamaanisha the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. Ikifika Nakuru itakuwa 185. Then ikifika sehemu inaitwa nini, nilienda huko kitambo. There is the other side. Usenge, okay? Ukifika Usenge now, it will be 200 and something by the time it reaches in Usenge near the border. So it's interesting time. It's interesting time, but let's hope for the best. Who is this? Yes, Kiprono, Sema.
Thank you. Mnanisikia?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Thank you kwa kunipea muda niongee. Mimi nikiwa side ya the current government ambayo tuko wote the current government, lakini nilikuwa UDA. Nyinyi mlikuwa Azimio, lakini sasa hii tuko kwa serikali moja. Na nyinyi mko na maoni tofauti, labda kwa government imeingia vile hamkutaka. Mko na right. Ulisikia Gachagua akisema kila mtu siku hizi ako na uwezo wa criticize government. Uwezi tafuta ati Bernard, mbona umesema hii na hii? So hiyo ndio serikali yenye tunataka. Kama kuna kitu wrong, at least mna raise na tunaendelea hivyo. Waje nianze na story na flag. Mulisema UDA wametumia yellow flag. Bernard, when you are in a position or when you are criticizing government, criticize government with a facts yenye ni at least inakuwa, at least hata si tukiwa side ya government, at least unaona hapo ni ukweli. Kama hiyo ya yellow, Uhuru alikuwa anatumia blue, you are aware of that? Uhuru alikuwa anatumia blue na ilikuwa na DAF ndani. Na hakuna mtu mwenye alipinga hiyo color cause Uhuru alibelieve kwa color yake ya blue. Hiyo ni bendera ya rais.
Tafadhali ngoja.
Yes.
Colors za Jubilee zilikuwa red na white. Okay?
Yes.
Hii blue sijui uliona wapi na uliona saa ngapi? Kile mimi nimestuka leo ni kuona rais ana sign papers kwa meza, imefungwa leso ya yellow na imeweka emblem za red za Kenya. So mi nauliza map ya Kenya, colors za flag za Kenya zinabadilishwa kuwa yellow na hiyo red emblem, na kwa nini?
Bernard,
so tuseme story ati nani Jubilee ilikuwa inatumia blue colors za blue, they were not Jubilee colors, they were
Bernard,
not TNA colors. Yes.
So Bernard, sasa ukiwa rais useme unataka kutumia kala ya pink, it is up to you. Hatuwezi sema ati because unapenda kala fulani tutakulazimisha kala fulani, hapana. In fact, akina Kinyua presented the 4 colors to president to choose one color, and the president choose one color yenye alikuwa anapenda, which is yellow. So it is a president to determine ni kala yake ya rais, si kala ya Kenya, because hatuwezi sahi enda kwa shule tukiona ati yellow color imekuwa rais, hakuna siku, lakini kwa gari ya rais ndio utapata hiyo yellow color. Hiyo ni rais. Ukienda State House, hiyo flag kidogo ile yenye iko kwa State House juu, hiyo ni ya rais, si ya Kenya. Hiyo no difference between a presidential flag and Kenya flag. Kenya flag ulewa change. Hata tukichagua wewe leo ama tuchague mtoto wako leo, hiyo our original color will remain the same. Waje niachane na story na color, waje niende na story na judges. Story na judges, there was fight between judiciary and executive. Tusidanganyane, ile ya rais, there was a fight. So Ruto kukuja ku appoint these judges is because anataka kuenda conflict between judiciary and executive. There was a conflict because labda Uhuru alikuwa amekasirika because many of the things enye Uhuru alikuwa anapanga ilienda failed. Number 1, BBI ilienda ikafailishwa. Uchaguzi yake kwanza ilimfanya aone judiciary kama they was fighting him, because judiciary ili overturn the ruling that hakushinda ile ya 2017. So after that there was issues na judiciary, but Ruto amekuja ameappoint these 6 judges kuend that conflict. Ruto anataka kuleta a mutual smooth working government, because judiciary, parliament and executive are independent, but they are not working independently. They are assisting each other in working together. So they are independent, yes, but at least executive cannot work without judiciary. That is facts, because there's cases of corruptions, cases of anything. So judiciary should address for executive to do their role. So Ruto ku appoint 6 judges sioni makosa yake, because he assure Kenyans that even if I was elected today, I will appoint today before the end of the day. That was on record. If there was a journalist called Joy Okeyo, he posted that Ruto has acted on what he promised on his interview. Tuende kwa story na port. Story na port ya Mombasa, even Azimio promised that tutarudisha port. That is facts. Uko na clip ya Cho akisema tutarudisha port ya Mombasa. So hata Ruto alikuwa alianza kusema tutarudisha port. So everyone was determined that nikichukua hiyo uongozi nitarudisha port. Irudi wapi? Irudi Mombasa. Because it was injustice for people of Mombasa to be withdrawn from there, because how do you do a port service in a dry land, yet we have a place where we can do in Mombasa? So we criticize the government of Ruto. Kila mtu ako na uwezo wa ku criticize the government, hata kila mtu, lakini kuna zile vitu zenye at least ina make sense. So kama ya port, hiyo ni promise yake, na promise tena ya Azimio kwamba tutarudisha port huko. Kitu kingine ni kwamba Naivasha ilikuwa inapeleka Kituru, but watu kutoa Kenya Kwanza kutoa port iende Mombasa, si imaanisha ati wana fight Uhuru, but at least they want to benefit more Kenyans than one family alone. You raise another issue of Ruto amekimbia sana, I'm hacked or somebody, si wewe nimekuaccuse wa mambo mingi na you are not among. So kuna mtu alikuwa ameaccuse Ruto kwamba ati amekimbia sana, amefanya kazi ya ministry, amefanya kazi ya Ruto. Sasa akifail utalaumu ministry ama utalaumu Ruto? Because at first thing you will blame Ruto for anything wrong. In case this government will fail, you will not blame any CS who is coming to do job. You will blame the president of the Kenya, who is William Ruto now. And then it is appropriate for Ruto to do work now because she has not have an authority to appoint CS for now. CS, I think application is ongoing up to 20th. Yes, it is ongoing up to 20th for public service to shortlist the names for president to choose who will be CS. So for now, Ruto can do what he can now, and then he will wait for to appoint his ministries so that he will assist him to do his business. For me, I if I was able to talk to president, I will advise him not to appoint any politician to be a CS. So I think for me, it will be good for Ruto to appoint serious people who can work, who are not politicians, who can be removed if they fail to do job. Because for now, I don't mind who will be CS, but I mind who will do the job for Kenyans now, who will do what he has promised. Because many Kenyans have now many hopes for this president that he will do job what he has promised in the last 5 years during the campaign. So for me, I pray for him that he will appoint people who are serious, who are not politicians, and if those people will fail, I think it will be appropriate to be removed or to be subjected to judiciary. That is why now somebody was saying Ruto should address the issues of cases stagnating in judiciary first before he appoint the judges. And he went ahead and said that he should check if the judiciary have the resources to do job. First thing, human resource is a resource. So you cannot say that you should check what resource are you talking about away from human resource, because they are saying that we need 30 judges in the Court of Appeal. For now, we have 29 plus that we have 30. We have 22 plus 6 who have been appointed now to 23. Sorry, plus 6 who have been appointed now to be 29. So at least the first thing to address is human resource. So Ruto doing bringing these 6 judges to Court of Appeal, it was right and correct advice role to play right now. So for me, for now there's nothing to raise alarm for this government, because number one, they have did what they deserve to do for now. There's no wrong they have done now. There's no constitution they have broke now. So everything is correct for now. Kila kitu iko sawa. Hakuna kusema chuo aliweka tepo nini. Tepo hata Bernard sijui tepo yako inakaje. Anataka ukitaka kuweka tepo ya samawati, you are okay, because everybody ako na choice of colors yenye anapenda. Ukiwa rais sahi useme unataka kupaint color yako ikuwe red, it is up to you. So we are not matter of tepo of what, but we are sahi tunang'ang'ania chenye tunataka isaidi wa Kenya, si ati wewe mwenyewe binafsi. Thank you sana.
So Kenya presidency is you do it like you like. You use the color you like, and you can choose and paint the State House yellow. That is still okay, because you feel like you want to live in a yellow world, in a yellow way. Whichever, I will still tell you, I'll wait and see. But what I know is that State House is a property of Kenya. It's not a property of any political party. It is a property of Kenya. The title deed reads Kenya, and whoever that is occupying is a tenant, is not the landlord. Hiyo ndio mimi najua. So unless mumebadilisha, lakini mimi najua State House ni ya Kenya, title deed ni ya Kenya, and whoever that is there is just a tenant. Baada ya muda ku expire tunatoa tunaweka tenant mwingine. So kama mnataka kutubadilishia muweke yellow, leta hiyo hoja bungeni tukajadili tukakubaliane, ikipita sawa. Lakini mkianza kubadilisha at presidential order, at who we are set to work, you are going to cause a lot of problems for yourself. And the same judiciary that you have sworn in, they are the ones going to be giving those orders. And some of these orders will be not to step at State House, the court order. So I don't know how you will appeal against that. But
Bernard,
go
Bernard,
ahead. Yes.
Hakuna katiba inasema ati kala fulani ikuwe kwa State House.
Nimekuambia State House ni property ya Kenya, sio property ya president. The president is there as a tenant. Thank you.
I agree with you.
And so whatever happens to State House needs to be authorized by Kenyans. And where Kenyans where do Kenyans authorize their matters? In Parliament, through their representatives, or through a referendum by themselves directly. So
Bernard,
sio maswala tu ya kujifanyia vile unaona vile unasikia.
Bernard, so what color are you suggesting for the bed of the president?
I still believe that President William Ruto, having been sworn in office hardly 72 hours, okay, he needs to own up the aspect that he's been given the responsibility as a steward for Kenya, and he should carry Kenya along, not UDA sycophants. He should leave that UDA staff outside State House Road. When he gets into State House, he's there as the father of Kenya, and any Kenyan is free to walk into State House and be able to meet the president, not passing through yellow colors. So if he wants to paint
there is
State
only
House
one
yellow,
father in Kenya. There's only one father in Kenya.
Asante.
Yeah, that's bad. Don't call Ruto father, please.
Well guided, well guided. Now, what I'm saying is he needs to hold the flag of Kenya. That's where the unity of Kenya lies.
Bernard,
but if he replaces it with a political party color, then
Bernard,
Bernard, why you?
No,
hey, Bernard.
He is still telling us
Bernard,
that we are good to go and form our own country, have our own colors, and have our own currents, have our own president. And whether he recognizes us or doesn't recognize us, okay, like he has refused to recognize Sahara, it doesn't matter, because we may not even need his consent to do that. But if he wants us along, he needs to carry us along. Simple and pure.
Bernard, why are you worried so much about the colors?
Because I'm not worried about the color. I'm not worried about the color. It is what it symbolizes.
You're so focused about the colors, but what did you watch the inauguration? There's a reason why a yellow flag was raised. That's the colors he chose, and the blue colors for Uhuru Kenyatta was lowered. So every president comes with their own colors, and for him to choose, it's his choice to choose what color was on the table when he was signing those documents.
But this is the kind of language we do not like.
At the inauguration, that was ceremonial. At the inauguration, that was ceremonial, and it was to take place. But when he begins to sign things on behalf of Kenya, he should be transacting as the president of Kenya, not the president of UDA. It is wrong for him to be appending signature using the color of his political party. We are not entering into a contract between the judges and UDA. It is the Kenya government hiring employees, and it's the CEO. So it's not supposed to transact in the name of UDA. You will teach me all the stories of Kaland presidency. All I know, the ceremony took place as Kasarani, but the State House belongs to Kenya and it's for all Kenyans. It is not a UDA affair. This is the same mind that had made KANU to take on Georgia. This is the same mind that had led KANU to take over KICC, calling it their property that they were given as a gift.
Why is it the same flag is on the roof of the State House, and the same flag is flying on the right side of his official car? It means that it's
Bernard, I think
choice of color. So Bernard, you're disillusioned. You need to focus
Bernard,
on something different.
Excuse me, don't go there, okay? Don't go there, because I will argue endlessly. All I know is that when I'm in office as the CEO of the country is different from when I'm chairing UDA meeting. Those are two different entities, and you cannot interchange them.
My friend, let me tell you something. It's no longer that we are in an election. Election has been finished. Now we are building a nation. In nation building, you don't show partisan. You have to be very sensitive on how to lure those who have lost and those who have won so that we can build a nation together. Because we have a collective problem and we need a collective solution. We don't need to come here and start saying that the yellow color must be there. No, yellow color was for campaign. We must find a tone of balance so that Kenyans can heal, jobs can be created, because the jobs that are going to be created, the wealth that is going to be created, is not going to be the yellow wealth. It is going to be the Kenyan wealth, and all of us will benefit. He did not swear the oath to become the president of UDA. He swore to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. So, and you must negate that kind of mind that, you know what, yellow must be the color. It can't be. This was a very contested election. And you saw that. We went even to the Supreme Court. So for a nation to heal so that we can, Uhuru's term was just mega projects. Our hustlers wamekuwa promised jobs. We need to give Ruto ample time so that he can have the knowledge of how to create jobs for you hustlers. So creating jobs does not mean to be partisan. It means a spirit of union. Okay? So what we are saying is this. We don't have another president. Ruto is our president, whether we like him or not. So
That's
exactly
my point. That's exactly my point. He did
not. No. Your point is your point.
You didn't understand me. You're focusing so much on the colors, and you're not focusing
it's not about the color. It's what it signifies. And black.
But there's no way.
And
there's
black.
nothing in the Constitution
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Any different color.
Hold on.
Right?
Black, stop abusing people here that they are psychopaths. Black, let me tell you one thing. If there is anybody who has been confused in this panel, it has been you. You don't have to tell me that. Stop that hogwash. Black, I don't get pushed easily. Stop that nonsense.
It's okay. Take it easy.
No, block that fucker. He can't be telling us that we are psychopaths.
Okay. Alex,
that's very wrong.
No, it's okay. Please, thank you. Let's do this. There are people who have their own personal conviction about their colors and all that. But I know the colors of Kenya, and I know the colors of different political parties.
If you are transacting on behalf of your political
party, you use your colors of a political party. But if you are transacting for Kenya, you use the colors for Kenya. If we
But what I
must
was
have a
just saying,
yellow flag,
Bennett,
let it be on the table, but not for it to cover the whole table and turn it into an
Ben,
emblem,
Bennett,
paint, paste Kenya
my,
on top of yellow. That is
Bennett, my
an
point was, my point was,
Mm.
he chose yellow. Maybe it signifies the party or something, but in the constitution, there's nothing that says the president should not choose the color of the party. So my point is, we should not focus so much about the color. We should focus on criticizing him or on putting him on his toes to fulfill the election promises that he made, and he's already on the right path on appointing the judges that were rejected by the previous president, and that's a good footing because those judges were vetted by the parliament and nominated by the Judicial Service Commission. The only problem was to be signed by the president, and that was long overdue. That's what the new president did, and he's hit the road running. That was really a real positive thing. That's what we need to focus on.
Okay, so
Bernard,
we should
can
not,
I talk about Bernard?
what is it? Ngoja kama mimi ndio nimeita wewe kuna kesi unapaswa kuhandle, lakini tusubiri hapo hapo. Bado umeendelea kuficha sura yako, hiyo kesi tutafanya baadaye. I want to close the matter of flags. We are not against the yellow flag. We are not against the red flag. We are not against green flag. Okay? We are simply saying everybody who is charged with the responsibility to transact on behalf of Kenya needs to adorn himself as a transactor on behalf of Kenya, not to mix and confuse people. So the president needs to assume office like the president of the Republic of Kenya and transact on behalf of Kenya, adorned by the Kenyan flag colors. If he must put on that one for his political party or his personal, it needs to be there, yes, but insignificant, overshadowed by the ones for Kenya, so that the rest of us Kenyans will own up whatever that is doing. But if he's doing it on behalf of UDA, then cheki ikikuja itaenda UDA, bill ikikuja itaenda UDA, invoice ikikuja inaenda UDA, because we don't own it. He's transacting on behalf of his political party. It may look like it's trivial and whatever uncalled for, but what it is sending, the message is sending to the rest of the country is not that trivial. And the Kenyans are yet to come to terms with what happened. And now if you show them that you are outrightly the president of UDA and you're going to do everything the UDA way, then everyone will say, kila mtu akae kwao, kila mtu acheze kwao. Na ikifikia hapo, haitakuwa rahisi. And that's what we are saying. So we are in no way forcing anybody to wear blue or wear yellow. But as the president of the Republic of Kenya, he needs to take a lesson from Moi. Moi won as a minority president twice, but in wisdom and humility, managed to run the country. Minority president twice. 1992, 1997, minority president twice, but succeeded because he knew how to govern the country, own up Kenyans, and help Kenyans heal. But if you come as a minority president and you want to boss everybody around, a word is enough for the wise. Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. It's Mr. Kamau's time.
Yeah. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. First of all, I just want to disabuse what Aquinas Minor is saying. You know, the presidential standard means where the president is supposed to be hoisted. I don't know whether I'm making myself clear. Hoisted on top of a roof or somewhere and in the car.
It is not supposed to be in the tables, in the dining, in the church, in the whatever. It is just a standard, and therefore don't confuse Kenyans by saying that this is just a flag and colors. It is a symbol. And if indeed he wants to use those colors, let's say it is a UDA government, and those who voted for UDA should be the people paying the taxes. But as we speak, that standard should only appear if he is in a Harambe house, inawekwa huko juu kwa mlingoti juu. If he is using the car, it's one of the side of a car. It is called a presidential standard. Is it so hard to understand that? It is not supposed to be in the tables when he is signing, when we are employing those judges, because they are our employees. When he is going to church, he doesn't need. Maybe when he's going to church, he can use it. But when he is doing an official duty of the people of Kenya, he is not supposed to put wheelbarrows there. Wheelbarrow should be only when he is operating a political party or operating activity of a political party. Having said that, I also want to say this: in Kenya, we have institutions that are protected by the laws of Kenya and the constitution. And every institution of the government, first of all, what they do, they gazette it. And like, for example, we have the 14 entry points in Kenya. Those are the border stations. Those border stations are gazetted. There might be other entry points. People can enter in Kenya through other points, but those are not gazetted. So when we talk about ICD is a protected area by the government. It is not anybody else can own land around there, because even today I saw people in Naivasha are up in arms because they have started speculating the land. They have started building hotels near ICD, and then somebody arbitrarily from nowhere. This government will be chaotic if you wake up one morning and say, "Let's go to Naivasha. Let's take KICC from Naivasha we take the headquarter of government to Mombasa or something." That is chaotic government. And therefore, it is unbelievable that somebody can think that any protected area is owned by individual. You think Uhuru is very stupid to just use his land, and then the government is not going to be in his hand forever. So the thing is, Google ICD, who owns and operates ICD properties in the country, because there are many. There is one in Mlolongo, there's that one in Naivasha, and there's even another one in Kisumu. ICDs are everywhere anyway. The only thing is that they are protected and they are owned by the Kenya Ports Authority, and the title deeds are supposed to be with Kenya Ports Authority. Kwa hivyo mtu kuja hapa kukubali propaganda na story ambazo hazina mwelekeo, so that we buy a story that is not going to be there. And there's someone who said here, even if it was owned by a Kenyan, what is wrong with it? Because it is actually doing what is supposed to be done. Because are we going back or going ahead? Because at the end of the day, dry ports in any world, they are created to decongest the port. And that is why it was created to have an ICD in Nairobi, so that some things can come directly to Nairobi and they be cleared there, and others to Naivasha. From Naivasha, they take the other railway, the normal railway to Malaba. And now there is another port in Mombasa, in Kisumu, where now you take the items from Kisumu to Uganda and Tanzania. Hii story ya UDA ya kukaa katika political what we call political, is it siasa za kila siku. I mean, they should understand now they're in government and there is a way you operate the government. Having said that, I also want to talk about this issue of judges. If indeed the president has no role, why did he appoint, or why did he now become the person who is appointing the judges? If indeed he had no role, Uhuru had no role. And in any case, the reason why they go through the Judicial Service Commission is to be vetted and everything, but the final word is for the president. And that is why you see the president, William Ruto, today appointed the judges, because he has a role in it. Yeah, I don't agree with it because I believe some of these people are people who are selling justice, and it is true. We know Kenya now. Justice is for the highest bidder. When you have money in Kenya, you get your way. Hii mambo just that is why you see the backlog of justice in Kenya is too huge, because the people who get justice in Kenya are people who have enough money, who have deep pockets. Hao ndio wanapatanga order ya kila siku ya 2 days ya 3 days, wengine wamekaa 20 years bila kusaidiwa. There was also another issue of I think it was just the port. So Naivasha people are asking what is happening, because they also voted for this government, and they're asking what is the problem. The other thing is hii mambo ya mafuta. Hmm? We are now getting worried as a Kenyan people, because I think now it's going to be unbearable. You give on one hand and take on the other hand. You give fertilizer, and then on the other hand you add 20 bob to petrol to fuel. That is unbelievable. We want, if he did, you knew you cannot deliver, and if you knew you're going to inherit a deliberated country, then you should not have gone for that challenge. Now you're giving on one hand and taking on the other hand. So the cycle continues, the cycle of poverty. We cannot afford a life in Nairobi. We cannot afford a life in this country because of chaotic governance. This is chaotic governance. Kwa hivyo Bernard, kwa maoni yangu mimi, I think now we should brace ourselves. This is the beginning of chaos until the end of 5 years. But I can tell you for free, I don't see any hope for the people of Kenya.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. I believe that serves the point, unless kuna mtu akona utata na hiyo maswala. Pia
Yeah,
ningependa
niko nayo about the port. It says reverted back.
Mr.
I need to
Maina,
answer that.
mute your mic. Mr. Maina, mute your mic. You seem to be the only visitor in this place. They are standing orders. If you want to intercept, you lift your hand, you'll be picked, and then you speak. If you speak anyhow, we create confusion for the listeners and the viewers. And in the process, we defeat the purpose why we're here. We are mainly here to make Kenyans understand the situation and be able to navigate through whatever that is happening. So please, let's take within the standing orders. Ama kuna mahali hapa tunaitwa quarantine. Tunapelekanga huko watu wanakaa masaa kadhaa alafu wanarudishwa. So usianze kuinvite mapema hivyo. Like I'm saying, let us all understand that different leaders have different style of leadership, but that style of leadership is not open for everybody to fill in the blank spaces. Those of you who went to school when school was still school, there was a book that had exercises. All of it was fill in the blank spaces, fill in the blank spaces. The president or the administration is not supposed to fill in the blank spaces the way they feel. It is according to the stipulated traditions, and then, of course, the provision of the Constitution. And that is how we hold one to account or find fault with another. It's not a matter of liking or disliking. It has everything to do with what does the Constitution provide and what has been the tradition previously by the other administrations that were there, because there's no need of inventing a wheel when it already exists. So, Bwana Maina, what did you want to answer?
I just wanted to respond to Mr. Kamau about the port. So about the port, the president just said it's reverting back. So you understand what it means by reverting back. It's not like taking it from this place to the other place. It's just that it reverts back to where it was before, and that's one of his promises from the campaigns, and that's what he's doing, including the judges and stuff. I don't think it's chaotic. I think it's just that being organized in what he's doing. He knows where he wants to start with. He wants to at the same time rule within the law. At the same time, he's fulfilling his campaign promises. And
No, Bwana Maina, why do you people feel obligated to defend everything that is being done? What happens to the population in what happens to the population in Naivasha?
I have nothing against the
Oh, they are
population
not.
in Naivasha. I'm just saying.
So the chaos, the reason why it is chaotic is because it's being done suddenly without proper measures. Okay, the port can revert to Mombasa, yes. Okay, but what happens to the people who are serving in Naivasha? Have they been catered for? Where will they be assimilated? Has that been done?
Okay, my question is: do you think that bringing it to Naivasha, was it organized or it was done the same way? Do you
No,
think
it was not done the same way. It was discussed through the cabinet. It was an elaborate plan.
And was
the
not.
deputy president, who is now the president, was part and parcel of that entire process.
It was not. You and me will argue about that because we were not part
No,
and
no,
parcel
no.
of
It
the plan.
was. It was passed in cabinet. In fact, the person who launched that program was deputy president William Ruto himself. Tafadhali tusidanganyane, tuache propaganda. Hapa ni ukweli. Okay?
But what he has said, let me.
I'm not muting my mic. I am stating facts. Bwana Aquinas, utuambii ukweli. Wewe unataka kududanganya na ni propaganda tupu. Sikiliza tafadhali, ukweli ni kwamba port services going to Naivasha, it was not an abrupt decision. It was discussed in a cabinet. It was passed in cabinet. Then it was implemented through the Ministry of Transport.
When was it
was
passed?
Not a presidential order.
After 2017, right? It was done after 2017, right?
No.
It was not done before 2017.
was launched in 2013, 2017. No. What are you talking about? When mgeni hapa Kenya.
Okay. We're not talking about SGR. We're talking about the port, right? The port operations. The port operations since independence, it was in Mombasa. Why was it brought to Naivasha? That's the question. And the president clearly said it reverts back, right? It reverts back to Mombasa. It's not being taken from Mombasa to Eldoret. It's being reverted back to where it was before. That's the point.
You did not answer my question. I asked you what happens to the population in Naivasha who are working at the port.
They need to go to default settings. Where were they before?
They should follow the services to Mombasa.
Yes, the same way the services were taken from Mombasa, they need to go back to where it was. They need to find something else to do. Because it was
those are the chaos we're talking about.
Let me finish.
Order. You don't cure a problem by creating another. Okay, as a leader of the country, you must put everything in proper perspective.
A problem in Mombasa was created before. So what I'm saying is,
it has been in existence for
a couple of years. But the people of Mombasa have been.
Yeah, so even if the services are returned tomorrow, okay, the people in Mombasa who are scattered, they had launched different businesses. They were diversifying in terms of making an income. They will now need to reorganize themselves, get back into the position before the services can begin to be done.
I do not support. Let me just finish this one point. Why would we bring the services all the way from Mombasa to Naivasha? It was supposed to benefit a few individuals. and that's why it's reverting back to Mombasa, where it was
No,
so that
that's where
the
you are
goods
wrong.
can be
That's
cleared
where you are
in
wrong.
Mombasa, where they
Anything,
arrive.
it is okay for them to be cleared anywhere as long as it is within the provision of the constitution and the gazettement has been done. The Naivasha port was meant to be an expansion program, not to be a replacement. The error is in replacing, but to increase the capacity of delivery. Majority of our transit goods, okay, were coming by road and causing congestion on the road, making our roads not to last long because of the Nini. Then that was introduced so that the goods going to Rwanda, going to Uganda, going to the other part can be cleared in Naivasha, while the other things are cleared in Mombasa. There was no, it's just a matter of Kenyans not growing the way they need to grow in understanding that when the house becomes small, when the house becomes small, you build a bigger one, okay?
They can still be cleared in Mombasa and transported through SGR, right?
Yes, it's still okay.
So that's why we agree to disagree. So I mean,
but okay, I don't want to bring in the president. The president said the SGR in Naivasha was to carry products from Naivasha back to Mombasa across the sea. Brayo,
I didn't hear that. Say that once more, please.
You didn't hear that? The president said the reason why SGR and that economic zone was taken to Naivasha is because, number one, Naivasha is the source of Kenya Power, okay? Olkalao and the other whatever sources of electricity. And so he wanted industries around that place, and the industries had a complaint. If we set up industries here, we have ready power, yes, but we don't have ready transport to take our goods across for after they are manufactured for exporting. So that's why the railway line was put there, so that when the manufacturers are finished manufacturing, they will have ready transport to take their things to the port. And the same way things are cleared from across the sea in Mombasa, they will still be cleared before they leave to wherever they are going. All the same.
Okay,
Let's not go to and fro on the same.
One question.
Tuachie hapo tafadhali.
Why do we need to clear? Why do we need?
Pana Maina tafadhali. Thank you. Twende kwa Brayo.
Hey, how you doing? Mi hapa nafurahi tu.
Wewe nafurahi, karibu.
Hey, okay. For the dry ports, a dry port is different from what people think. Dry port is just the same way. Like the dry ports, anything that is being cleared from Mombasa goes to Naivasha, from Naivasha, Nenda, Zikienda, Uganda, Rwanda, and all that. Everything else can be cleared in Mombasa, but watu wa Mombasa pia hiyo port yao lazima tu ikue. That is one thing I know. But dry port si ati mzigo itakuja Naivasha alafu tena irudi Mombasa. No. Zenye zitakuja Naivasha ziko en route. They're going. They're going to Uganda. They're going to Rwanda. They're moving. They're on the move. They are cleared in Mombasa. Then the Naivasha dry port clears them. Then they go. You know, that is one thing I know for sure. That's why they're called dry ports. We have dry ports in US. Yeah, it's the same thing. They're en route to where they're going. Same direction. There is no way mzigo itatoka Mombasa ikuja Naivasha alafu irudi nyuma. Hiyo ndio najua. But it depends with anybody's understanding, and I don't know, but yeah, everybody has ni kazi walikuwa wanatafutia watu. Naivasha pia, yeah, people there's a population over there, watu wanafanya job and all that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not complaining about that. But other than that, WSR anajaribu kutimiza what he had promised, but I don't know how he's gonna do it. But yeah, we just pray for him. That's my opinion. But about the port, dry ports and Mombasa, no, it is the same thing.
Sawa, thank you. About goods being taken from Naivasha to Mombasa, that is not the goods that have left Mombasa to Naivasha. It's the goods that have been produced in Naivasha for export purposes. That's what I meant. Now, about honoring the promises. The honoring of the promises it's all in order, but it needs to be done in a systematic manner. You know, when you begin to take office, then you are beginning to put presidential orders. There is some signals you are sending, okay, that your word becomes law. Anything you say has to be done, and that does not go well with now the future operations, because there are things that will be demanded. They need to be passed through parliament before they are sent to by the president. But you are used to declaring, and the declaration by fire, by force. In the process, there will be a fallout. And you see this cordial relationship that is courting with the judiciary and courting with parliament and all that. It may look all rosy now, but when these people now begin to push for their own space, and then all of them come for the executive, is when now things will begin to fall apart. And that is what I'm saying. He needs to take it easy first, take it slow, understand the system, how it works. You don't just come and say, president was sleeping on the job, let me sign this, sign this. Find out why was this way. Check this. There's a story being said when Moi took office, okay? He found a list of people who are to be hanged. I said, these ones are on duty, they need to be hanged. The court has cleared them. And he kept off that file. He said, this is against my faith. So how do I practice my faith? And then this and that. So in fact, that file has not been executed. There are some people who are forgiven a long way. So you don't just get in office and begin to run with these other things, but official matters, kwenda polepole inasaidia. Sipingi kufanya kazi, lakini hata kama ni ahadi, lazima ifanywe kulingana na sheria na ifanywe kwa uwazi ambao unaeleweka. Lakini kwenda tu mbio, at times it can backfire and it will be very bad. And looking at the political situation in the country, it's not a good time to make enemies.
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Wacha nikwambie dakika moja. Okay, you guys are giving
Sasa.
Ruto, are giving Ruto a hard time. You're giving him 100 days. What are you gonna do in 100 days? Mnampatia pressure. He has to do what he has to do right now, because you guys are judging him. Naona you're in blue. You're Azimio. I know that. Yeah, if he chooses to put yellow on his table,
we didn't give him the 100 days. He gave himself.
No, that's what people gave him. People gave him 100 days. What are you gonna do in 100 days? The first 100 days, and that one started in America. But I think it ilikuwa haikuwa JFK. Sijui ilikuwa nani, but kuna preso ali in the first 100 days I'll do this. So people have taken that. But I'm just saying, he's trying to see if he can do whatever he promised people. And right now he's trying. I know he's going too fast. Just the same way you've said. He's going too fast. He needs to sit and chill and wait. But he is rushing things right now. It might backfire on him or it might work for him. We never know. But I'm just saying, so far, people are happy. Fertilizer imeshuka, tunangoja unga ishuke whenever itashuka next week or whenever itashuka. And that's it. But yeah, you got pressure because he has to perform. Trust me. He knows this first time he has to perform. If not, he's not coming back.
So thank you. I think the point is made. Who is it? Wycliffe, what is it?
Asante sana Bernard. I like the discussion that is going on. I just wanted to comment on some there's something called when you decide to, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. If you've ever had that saying. So the pain points for the SGR or that is that I think it is the way the KRA has set it up. You know, you cannot say that if your pin that you're using to import was issued in Kisumu, for example, then you must go you must go to Naivasha to go get your stuff, right? What if you moved your business to Mombasa? You see, so there are some things that are very simple that can be done to remove that pain where the SGR with the SGR issue that can move along. They can create that win-win for both. We need Mombasa to work. We need Naivasha to work. Because I mean, I don't know how many of you. I had never gone to Mombasa. Let me say, I was in Kenya just a few months ago, and I decided to go to the coast. And I was surprised. You know, we have dual carriages everywhere else, but this stupid Mombasa road and that man, there are trailers and trailers and trailers. Man, it is just impossible. I mean, I kept asking myself, do these politicians go use this road to see what just one accident can do, right? So I support that SGI, that we need to differentiate which goods are cleared at the port and which one are not. But at the same time, I think there has to be somebody looking at that corridor between the coast and Nairobi to really expand it. Whether the trailers are put on their own and these other cars on their own, but something has to be done. That place, that's a dangerous road. Let's just leave it at that. Let me come back to your president Ruto. I call him your president because I'm not sure yet. I'm still analyzing him. Right? This man talks a good game. You know, he's summoning powers of heaven and everywhere else. But at the same time, people who are kicked out of the country for being illegal, like Turkish businnesmen who are stuff like that, they are now getting access to this same. So I don't know whether there's a port hapo kwa State House mali wale wabaya wanawekwa na wale wazuri wanawekwa wanachanganyishwa kidogo hivi, then the government itatengenezwa. So I'm not sure. So he has to decide yeye ni Mkristo ama anataka kwenda hiyo path ama atataka kuwa rais wa Wakenya wote. You know, that is the bottom line about his. Yes, he used the gimmick of religion, but you cannot keep on drinking from that same cup and think that you can govern using that same cup. He will not be able to govern. Not those saying that he's not. I want to give it to him, right? He's a true strategist, right? He strategized well to get that presidency. But we also know that there's that danger in terms of what he's trying to do right now. I mean, I don't know how old all of you are, but those who lived within that Nyayo era zone, we know those declarations, how they use those roadside declarations. This is exactly how it starts, you know. And if this man is not checked, then we might be heading to that very same path. On his party, you know, UDA I have already accepted that it's a nationally recognized party, but UDA, it is the same way he used the deputy president's residence. Let him not think that he will use the status to do the same business and hang those flags that he was hanging, because at that time he had no portfolio. Now he has all the portfolios. 6 million plus Kenyans did not vote for him. And we are all looking at him as our leader. So if he wants to rub that, the only colors he knows are wheelbarrows and yellow, then I think he'll have to figure out that at the end of the day, when you for you to be able to govern others, there has to be that recognizing that elections are over, siasa imeisha, let's move together as Kenyans. But if he takes too long to figure that out, then we have a bumpy road. That's all I would say for now.
Okay, Wycliffe, I agree with some of the things you're saying. About the give the man a break about the colors. He's still celebrating. It's 1 minute to the presidency.
No,
give him a break. Let him
listen.
celebrate for 2 days.
When Aquinas, you're out of order.
Aquinas.
Okay.
When you want to bend a tree, you bend it when it's early. So akishatuanzia mapema, we know where that path is heading. So we're just telling him, barabara unaenda, because all you're doing is you'll dig a hole which will alienate.
I was just saying that was sort of my.
Well, Aquinas, keep it cool, please. Keep it cool, please. There is nothing that
you don't allow me to make any point at all. You don't allow me to make a point. I wanted to make a point about the Mombasa. I agree with you. I went to Mombasa as well, and
thank you very much. Now, I'm saying there is nothing that the current president is doing that is new. Okay, whatever he's doing is an old KANU systematic dominance politics, ambapo yeye ndio jogoo, wengine wote ni kuku. It's written all over. So that yellow is not an accident. It's a message. I say those that have any contrary opinion against the yellow, they will be brought under yellow. Eventually or right away. So history ya kusema is celebrating 2 days in presidents and all that is cover up. We see KANU, we know it, we smell it, we have lived under it, we know it. He doesn't want any other political opinion. He wants UDA opinion. And everybody to come under yellow. Here too. That's what will make him happy. That's what will satisfy him. Is he going to succeed with it? I don't think so. Not with the current Kenya. The old Kenya, yes. But the current Kenya sioni akienda mbali. So nataka mtulie mahali popote mlipo tafadhali. Nacheza video mbili continuously. Nimalize, mimi nifungashe, niwachie walimu wenu wa usiku, muendelee nao mpaka wakati mtataka kufunga station. But these videos are very important. I want to play them. Please be patient. They are just short ones. Tumalizane nazo ili nikiondoka niwe nimemaliza kazi ya kwangu. Hata
lakini unikimbie, itabidi ukae hapa. Nimekushika, nimekuweka pingu.
Hiyo si unajua tutadiscuss. Cabinet ijapitisha. Mimi nafuatanga cabinet. Mimi sio mtu wa presidential orders.
During the just concluded Supreme Court hearings.
Yes.
And your argument was that none of the candidates achieved 50.1%.
Yes, in the totality of the arguments I had, but the court thought otherwise. So that's what under the bridge.
Yeah, but it cost you?
It did cost me, but I believed in it. I paid roughly 1.6 million shillings to prosecute that case. I tried to get money from Azimio, they could not give me. But because I was so convicted, I had to look, I had to use my own money. And I had to file that case.
Yeah.
And I had to argue it.
And you lost in the end?
I doubt if I lost. They say they dismissed it.
Yeah, it means you lost.
Doesn't mean I lost. It means they ran away from it.
You lost the case. It doesn't exist.
But we have gone over it.
Do you regret it? Do you regret doing it in the first?
No, I would do it again. I would only want a different bench of judges.
Oh, so now you're blaming the judges?
Even one we are fighting right now.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, a Supreme Court judge threatened me on my WhatsApp.
What do they? Do you want to tell us who it is?
Yes, it is Justice Lenaola. He threatened me, saying twende kazi na tutaenda kazi. Yeah, so, I'm a fighter, my friend. That one. His invitation, he's inviting me to a feast.
Because you love a good fight.
Yes, a good fight, I'll fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially coming from a judge of the Supreme Court, I've litigated before you. Then you come and threaten me, you don't get away with it. You don't. Yeah.
So, oh my goodness.
That's why I'm telling you, I don't think my case was addressed. It was dismissed, yes. But it was not addressed.
Yeah.
But I do not get into that because the country has moved on.
The country has moved on.
We now have a president who was sworn into office. I attended his swearing in.
You were there?
Yes. I never boycott state functions.
Oh.
I went to the reception at the State House. A bit not organized, but it happened. I was there. We ushered him into State House. Now he has got the mandate to rule. The only thing that scared me that Uhuru, former, I would call him President Emeritus, yes. Uhuru Kenyatta, yes. Because he's still in public life. He's still running the, as we were told, he's chairing the peace, whatever.
Right.
So President Emeritus Uhuru Kenyatta handed over two instruments of power, the Constitution and the sword. And by the way, Mr. Ruto is my good friend. When President Ruto received the Constitution, he symbolically put it aside. When he received the sword, he showed it to the nation. I just hope it is not symbolic. I wish he had lifted the Constitution up.
To show the nation.
To show the nation that's the rule of law. Not the rule of the sword.
Only you would think of something like that.
But I laughed. But anyway,
yes.
Sometimes symbolism.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we are praying. I prayed for him when I did my rosary today. I prayed for him to have good health and above all to have wisdom.
Yeah.
So that he can rule this country and succeed.
What did you think of his
and
win?
Maybe allow some of us to rest.
Out of Kenya, that the judges, the 6 judges that were appointed, have been appointed. We want to appreciate the type of funds that have been released to the judiciary. But the question, if the executive plays to bed too much with the executive, are we likely to see a judiciary that was there under the old constitution when it was a department of the executive. If the judiciary gets everything that they're asking, will they have the capacity and the moral capacity to give orders against government? So that, to us already, we are starting feeling that the executive wants to go in bed with the judiciary. Is there an intention to subvert the rule of law? Who will protect Wanjiku? Yet, it is the judiciary who is the custodian of the interest of these people. But let us not blame the executive for now, but the indicators are very clear that under Uhuru Kenyatta, the judiciary protected citizens against the regime of the excessive power of President Kenyatta. Under William Ruto, the judiciary and the executive are almost the same. Who will protect Kenyans the day Kenyans will be coming to cry? Worldwide, governments, executives eat their own citizens. The only institution that keeps the citizens alive and protected is the judiciary. We hope the judiciary will not forget that they have a cardinal role to provide protection for every individual in this country.
Finally.
Kwa nini ninataka kujitoa? Mimi nikawapa sababu zangu cause hawako transparent. Na sasa kama wako transparent na wanatumia taksi yetu, si afadhali tujitoe hata hiyo uchaguzi isikue, cause tunadanganya wa Kenya, ni kudanganyana.
He now wants IEBC to deregister his name as he will not vote again.
Process ni kwamba unaandika barua kwa CEO wa IEBC. Once ukishaandika barua, unaattach your photocopy of ID na acknowledge slip.
IEBC has confirmed that indeed it has received a request by a number of voters and will respond to the parties involved in 2 weeks. Constitutional lawyer Bobby Mukangi explaining that IEBC has no mandate constitutionally to deregister a voter.
I think IEBC does not have the wherewithal because it is also governed by law. And since the law does not provide for deregistration as it is right now, then perhaps IEBC will not be able to do anything as of now. The only way that the IEBC can, or somebody's name can be removed from the voters' roll is upon a person's death.
Mukangi hopes that in the future, the law will be amended so as to allow voters to be able to request for deregistration.
If there is law, then the law will capture, the circumstances, the reasons, and the process of doing it. So that also you don't have, people deregistering today and then next week they go back to register. And we've seen these are expensive processes.
The affected voters have threatened to take illegal action if this is not done.
Kuna transparency. Chebukati unakuta anakuja na result anazitoa kwa koti. Surely hili Kenya.
Okay, thank you for your patience. I trust those videos will inform our conversation. Aquinas Maina, take it easy. I told you, I think it's your first day here or something. And I warned you that they are standing orders. You don't speak anyhow, anytime, answering everybody. We will not be having a conversation that way. So you insisted, I threw you in the quarantine. You have left the quarantine. You have gone to fight me on the comment section. Welcome on board. I've been here. This is my 12th month hosting this show every day. And I've met worse. People have been called all manner of names. Yo yako ni relaxed. Lakini karibu. there is no way we are going to lose the show because you want to show off. It doesn't work that way. We must work within the framework of our standing orders so that the viewers can follow the conversation. So I'm not just here to make you converse. I'm here to protect the viewer so that he understands what's happening. And if you're going overboard, I call you to order. If you can't, kwa sababu we upangwingwi, no problem. Tutakuweka mahali unaweza pangwa ama tukutume kwa ofisi headquarters ya pangwingwi, tuone kama huko mtapangwa ama mtapangwa. Samahani lakini. So naomba hivi. Naomba hivi, ni nani huyu? Ni time ya Njiru, alafu Njiru alikuja hapa mapema, then Mato, hao ndio wajaongea, hao watu wengine wameongea. So I want those two to make their submission, and then Mato has detained me here. So do I give Mato the priority so that he can release me na niwache Kenyan mkiendelea? Mato, go ahead. Release me.
Yeah, lazima ushikwe bwana. Wewe unajua kwanza, yani nimeingia nikatoka hata mimi nimevamiwa bwana. Naona sirudi Kenya. Ala. Mnachukua kila kitu mpaka nini yellow. Unajua sisi, by the way Bernard, and I'm very serious on this one. Nimekuwa nikicheza huko kwa comment section. Na nimesema sisi Wakamba tunaenda for a revolution. Amwezi chukua kala yetu ya yellow, siku hizi tunaogopa kuvaa yellow.
By the way, come for it. Is it not your intellectual right to own yellow? How did it translate to become a UDA issue?
Tangu independence, tangu tujulikane Wakamba, tangu tutoke Kongo, yani tumevanga yellow. Siku hizi mpaka mimi Mkamba naogopa kuvaa yellow. Hapana, turudishieni bwana na tunaenda. Lakini sasa mumeshika majudges wote, hata sasa naona mlikuwa na deal. Ndio maana siku ya pili tu, siku ya kwanza
tunaenda kwa Felemona Mwilu, tunapeleka Supreme Court. Mrudishiwe yellow kala yenu.
Huyo tutauzia Kinanjiru. Anakaa kai amesahau kamba yake. Sisi mnachukua mazee nini zetu bwana. I can't even wear yellow. Unaona? Nimevaa blue. Sikai Mkamba mahali popote nikitokea naangaliwa naambiwa wewe ni kabila gani? Mimi ni Mkamba, I have to associate with the yellow. You cannot take our colors. But anyway, you know Bernard, you know me. I always start with that. You know, I joke kidogo hapo kidogo. I've been hearing, and there was a lot of people that I really wanted to really answer, Bernard. Bernard, when you become a president of the country, there's a difference between campaign and now when you get the whole thing. The flag of the Republic of Kenya remains to be 3 colors. Actually, is it 4? 3, red juu for blood, white for peace, black for the people. What was the other one?
Green for the land.
Green for the land. And then ngao ya shield kutushikilia nyumba yetu. I mean, unajua country yetu. And that's how we've grown with our country. When you start bringing other countries, first of all, forget about the time of campaign and what you chose. No, sutulete wheelbarrow when you're already the president on a flag. None of the presidents that we've had that has ever done that, whatever symbol they had. We had orange. If you can remind me, Bernard, because actually we did have the NAC Kenya, the rainbow one. What was it? It was a rainbow thing. Was it? Ilikuwa rainbow, sindio?
Yes, a rainbow na mwenge.
Yeah. Did we see that in our presidential escorts, or even in whatever we're doing? We did not see that. Once you become a president, you become a president. Yes, we've accepted you're the president. Do what you want to do. It is your country, run it. We're just going to hold you accountable. So now, don't go back to UDA, sijui Kenya Kwanza, sijui Azimio and all that, trying to make points that do not make sense. You're the president. Please, can you be the president? You're in the State House. You're not in UDA headquarters that we never knew, actually. Sijui hata watu walikuwa na UDA headquarters by the time they were doing everything. Don't do that. And then you wake up the next day, immediately you've been sworn in. You're going to swear some judges, and by the way, I can say it here, Akuja Nishike. Bernard, I will say it. Some of these judges are the ones that were in Akasha's brother's case. They're the ones that FBI had to come and kuchukua watu siku na washike. I will say it. Some laptops were zilitupwa in the ocean. Some of these judges, that's why Uhuru did not want to give them there. I mean, kukuwapatia nini kuwapisha. Because they are under Interpol, they are under FBI, they are under everything. Why would Bintui toa Kesha brothers to apatiane kwa nini? Kwa the state, I mean, to the Department of Security of the US Department or FBI. CIA had to come and do a covert auction, a covert action to get them. Na today, sikudanganyi wako either New York ama sijui ni gani wamewekwa. Unajua, they were taken because of the cartels, because we are not serious in our country. Then you wake up in the morning, you don't even ask the president that is leaving, why didn't you? Why? Because you made a promise to the judiciary. Give me this, I give you this. That's why it's the first order of the day. Hata hujapata debriefing. Some of us that have done, I wouldn't say, some of us know what debriefing is. You haven't even gotten a debriefing. And you're out there just ushering people in. Why? Was it the first order of the day? And you have to ask yourself, Kenya is really, really going somewhere. And I want you guys to really admire your flag. That flag says a lot of things. That flag is the sovereignty of anything. After your election, you're supposed to now move back to being the leader of the country. And what do you use? We don't have yellow in the flag of Kenya. Not even that. Even in where we're going, East Africa, we don't even have yellow in the East African flag or the national anthem. And it really had some of us that really have served in different areas to see our country go like that. Kiprono, Tulia, I got you. Tulia, mute. Be nice. Be nice. I got you. Been here for a long time. Now, there was somebody that said that the cases, Bernard, at this time, and I've been gone for a while. Let me tell you, there's a difference between this dismissal versus interrogating a case. These guys dismissed the case. And that's why all 9 were gone. That was a dismissal. Hakuna kesi hapa. You cannot. There's no way you can do it. Statistically, it's impossible to go to a case that you have 9 petitioners and not even find one fault. And that's why they came up with the hot air and hula baloo that they were doing. And it's so wrong, especially a country that is really vouched to be one of the biggest superpowers of East and Central Africa as Africa is growing. Like right now, I hear Okia Mtata speaking. And right now, what you just played, Bernard, I only have 3 more to go. I'll make it quick. He said, allow some of us to rest. Do you know who he was speaking to? He was speaking of. Speaking of Raila, wachane na sisi. Okiya Mtata is a new guy, senator. He's talking about wachaneni na Raila na msitusumbue, by the way, nyinyi endeleeni na kazi yenyu, which is what hata Uhuru amefanya, ameenda Ishaweri. Orengo also said it, and he said it a long time ago. Governments eat their own children. They're starting to eat. Bernard, I was laughing on the comment section huko nikisema kujeni, you didn't see that comment. Squeeze uangaliagi comments sana like you used to. I was saying kujeni mchukue watu wenyu hapa hivi Kasarani. My cousin lives in Mwiki. Called me this morning akaniambia, ai, bado huku kumejaa, kuna watu sijui waliachwa na basi, they are here, they don't know, wameanza kuombaomba fare, sijui nini. All those buses kuna watu waliachwa. That was my cousin calling me. Akiniambia vipi bana. And I was making fun of you. I thought you would say something. It's stupid. When you want to fill even a stadium, and the people that actually live in that city really don't want to be there. And then all of a sudden, the money that you're using is gone, and now you've left everybody there stranded. Guys, why in this, mtu yote ako kwa hii kitu saizi anaweza niambia. Naweza penda mtu mmoja niambie saizi, why would any country ever tell us that we are not a third world country? Why would I even protect when I even live in a first world country? Why would I say that, no, that's a country that is going to be a first world country or isn't the edge of being a first world country? Well, we'll still play in the primitive stuff that happens. And at the same time, I hear people here talking about the Naivasha port, dry port. This dry ports, Njiru will tell you, Njiru knows. He knows what we do. Njiru knows. Dry ports are there to ease the problems of where everything comes in. They are not a bad thing. Everything comes in through Mombasa. And to finish up with that, because Mr. K was here and did not talk. Guys are talking at his due. There was a guy here alikuwa anaongea, and I wanted to come in at that time, but I was at work. The guy that was talking about ati hii imeishia kwa land ya mtu. Yes, imeishia kwa land ya mtu. Ukweli. But when you go to the KRA logs and the lands, the Ministry of Lands is not in that person's land. And it's not even Uhuru. It's a cousin. Is behind it. The land that where they put it is a government land. It was bought, first of all, from part of it from Lord Alamea. No, was it? No, what was his? Jinake Likonani, the guy that was there. Is this Lord Alamea Sindo? I believe. Yeah. It was bought from him. It's bought
Tom Chongre. Ni Tom Chongre. Yule alikuwa anaitwa Chongre, Tom.
Ule mwenye alishoot mtu.
Alikuwa anaitwa Tom Chongre.
Yeah. It was bought from them. Is not in Uhuru's or Uhuru Kenyatta's farm. I went and did that research. Na mwenye anataka akuje nimpeleke kwa forms zote tuangalie. Uhuru doesn't own anything. Yes, his cousin and his she is just after that land. They share the same border. So, Bernard, let's not come here na politics za watu wanakuja hapa kudanganya watu. That's government land, is there, and is good for the country because it eases everything and it creates jobs. And let me tell you, kwani nani anatoa nini kwa ship? Kwani ship ujitoa nini? Ujitoa container? Ndo ifike Naivasha. Si bado kazi iko. Ile kitu watu walikuwa kifanya tu. Bado iko. Move it to Naivasha. Move to something else. It happens here. Where I live, there's a dry port here. And it's created market. So let's not be stupid and let's not be retrogressive. Bernard, sorry, I wanted you to hear that. Najua nitagongwa, lakini mi unajua mi ni mwenyeje. Mi hata wakigonga hawaezi shika kitu. Tutachapana mpaka kesho. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, Martin, for that. Thank you for that clarification. And I think we need now to go past the elections and the propaganda thereof and just face things for what they are. The blame game has never been my style of reasoning. It doesn't matter how bad that person is or how good that person is. This country is bigger than any individual, any family, any community. And for us to safeguard it, we must ensure that we keep away these trivial family conflict wars at the expense of the country. So if you assume head of state office, behave like one, carry everybody along. Stop firing up wars against the Kenyatas, against your Gingas, against your Mois. That will derail your focus. You will not be able to deliver. It doesn't matter how determined you are. I read a quote somebody gave, I think was a South African. He said the problem of fighting for an African is that you use one hand to fight for the African right, and the other hand you must engage to fight other Africans because they will be fighting you at the same time. You fight for them, they will be fighting you, so you have to keep fighting them and fighting for them. Now, we don't need that. Let there be some focus. Now, because I'm signing out, Kenyan will take the chairmanship of the show, but I'll play one video and then go. Kenyan, utafanya submission kwanza, just make sure that you mind time. And then from there, you will bring Eli, the prophet. Eli was a priest in Israel. Okay. Then, of course, Kola. And, you guys.
Competition. I thought I was the only prophet here.
No, you are the. Now that you don't like reviewing constitution, I don't know how we're going to do that. Just a moment, Eli, we'll come to you. Let me have this fast played, and then we'll let everybody go ahead and make their submission. And this is in line with our project, which I want everybody to participate in.
Oni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Okay, there are three ways to participate in that program. You can send any amount of you are at liberty to support, either by the till number, which is 9205481. I've sent the details there, or you can send via M-Pesa. That is the number given there, to +2547184545585, or you can use PayPal as the donate. It's the link is also shared into that particular comment. Let's do this. We need to have this TV running in a local whatever program, so that our Kenyan local viewers don't need to look for bundles, although the government has promised free bundles. Not everybody has access to to smartphone and the other smart TVs to follow Mtebei TV on YouTube. So we want to have it on the normal broadcasting, that's digital TV broadcasting space, and we need the support, all the support we can get. So if you are able to help us, please do. Don't wait for us to get stranded. We had started this before the elections. We suspended it during the elections so that we focus on the elections. Now that the elections are finished, we need to get this up and running. So we are set with everything. We are willing to do whatever that is in our power to ensure that Kenya remains enlightened and Kenyans are not taken advantage of by politicians who want to give different signals meaning different things. So nashukuru wale ambao mnaendelea kutuma mchango wenu. Tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo na tuhakikishe kwamba we are part of the making of the history of Mtembei TV, expanding to digital broadcast. We are not closing online. We will be online as long as we are here, and then we're just expanding to the other system of broadcast. Tusaidie ili tusonge mbele pamoja. Asante sana. Kenyan, take it. See you people later on in the day. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Bernard. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Thank you for holding for the fort when we were not here. Asante. You can have your rest now. You can leave us to continue yapping here. So nasalimia wote, nasalimia Mato, Kiprono, Eri, Cora, Walter, Mr. K, Brayo, Wycliffe, nasalimu wote. Yeah, today I want to be a little bit technical. Sababu unajua, sometimes it's also good to reinforce politics with some technicality. I'm usually in the engineering field, and maybe Mato, you can also bear me witness of this one. In engineering, kuna kitu tunaitanga resonance. And na wale watu wamefuata maneno ya collapse of structure so much, tunasemanga ya kwamba that if a structure, kutokezea kitu kama earthquake, if a structure vibrates in the same frequency with the natural frequency, we develop resonance and that structure collapses. So what do I mean here? For a government, if you see the government and the judiciary resonating the same way, it's a catalyst for chaos and collapse of that system. Because look everywhere, US, UK, everywhere, the judiciary is not extremely deluded to the extent that they are 100% in sync with the government. So what I'm saying is that, and these are some of the small things which I'm trying to mark keenly, that maybe the president who has just been sworn the other day, he needs to be very keen with what he does. And I'm trying to do some back calculation. You know, sometimes when you want to get an answer, the previous answer, you can do some backward calculation. Naanzia kujiuliza, history ya judiciary saa hii ama ndio ilileta ile mambo ingine. So in mathematics kuna kitu tunaitanga backward calculation. So using something to determine another one. So
Njiro, yiite vizuri reverse engineering.
So when you look at that thing, you start to connect. Because let me tell you, no one has been pressing judiciary. You know, I think there is this politics which is being said in Kenya that judiciary has been deprived and what. Number one, let me tell you, if there was somebody who was, if judiciary was being deprived, I think hao watu hata wangekuwa, the political system could have looked for ways even to change them. You can see mtu kama Martha Koome, she's barely 2 years old, and so in other words, when we want to exercise the rule of law, and sometimes when you want to have these checks and balances, there usually there's a disagreement which are healthy. So that's why I'm saying the judiciary should not take the inaugurated president as a god. They have to make sure that to some levels they have also to look at his steps and see what is needed to be done. So I also have another concern for this government, which has just been inaugurated, the UDA government. Yeah, because I'm yet to believe that they have capacity to build a government. They have yet to show me, but all the indicators show me that this guy is. I have no problem with quick delivery. I have no problem with the quick delivery. But Bwanamato, I want to give you a character of my people today. I come from the Mount Kenya region, and I will want to give you the quality. Hii mbio yote unaona Mr. Ruto anakimbia, hii ni mbio ya Mount Kenya. In Mount Kenya, we usually have that, we want speedy results. Tunasemanga, we even have terms za kukimbiza mambo. So, and that's why you'll even meet some things not working properly. In our community, tuko na hii story ya kukimbiza mambo. It's a community issue, whereby we want things to run very fast. Sometimes we don't want even procedures to be followed. And so it's an issue which I'm talking about our community, because I want our community needs to learn something. And that's why if you can look at very many scandals and some other issues, somehow some of them have emanated from our community, including hata sijui unasikia kuna kitu imetendeka pahali, yeah, including even so. And I'm saying this thing not try to defame my community, but I'm trying to talk the reality. Like, for example, even look like some of the pastors who are not doing very good job. I'm not trying to judge anyone. Angaria, well, what? Yeah, look at like the bulk of like ukiangalia even like when they are discussing money in the pulpit na vitu zingine, look at the bulk. Where is the bulk coming from? So what I'm trying to say is that my community has that issue of wanting speedy results, and it's something which has taken our country into chaos sometimes. Sababu ya, and this one could be some of the issues why even some of the people even fell with the Kenyatta, because some people thought that maybe the speed in which this guy is working is not our speed. So we have that issue of wanting things to be done so quickly, and that thing has made people to be impatient. I'm talking of my community because I know it, and it has brought some issues. So the other thing, let me talk about. So I'm not very good on this issue of Imbio. I want us to consult, or I want them to consult. I want them to look at the integrity of the country. They need to look at the country from north to south and east to west, and they develop a linking. Because I think Mr. Ruto needs to understand that Kenya is not the small Balkan position which was elected by UDA. Kenya is not about Kalenjin and the Kikuyu community, Mount Kenya communities who voted for him. There is a big chunk of people that's when you get voted or when you get inaugurated, you have to morph, you have to change shape. But I do not see somebody who is ready to change shape and accommodate the other end. And
we have even gotten presidents who have ever been elected in a very divisive environment, and they even ended up even appealing on the other end, because it is possible. Because once you get presidency, you have gotten power and resources. Now you have capacity to bring the other people if you want. But because deputy president, the the now inaugurated president is a character of division, because he is not the one. There would be no Ruto today if he never thrived through division. Remember, first of all, he created a wedge between the wealthy and the poor. He first of all created that wedge deliberately. So because he thrives on division, then that thing became a bit mal. Then he brought the second level of division, where now he now tried now to create the hustler thing. And I want to persuade people here there is a problem with this hustler narrative, because majority of Ruto supporters, they are people who want to get a lot from little. That is the typical meaning of a hustler in Kenya. You want to get a lot from little, or you want to get a lot from zero. Let's get that. That is the actual concept or the actual narrative of a hustler. That's why all these guys who are telling him, were assembling with him, is that, and that's now you see the chaos here, because now these guys already, they want to reap even without sending anything. They want to start now milking, because now to them, they think their candidate has been inaugurated. They have no time to wait. And this is what will happen. Ruto is going to spend our money very fast within the first 2 years. The reserves, if there are any, because I don't know how the government is, the reserves which are already in the government, he is now going to spend them. Now, then from there, we are not sure if he will be able to create wealth. Remember, we don't know. We don't know if this concept is going to work. So, the first 2 years, he is now going to eat Kenyatta reserves, if in Kenyatta there were any reserve. Because now, like some of the things which he is implementing now, he is now going to eat the reserves which have been left. Now, the next 3 years, he will have to depend on his reserves or on what he has created. I hope he will be able to create any wealth. But from what I'm seeing, I do not see a country which is energized. I do not see new concepts, new methodologies. I do not see anything. And as a technical person, when we look at infrastructure, this is how I get it. Infrastructure is, and these days, especially those people who have done advanced education, there is something which we are calling integrity or integral. When we talk of integral, is where the infrastructure, now you do not, infrastructure is a connection. Many countries which are getting it right, they are connecting road or the infrastructure starting from the port. They are being connected. You need one connectivity. But when you start seeing a project as a sole thing, kama moja, when you start seeing Mombasa port, when you start seeing JKIA, when you start seeing Kisumu port, that is the time when you lose it. When you start looking at the expressway, you lose it. You want to see it as an infrastructural network. You don't need to see it. So, like many countries which are getting it right, they are not seeing them as projects. They are seeing them as networks. So, I want to see them looking at Mombasa, Kisumu, the road corridor, and the railway network as one commodity. I want to see that connectivity, but I don't want to see something which they are saying, hii port tunataka ikuwe ya watu wa Mombasa na story inamalizia hapo, ama hii kitu tunataka ikuwe ya watu wa Nakuru na inaishia hapo. That one is like a government wanting to function as a county government. Remember, we have 2 levels of government. The government has to unify. The county government has to be local and regional. So if it was Mombasa County which is bringing these issues, I can understand them. We need to know that, like Kisumu Port,
has to benefit Nairobians. That's how we, Mombasa port has to benefit people in Nairobi. I'm just trying to say, so we have to see how those ports can, they can benefit with us. Otherwise, we will tend to not have a linked economy when we want to say that this our watu wajitegemea. Lastly, I wanted to explain something about Rigathi Gachagua here, because you know, there is something which people here you are not seeing. Right now, for the first time, the Mount Kenya region has no kingpin who is in active politics. And it's something which is key, and people need to understand this. Rigathi Gachagua cannot become the kingpin of Mount Kenya, because I don't know if there is somebody who has taken keen to analyze Rigathi Gachagua's speeches from the day he was picked by Ruto until yesterday. He has only one speech, and his speech is about state capture. Everywhere he talks about state capture. He has not changed. So I do not see, so I see a place whereby even people in Mount Kenya, they are going to run away of him. Because remember now, whatever he has won with cannot sustain him for the next 10 years. And one thing which you also need to know is that this Rigathi Gachagua, even in UDA, is not respected. And still people are not sure his influence on Mount Kenya votes. Because there are some people who think still that even before Rigathi Gachagua was appointed, already Mr. Ruto was having those votes. So there is that complexity of connecting Rigathi Gachagua with the Mount Kenya vote. So, and unless Rigathi Gachagua defines himself, I do not see him. And you know now the way the Kenyan politics have moved, the deputy president want to create his own influence so that he can inherit the president. So I now see a lot of chaos which are going to start very early in the government. Somebody who has no idea, wanting to make his own concept, wanting now to also have his own territory with an aim of controlling future. I hope it will not go that way. I wish these guys well, at the minimum, at least they deliver. Because people in Kisumu and people even in Ukambani, if this government is not going to deliver, they are going to suffer for no good reason. Because remember, the results of this government in the next 5 years, they are going to be transposed everywhere. So it doesn't matter. So I hope they perform, so that at least somebody in Kisumu, somebody in Siaya doesn't feel the pinch. When they start to sell oil, nasikia mafuta wataanzia kuuza 200 kesho. That pinch will be everywhere. So those are some of the issues that some of us do not have the time to wait for this government to put their curtain in order. So briefly, as I conclude, what I want to say is that this government, I think, in my own analysis, they have started on the wrong foot, and I wish Mr. Ruto can have a good technical team where he can consult heavily. I think scholars are available, people who can advise him, but this one-man show will take him to an endless pitch. Thank you. So, Walter? Kiprono, ongea.
Thank you. Wacha nianze na mahali penye uliajia. Gachagua, ni kweli Gachagua ako na pressure kubwa sana, because wa deputy president, alafu tena at the same time you want to be a kingpin. So I think si makosa ya Gachagua, ni makosa ya, even if you look away from Gachagua, look at Raila Odinga. When you see Raila Odinga, there is nobody who can fit the shoes of Raila Odinga. That is fact. Look at the deputy president, William Ruto. If you remove William Ruto from, for instance, Rift Valley, who can fit the shoes of the William Ruto right now? Nobody. So these kingpins of the regions have not groomed leaders who can fit their shoes. For instance, Uhuru is going home. Nobody's kingpin of Mount Kenya right now. So I think Gachagua is undergoing a lot of pressure because he wants to show the world that he is the one who fit to be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, which is in this case he is not. There is a lot of pressure from the all corners for Gachagua, and I think he need to sit down and see how to do as a deputy president first, and leave politics of Mount Kenya in a distance. So for me, Gachagua, he still have a lot of pressure, a lot of work to do, and to prove to the world that he fits to be the deputy president. You need to sit down, you need to consult, and you need to do even the speech itself. Gachagua sometimes he speak with a lot of pain because he have undergoes a lot of humiliation from the government. There was somebody online who write that Gachagua was taken by police without clothes. That is why yesterday when he was speaking in his inauguration, he was almost shedding tears because he undergone a lot of humiliation. But as a leader, you will undergo a lot of problems, but at least you hold it because you cannot show the world that you have undergone because you have agreed to be a politician. Another thing you speak of there was somebody speaking of judges that some judges have a lot of cases. I agree. But look at the tweets of James Orengo. James Orengo is an Azimio this issue of judges should have been done way back by President Uhuru Kenyatta. So as long as we are criticizing this government, at least we look at all angles. Martin Giazi, you want to speak, Martin Giazi. So James Orengo is one of the Azimio guys, and he wrote well that this issue should have been addressed earlier than this time. So I think we agree there will be a lot of problem with this government because right now you are talking of fuel going up. These are a real problem. These are real problem, and I think it will take a lot of time for this government to fix this issue of problem. Alone the
Kiprono, I thought you are celebrating freedom is here with the fuel. Ama wewe ufurahi kuongezwa, we need freedom bwana.
Nani anaongea? So we are celebrating, but it is facts. Story of oil is it needs time to be fixed. Unga can be fixed within a short period of time, but fuel there is a lot of problem. So as we speak,
okay, can you explain the problem of fuel, please? Huh? You know, what is the problem of fuel?
I think at least you know the root cause of the cost of fuel. You differentiate with the problem of the cost of the unga. Cost of the unga can be done because we can produce our own produce to make unga. So we cannot plan a fuel. That is fact. We are not producing fuel. So this fuel is controlled by some countries, not our country, because unga we can produce and we can have a way we can do with it. But fuel, I think fuel, there is a problem with fuel. There was another thing of somebody speak of
Bwana Kiprono, but Hasra promised us that he has solutions. He said he can talk to Ukraine. You know,
Yes.
he was also against Uhuru when he was giving a subsidy. What is the problem, Bwana? Give us a solution.
So yes, there is a solution, but it will take a lot of time. It will take a time to be fixed, not a short period of time to fix it. So we cannot.
Okay, Kiprono, 1 minute, eh? Kiprono,
Yes.
1 minute. So do you want to tell me that after fuel tomorrow goes to, I think that 230 or is how much, there will be a time
Yes.
in the future, itakuja 150. Do you want to tell me that saa hii tununue 200 na kitu, sababu in the future watakuja kutuuzia 130. So do you think that
What?
there will be a reverse? There will be a reverse once we get it to 200 and something.
I believe so.
Can you explain to me that reverse? Explain to me the reverse.
I believe so because the issue now is how to make this fuel to be cheap. Is that so? So you cannot That is why I'm telling you cannot sleep and wake up next day and expect the price of the fuel to be down while you have not put some things in order to make that price to go down. So for instance, subsidy cannot run for all this time because we are being told subsidy goes up to 21 billion. Just imagine 21 billion subsidy. That one is a subsidy.
So Kiprono, why not keep the fuel prices as they are, as it looks for solution? So what I want you to explain to me is what is the rationale of first of all taking the fuel price high with the hope that in the future it will be brought down? Why not keep them where they are? We give him 3 months and then he bring those fuel prices down. Why first of all take them up? Martin, go ahead. Wacha Martin aulize swali, then Kiprono utakuja.
Jiro, thank you so much. You know, I like, I've been here for a long time. I like this show to go on Vizuri, but I sometimes get very agitated when people are coming here with wrong information. First of all, Kiprono, let me tell you something, and let me actually educate you, not in a bad way, in a very respectful way. Let me tell you something. In the last 4 or 5 years, or coming to 10 years, we did get our oil in Lamu and Marsabit. Okay, the oil that you're talking about, we actually have it ourselves. So by the time you're telling me that the oil is going high, and remember, fossils is what makes actually the petrol that we're talking about. So by the time you're telling us that it needs to go up because of whatever reasons you want to tell us, remember, and they're talking about Ukraine, we, first of all, as Kenya, we are an ore of that oil that makes that petrol and that kerosene. We already got it. Why should our prices be going up? We just heard they were going to go down. But there's so many countries in this world that do not have that ability. So by the time you come here and start talking, I love this channel to be something educative, and let's be realistic in what we are talking about. We have 2 ores, one in Lamu, one uko Mandera, uko Marsabit. Na kwanza ni kubwa sana. So by the time you're talking about that, our prices should be going down, not up, regardless who the president is.
Martin, thank you for your information. I agree with you. We are producing oil, but we are not producing oil which is adequate to be used by the Kenyans. That is correct. But the cost of production of oil is higher in Kenya. So I think that this issue should be addressed, that in the oil that we are producing at least should be cheaper. Or look at the production of sugarcane in Kenya. So Kenya kuna shida fulani kwa production, when not only for oil only but all other products. So in case Uganda produce their own sugarcane, and it is cheap than production of the sugarcane in Kenya. Shida ni gani? Shida ni at least executive should plan a way that production of anything that we produce in Kenya should be cheap. So that is why I'm telling you that it will take a time, at least a government chipange one
Okay.
of the produce. Yes.
Kiprono, okay, 1 minute. I want just to interchange. What if is an analogy? What if I assume that the reason why they are raising prices is they want to recover their campaign money? Would I be wrong? What if I analogize that they used a lot of money and they are looking for places to recover their money to. Could I be wrong? Because I want you to convince me what are the market forces right now speaking about that price. Maybe in 1 minute so that we give another person. So let's not just support anything simply because it is being done by people we support. Sometimes you need to be realistic. Do you want even to tell me even for the internet, kwanza watapandisha alafu washukishe, sababu pia tunangojea internet ya bure. So what will be the rationale? Again, kwanza tupeleke juu alafu irudi chini. So there is no rationale of taking things high. It is simply collecting money for something. That's how it is. There is no rationale. Even from economics, there is no rationale of artificially increasing prices. He is not speaking of market forces. It is an artificial increase. That one is purely scooping money for something. Okay, wacha Eri kwanza uliza swali yake. Eri, get on board. Wacha Eri, alafu utakuja. Eri?
Well, I have not actually spoken. Thank you. Hey, guys. So I have not actually raised my points, but I'll just answer that question. If you give me time, I can continue. When it comes to fuel, you can realize that not all the fuel are increased. It's only petrol. There's actually they're lowering the kerosene and diesel. What does that tell you? The farmers who are using diesel for their tractors and lorries to carry stuff around the country and to supply food are people who actually need it. If you are using petrol, you actually have a car. If you have a car, you probably have some money saved up somewhere. So let's talk with facts here. You can use a matatu to go to your work and come back home. So when it comes to fuel, I do not agree that it's something that's not acceptable.
Zero disinformation. We will not let that.
Yeah,
petrol has gone up.
Let me interrupt you. Come. Eri, 1 minute.
No.
1 minute.
One second.
Eri, 1 minute. No, the question which we are asking ourselves here, during campaign, he did not say that. Wait, during campaign, he did not say that people with cars and people without. Because again, you cannot start overcharging me simply because I have a car. So you cannot say that I want you to overpay because you have a car. Remember, there are even people with cars and they don't have that money which you are saying that you have money. So it doesn't mean because I drive, I have a lot of money. That is the analogy which you are putting, which is not correct. And it doesn't mean that there are other things you are spending on. But why couldn't he say that during campaign? So it cheated the Kenyans. Can you connect what you are saying with the campaign? Hebu tuambie alisema aje wakati wa campaign? Wakati wa campaign alisema wale watu wako na magari zao.
But kerosene is a 202, so stop lying to us. Kerosene has gone up 21 shillings. So don't lie to us. We do research.
Our slogan is bottom up. If you have a car, you're not poor. If you're poor and you have a car, then you have your priorities wrong.
No, Eli, you are misleading the country. You're misleading the country. You can even have a car of loan. You've been loaned by your bank. You've been loaned by your boss. So don't mislead the country. And again, all petroleum products have been laced with 20 shillings. We have the data. So I think you should do some research so that you don't come here with misinformation and about 800 people are listening to us and they go home thinking the rich will continue suffering and the poor, because they are the bottom, they will be okay. When you increase, where do you cut the line? When you increase fuel for the petrol, who told you all the tractors, all the vehicles?
Guys, I don't appreciate the fact that other people talk, we listen to you. When we talk, you interrupt us because we don't agree with your issues. Just don't put us in this channel. We are okay. We can be fine at home.
Yeah, you can still go.
Don't cut me off.
Because this channel is
Okay,
it's yours for the
okay,
asking.
Mr. K, order. Okay, every 1 minute order. Eh?
Yeah.
Just order. Okay, you see what there is, Bwana Eri. We are not trying to curtail anyone, but let the discussion. Okay. Yeah, he has gone. Anyway, but you see, when people detect some a bit of dissatisfaction with your point, they are free to argue it out. So when people detect that, like for example, this is a narrative which, by the way, the hustler people brought to us. You hear now, he has now brought it at if you have a car, you have money. That's the thing which they were denying when we were talking of this hustler thing is rich versus poor. It is now coming into the open. Yes, I agree we need to finance our government, but we have to be fair to everybody. We cannot just charge people simply because they own cars. So the question which I wanted Eddie to answer to me, why didn't Ruto say these issues during campaign? Why during campaign didn't he say that the rich people will be taxed highly? Why did he use those phrases during campaign? Tuone kama hao mahasla wangewapata. Okay, Julia, you can respond before you get Kiprono.
Okay, I'm not responding. Sijui kwa nini mmefukuza huyo Eli. Eli, come back. I just had okay, well, those who are in Kenya, mniambie sijui nani yako Kenya hapa. I'm hearing the prices of the prices of fuel has gone up. I want that confirmation. I'm trying to, why I'm asking that.
Iko hivyo. Zinaenda juu. Take it from us. Zimeenda juu. Respond from there.
You people, you can find so many clips. The Gachagua and the rest really attacked President Uhuru for the price of fuel. Now, walikuwa nasema ati
Julia nakutumia saizi.
Yeah, the many times Uhuru tried to explain kuna shida ya Ukraine. They said Uhuru is lying. Hakuna shida ya Ukraine na manini. They really said they really attacked Uhuru. I wanted to know ukweli, Mr. Kama, ukweli prices ya fuel imeenda juu Kenya. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria itaenda juu America, itaenda juu wherever Britain, lakini Kenya haitaguzwa because sasa tuko na serikali mpya.
Julia,
Yes, Kamau.
Imeenda juu na unajua sisi tuliambiwa, hata ndio sababu unaona hatuna opposition Kenya, kwa sababu tuliambiwa hii serikali ni ya Mungu na wale wamekuja ni watu ya Mungu, waongeangi uongo. Wakati Uhuru alikuwa ajaribu kuongea hii mambo ya nini ya Ukraine na factors zingine, wanasema hapana, anataka kutumia hiyo pesa ndio apee Azimio vitu mingi. But anyway, hawa watu wako na shida. I'm telling you, we are entering into an era of confusion. These people, kwanza Gachagua, first of all, his tailor has to be arrested. Number two, he has to ingie shule. Hata sijui kama Julia, in your school mnakuwa na crash course ya watu vile etiquette ya kukula chakula, you know, ya kuongea because Gachagua needs a dress down. He needs to be trained on what we call basic etiquette of a deputy president. Kwa sababu hata wakati alienda huko Ranchon, karibu hata anyongwe na viazi. Na you know it was caught on camera. People were asking what happened to Kenyans? Do we elect clowns nowadays? But the point I want to say is these are the same people who attacked Uhuru Kenyatta when he was talking about the mitigations we can do. Kazi haifanyi. Kwanza Uhuru alikuwa anaambia vizuri, kazi haifanyi yangu juu ya gari. Haifanyi yangu juu ya gari, inafanyangwa kwa ofisi. Kuja tufanye kazi, tujue pale problem iko. Sasa badala watusaidie, hawa watu wamekuja wameongeza mafuta. Everything imeongezwa shilingi 20. Alafu anatuambia hasara hapa.
Alafu kuna mtu hapa alikuwa huyu nani alikuwa anasema ati if you increase the price of petrol, Julia hana gari, she's not affected. But if I'm using matatu, see, matatu ina hike nini fare kama kunaendaga aje?
Yeah, kila kitu inaongezwa because hata matatu hiyo unasema ati tunaweza tumia, si itatumia mafuta imeongezwa, so itaongeza fare. Kama unatoka mahali kama Roaka ulikuwa unatumia 50, sasa itakuwa 70 mpaka town.
And the power generators also use fuel, si ndio?
Yes, that is why Julia, I'm even concerned because
Julia,
you understand, I'm concerned. We are going back to the era of KANU. In any case, hata rationing ya stima itaanza because the generators themselves will not be generating energy. We are in problems. In fact, as we speak, hata stima imeongezewa as we speak right now. So we are in problems.
And nilisikia kuna mtu niliona another message circulating, kuna mtu alikuwa amenunua tokens and I think the tokens were reduced, I don't know, by 2. So me, I'm saying these people really walked around and used the prices of goods to attack Uhuru. Na unaona in Kikuyu tunasemanga rokoroi tara rothekaga rwiriko. Wacha ni translate kwa wengine. Kuna kuni, unajua kitambo when I was growing, my grandmother used to have this kitchen. Amejenga something juu, inawekwa kuni huko. Hizo kuni ziwa zinakaukia huko juu. Lakini sasa hizo ziko juu, huwa zinacheka zenye zinaungua kule kwa moto. Nasema, ai, kwani nyinyi wajinga aje mnacheka huko chini, mnaungua huko chini kwa moto. Na hiyo kuni imewekwa huko kwa store, inagojea nini? Kwenda motoni. So these people really made fun of Uhuru and they used that to campaign, and they told Kenyans that as soon as they came to power, they were going to bring down the prices of goods and services. But they were not looking at the structures that are used to bring down prices of goods and services. Even when, however much Uhuru tried to explain that, come and fuel, we are having a big challenge because of the Ukraine war, and he was trying to give examples. And we people came to this channel. We even told you the price of my car is a small car, and I was spending less than $20 to jaza mafuta. Leo na spend more than $40. Yani my cost of gas literally went, I don't know, times 3 or times 4. Literally, yani nikiona tu na macho yangu tu hivi. Naenda gas station, leo nimetumia 28. The next time 38. The next time 40 something. And I think those with big cars that have big consumption are using so much gas. So tulijaribu sana explain kwa Kenyans that this thing inahitaji structures. Juzi tumepata rais mpya na kafanya declarations. One of the declarations I understand, he said he removed the food subsidy and he removed the subsidies that were there. And subsidies are used to cushion prices of goods and services. So you see what is happening now. Then instead of, what he did, me, I am surprised to see people here coming, especially the latest show. Hata siku hizi Njiru mimi naona kama sitakuwa nikiingia show ya jioni ama something. People come in here to say how things are looking good. He went ahead on Tuesday. He went ahead and announced that he's increasing the judiciary funding. Me, I was asking myself, kwani our judiciary wanalala nje? Na jana usiku niliona watu wakijustify in judiciary funding that we need more judges. These judges, me, I teach in Kenya. I was teaching 60 kids, and the fact that I had 60 children in class did not make me not go to class nikafundisha. Niliingia hiyo darasa nikafundisha hesabu. Mulisikia walimu akisema, have you heard a teacher saying that I will not teach 60 children? Kesho sitaenda class kwa sababu niko na watoto wengi, mniongezee darasa ndio nifundishe. Somebody is saying that the judiciary needs funding, and that's why they are not able to kuamua kesi, and they need more buildings. This is absurd. This is something I don't know. Then to make matters of what he concentrated in is swearing the judges, employing those judges. Me, I'm asking, Kenyans wanted today subsidy ipelekwe kwa mahindi. Leo tungekuwa tunasema unga ni shilingi ngapi? 70. Na subsidy ipelekwe kwa mafuta. At least mimi nikienda job, hata kama naingia matatu kutoka Githurai ama wherever I'm going, I'm sure that fare yangu haitaongezeka. Juu huwa sijaisikia fare ikiangushwa. Unaona? Sijaisikia fare ikiangushwa Kenya. Sasa wewe nyinyi mnakuja hapa kutetea. Me, I'm saying, msikie hiyo msemo ya Kikuyu. Ile kuni iko kwa store. huanga inacheka yenye inaungua kwa moto. Ikiuliza hiyo inaungua kwa moto, kwani wewe ni mjinga unaungua aje hapo kwa moto? That is what those people are doing. Asante.
Okay, Steve.
Giro, can I add something?
Okay, you can add as you present.
Yeah, the thing is, some things are easily said than done. And because they wanted the power so vigorously, and Kenyans gave them the power so vigorously. And now that the rubber has met the road, now they are confused. And that is why you see, we are slowly getting or degenerating to where we were with Moi, where we would not have electricity all the time, where we would have problems of food security. And the funny thing, like somebody said here, Ruto badala hata achukue hata 2 weeks, relax, astudy maneno. Yeye ndiye amekuwa minister of finance, yeye ndiye amekuwa spokesman wa president, yeye ndiye amekuwa mtu wa foreign affairs. He is actually rushing things without even any knowledge. I see danger. And in any case, and I can tell you, and this is, I'll tell you for free, this is a deliberate attempt to fail. And he has to fail because he's put, I don't know who was the echo, Stephen Brand. Yeah. So I'm just saying it is important for people to understand that there's no other, those who didn't see Moi, those who never experienced the problems of Nyao era, let them buckle up. This is the problem of Nyao era, and we have gotten into it with or whatever. And then the priority, hii mambo ya ni kama mtu anaanza ku sweet talk judges so that they are on your side. And the danger is when the judges are on your side, the parliament is on your side, then you can change the constitution. And then you kuja hapa utudanganye, unajua sasa nataka time, vile nasikia wengine wanaongea hapa, I need time, ndio at least niweze kurevive economy, niichukua economy mbaya. Kwa nini Uhuru alikuwa na manage na hiyo economy mbaya? Atijui we have inherited empty coffers. This is a chaotic government. And from now to the next election, I think we'll have big problems because nobody is going to defend. Today, I wanted him actually this week. Ingekuwa ni siku hii, ingekuwa wiki ya mama mboga na boda. Angekuwa anaongea nao kuambia shida zenyu ni nini, lakini sasa yeye anakimbilia majudges. Wakina Mwiru huko nasikia ni catwalk. Wako huko ndani wanaingia toilet, wanapewa marashi, vitu mingi. But at the end of the day, where are the hustlers? Because mimi nakwambia, this increase of fuel, we are not going to accept it. Let me tell you, because it's unbearable. And let me give let's give these people a notice. If it does not happen, we are going to cause it to happen. Tutaenda hata huko kwa street na stove, tukapike chakula huko mpaka siku ile watasikia sauti yetu. Thank you.
Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Njiro. You can hear me, yeah? Yeah, what I want to say that Kenya, we have come a long way. Some of us were born and we have found this chaos here. But I've realized that one thing that we have young, excited leaders who don't stand for anything. They're populists who just want to maybe make their gods happy. And I follow the politics of America a little bit, and I see the same thing that happened in America during Trump happening in Kenya, where the church was used against the state or against the people. And you see Ruto, our president now, campaign along the church and use the church against the opponent. And now because he wanted the church to protect him, and I think some of the church will protect him. And it was a surprise, and I heard when you say in your introductory statement, Mr. Njiro, that you are an engineer. Whatever Ruto did with the judges, show that something might happen behind. Like, give me, I give you. So we are heading somewhere, And I say from my point of view and the people I work with, some of them, we are very fearful. We don't know what the future holds for the young population of Kenya. People who pay tax. There's a guy here who talked early. I follow you. I follow this channel. I don't participate. It's my first time. And I do take my time to go through this conversation every day. But early today prompted me to speak here. When he said those who have cars are rich, some of us just work so hard to have cars. Maybe we come from a background that Ruto call the poor, and we have maybe our first cars in our life. So maybe we took them from the loan, the bank loaned us. And when you talk about the rich and the poor, this is what that Raila talked about, Uhuru talked about. Ruto has been dividing this country along the middle class, the rich, and the poor. If he was a chicken rearer and he came from that place, he should really believe that there are people that are also rearing chickens somewhere or growing their cabbage somewhere to be people today. And that is why I'm so fearful that the border guy will see somebody with a Nissan March, a small car, a Vitz, as a dynasty or a rich person. Somebody who work extra hard to provide for their family and just want a little bit comfort, or is also to move around from point A to point B as a rich person. Because somebody who has not been to school and you tell him that I have a small car of a Premio, a small Toyota Premio, I'm a rich person. You put my life in danger. Already there's a division between class in this country, and that is what the president have achieved. Another thing I wanted to talk about is, you see, we have a deputy president who is not very careful of where he is, what he says. And I look forward because I know that there's this kumi yangu, kumi yako, and this a trend is going to become in Kenya. And I watched the first session of Bernard, and there were like voters who want to deregister from voting. This is voter apathy. And this is the danger that our democracy is going to fall down in a little while. Because the young generation are going to come and say, we don't believe in our court, we don't believe in the IBC, we don't believe in the system. When we vote, some people decide for us. We don't know what will happen in the next 20, 30 years with the election of leaders. We have young leaders who cannot say this is wrong. We have young leaders who cannot say this is not the right way. What they will say, they will sing hallelujah in the tune of their president. And I expect the UDA government or the Kenya Kwanza government, you will see in the parliament when they begin, it will be a chorus. There will be no. It will be yes, everything. Nobody is going to stand for Wanjikwa, I tell you for a fact. It is going to happen. We saw it in the first regime of Kenyatta, when they were passing bills like the petroleum bill. It was chaotic. They had to fight. In this one, there will be no fighting. There will be the people like Didi Njoros and everybody who are going to sing the tune of the president because they're the friend of the president, in the expense or at the expense of the life of Mwananchi. Where I come from, I am an Azimio. I will tell you the truth. You can look at my backside. I'm a very good supporter of Azimio, and I take it and accept that the president, we have it now. But I'm afraid that if we're going to suffer, like now we have petrol at 200, and tomorrow I want to drive to job, or in the morning, in the day I want to drive to job, I will have to go fuel my car. And so somebody promised me 80 shilling petrol, and I knew whether the way or it goes to Azimio or UDA, I was safe. But tomorrow morning, I have to fuel my tank, I have to fill my tank at another cost. This is, to me, tells me that they were not ready for the work. It was just about chest thumping. I thought, in my opinion, I think Mr. Ruto wanted just to show some power in the region for Uhuru, to show Kikuyus that now I can overturn your man. And as you say, somebody say, I regard this doesn't seem so strong to take the Kikuyus at that level. I don't speak for Kikuyu, but that's my opinion. And that was what they were aimed to punish Uhuru Kenyatta, because what they did in the second term of Kenyatta, they did want the handshake thing. So they tried to discourage the Mount Kenya people in believing in the president. And you saw that, you say that Kikuyus like vitu za haraka. They like to go faster. I was watching you in the first when you were beginning this program. And to me, this is the danger that we're going to have, because they're going to push the president, Mr. Ruto, now to provide fertilizer, which he has done so. They're going to push him to do that. Yet somebody in Kisumu, where I come from, is suffering. Somebody in Siaya is suffering. And these people pay taxes. We all pay taxes. Whether you drive a small car, you drive a motorbike, you pay taxes. So I just want to tell Kenyans, who are watching, because you might not know, but many people follow your channel. Some don't chat or they don't comment, but we follow these things that you say here. We should tighten our seatbelt strongly. We are in for a rude shock in the near future. Yeah, thank you.
Good words, Bwana Stephen. What I want to say is that when a president has been inaugurated, he is supposed to work for everybody. Somebody should not suffer simply because I did not vote for that presidency. So I should not be subjected to unbearable life simply because my vote did not count. So the promise was clear. Vitu tutateremusha on day one. These days, we do not take politics as just a mere rhetoric. We keep people to the one. Angetuambia hivi, nitapandisha kwanza kidogo, after miezi 3 niteremushe. That one we could have understood and we couldn't be holding him accountable. He said life aliweka kuna watu kadhaa ndio watu wanafanya mambo ikae hivyo. So what we want is and this is my disagreement now with them. They have no reserves. Hakuna kitu the UDA government imetengeneza, wamekuta ile vitu ya previous government. So they are first of all going to eat the remaining reserves. Then after eating the remaining reserves, arafu, I'm telling you, Mr. Ruto needs to be advised well. And a vehicle which is being driven badly, ama ile gari inadriviwa vibaya, a vehicle which is almost knocking a tree, you can tell when it is on the highway, sababu inaendanga hivi. Unaona tu inaenda hivi. So you don't need an expert to tell you that this government needs to get their methods right. We don't want them to fail, by the way. Even Mimi, I would not delight in UDA government failing. Hatutafurahia because they will take over 40 million Kenyans into chaos, into depression. Hatutaki hivyo. We wish them well, but at least on minimum, hatutaki watupee vitu mingi. On minimum, watupee kile walisema. On minimum, you deliver what you said. It's that simple. So, bei ya mafuta, we do not, and that's why I'm telling people here, you cannot tell people I will bring cost of living down and your first action plan ni kupeleka bei juu. It is impossible. Story ya kanisa, nataka kuingililia hapa. Before I give now Paul, unajua, I've been having a discussion with very many people. Now we have reached a very danger point in the churches. Some of our churches we are now divided. Some of us who even sit in councils, za makanisa, we are divided right in the middle. Some of us who supported Azimio, kuna watu wanaanzia kutuambia ni kama hatujaokoka vizuri. I want to say it clearly here because it is now, that is now what is in the platform. Because now, our people who are extremely deluded believe that they were given presidency by God. That is their belief. But kuna kitu moja, they are not ironing it out. Somebody can give himself presidency and pretend it has come from God. That question we don't know. So what we see is the outcome of a presidency, but I don't know how that president. So, and these things, they are becoming partisan. When now you see even our chief pastors and the bishops now becoming part of this whole network of claiming that this person is the anointed of God and God wanted him to be there. So already these people, they have a blindfolded face.
I can tell you, even if Ruto takes us to a ditch, Bishop Mark Kariuki will not speak. Awataongea. And some other very senior bishops in Kenya, they will not speak because their faces are blindfolded. And that is what we are losing at as Kenyans. The Kenyan church has never reached this level. Even during Moi time, by the way, we were not this way. At least we had people like Muge in Kalenjin land, who was like telling people what is happening. So we have never reached a level where the church and the government are twins. So we need to accept something. Governments are evil by nature. And sorry to say this, governments are evil by nature. And then government and the church, they become twins. So how do we separate the evil within the government and the church is now within the government? That is the biggest chaos we have in Kenya. Bishop Sapit wa ACK, Reverend Mark Kariuki, all those senior bishops munaonekana like being very politically affiliated to certain places. Please, we have ACK supporters even in Azimio areas. Retreat. Don't oversupport this man. He will surprise your anointing. If Ruto is not going to perform, and he performs very badly, people will start distancing from those churches of yours. Watu wataanzia kusema. So please, what I want to tell church leaders, support your leaders, but silently. Don't explicitly show this thing. We are now having political division and religious division right in the middle. People are in the same church, but there are those who are lukewarm, there are those who are gravitating on one direction. It is chaos within our church.
Njiru, at the risk of being sent to the, you're the moderator, at the risk of being sent to quarantine, I'm going to take a risk over here. I'd really appreciate that we don't tukae kidogo. I know what you're saying, I understand and I agree, lakini tukae kidogo, tuweke bado religion na politics mbali kidogo tu, na kuomba kama brother, kama nimekosea nisamee brother.
Okay, so that is okay. Let's get the new entrance. Paul, go ahead, then we get Rhoda.
I want to greet you wherever you are. I'm from Kenya. I heard some of you are not in Kenya. Maybe you cannot have a right information what is happening in Kenya. Particularly me, I'm from Kenya, Nairobi. I'm working from Nairobi. I'm very much surprised on the fuel which have been increased by 20 shillings across the board. And some of the counties, most especially Bomet, had been experiencing fuel levies. They have not been getting fuel for the last 2 days. So since I am within the town or the city, I had been enjoying for the last 2 days getting petrol without any levies, but in some of the other counties, they are experiencing an inadequate fuel. So the question that we simply ask, if this government was made to ensure that all Kenyans are benefiting from all their services, why this is happening? Why this is happening? We have seen now the prices of fuel by now. Petrol is going to be sold 108, followed by diesel, followed by kerosene. Another thing, we are also going to expect prices of commodities to increase because these commodities, they depend on fuel, on transportation. So automatically, that's what we are going to experience. Another thing, we had some of the things that which were promised, both of the coalition, Azimio promised that if they are going to take the government, they had to scrap away the the port operation that which were operating in Naivasha. The same the government that we have for today has done so, but doing so, it has not considered what was the problem on that before it could have transferred all the function or all the port operations to Mombasa. In fact, those people who had invested in those areas, they are crying now. So don't you see? Those are one of the things that this government, they need to check in before they do anything else. Otherwise, we are going to suffer, and that's what we are expecting. And that is what we are expecting. As we are struggling on that, pray for us. We have no choice, because we have seen both the government or the executive and the judicial, they are planning to be in one chorus voice. So whereby we cannot get justice as we expect. The justice which has been already been developed for some years, it is going also to corrupt and remain the same way it was in some years that we had been experiencing the same. But I hope God is with us, despite the fact that we don't have people who are strong to defend the normal Kenyan, more especially for the issues of the church and that the getting in the government. They are praising that we have been praised, we have been given and other things. I don't want to go on that, but I'm saying that the way the moderator was saying, you are right, that the church, we are not supposed to take sides of politics. In fact, the church is supposed to be neutral. Whoever who takes the day, the church should be taking on those. In fact, the church should not be even combined with the government, because as what you said, the government is not perfect, because the government comprises with the different religion, denomination, and other things. So there's no way out. You would expect the government to do things the way maybe a certain church expect or a certain religion expect. So we, as those who claim to be Christians, what we expect is we should be taking the government on toes, and we are supposed to oversight the government in a neutral base that benefits all of us, not on the other side. But you see what is happening now is opposite contrary. And now it's taking sides that those who are rich can able to do things effectively depending on the coalition they supported. And those who are not rich and never maybe supported, they are also going to suffer. That's what we are expecting, and we are going to expect more. Those are just a test. Those one is just a test. If for example, I can give an example. If you have been taking some of the things, especially on the post on the Facebook, Twitter, and the rest of the platform, I'd seen one of the comments from the Chief Justice saying that what he did was right according to, I don't know what kind of the law that he uses, because the judiciary we expected to be neutral, whereby it will be defending its citizens. But this time round, we are seeing the judiciary is going to support the government full. Whatever the executive says, judiciary has no any stop back saying that this is contrary. No, they are going to say yes, this right. Even you see, the president himself was even doing bargaining agreement to the new elected leaders to join his camp, so that whatever he does, they are going to say yes. More especially those who are new in the political ideology or idea, because some of the people who have not been in the political knowledge now, they are coming in as new members. They don't understand what the politics are all about. What they wanted to occupy the office. But at the end of the result, we don't know what are they going to deliberate on the people that they claim that they are representing. Because if for example, a member of parliament has been promised that you are going to get this, you are going to get this, if you are going to do this, do you think he's going to support you as an ordinary Kenyan? No, he's going to see how much he's going to benefit, because this is the first opportunity he has gotten, and that's where we Kenyans we are. So what I can say, or what I can conclude, is that let us pray and
Oh, ni kama umepotea. Oh, there is something I wanted to reinforce. Naona Patrick Mushiri anatuandikia hapa. So Bwana Mushiri, personally, I'm not attacking the church. What I was trying to say is that the church needs to be a bit cautious when they are dealing with the politicians, because especially when it comes to support, the same politician who you might say that he is anointed or he is a very good politician might end up frustrating you, and you have a flock. Remember, the church is highly trusted than the government. So you can imagine you have a flock which you told them, let's have leader so and so. Then that leader happens to frustrate you. How do you end up convincing the same flock? So that is why the church should advise on good morals, how people should choose their leaders without directly pinpointing. Because when the church directly pinpoints, it can bring issues when those people don't turn to be good people. There's an example I can give here just in 1 minute. Look at the church in Russia, church in Eastern Europe, those areas, and see the contribution which the church in Eastern Europe is contributing in tyranny. That is only what I would say. I don't want to go beyond there, because if the church is not very careful, it can drive people into tyranny. I don't want to explain it more than that, but we have indicators whereby even there's, I think, some places whereby even pastors and bishops go to anoint missiles. So I don't know, but so by rote then we get Rhoda. So by rote then we get Rhoda.
Yeah, hello everybody. Nice to see you. You are talking about the church. I'm Christian, and
no, we are not talking about the church. Sorry, Rhoda, we are not talking about the church. It was just
okay.
We are not talking about the church.
But I can put some words there because I like to mix. I just want to say I live in the secular country. People are not believer, but even the government, they're not a believer. But even the prime minister doesn't believe in God. He always say, I'm Baptist, but she's kind, It's not so that you're not Christian, you're evil. And she's very kind. She always say, I believe people, I believe democracy. That's what she believe. And she believe everybody have right to believe what you want. She believe you can go to Christian, here they believe like to go to the church in the funeral, in Christmas time, or in Advent. And I respect them. Before I was complaining, why the government, they don't talk about Jesus, but then I understand that is a culture. Christianity here is a culture. So here they don't mix politician even it's very sensitive. Even when you meet people from here, you cannot talk about politicians and Christianity. It's very, very, very sensitive. They don't like it, and I already respect. So as Christianity Pentecost, what we do, we pray for them to do the right thing. If they're not doing the right thing, we pray for them. That's the work of the church. The church is to pray for the government to do that, but not mix. When they mix, then it will be like a religions. And Kenya is not a religion country. I think Kenya is more like spiritual. People are very spiritual people. They love to pray. They cry to God. That's the work of the church. And I think the Church of Kenya, they need to grow up in the spirit. Yeah, so what I want to say. And then I want to talk about something about, today I talk about the message about our country, about what is going on with the Ruto, about lawyer. I have talked about that. The thing, now, right now, I want to talk about. Let us go back in Moi day when Moi was a president. You know, I grew up in the very, very village, remote. My village, even we didn't have a tarmac road, we didn't have electricity, because we have a member of parliament was not doing very well. Because so when Moi was the president, I remember my dad was so angry with Moi. He was so angry, he was saying that, oh, I want him to move because our economy is going bad, everything is going well. Okay, me, I used to like Moi. I don't know, because I like his personality. He was very, he was kind. I think he was kind person. I think he was positive, even if my dad didn't like him. So my dad was saying, oh, when he come, when. But something I was very, very proud with my community. When we know the late President Daniel Torichich Arambo, he was not doing very well when it came about many things. But when he came for the president, when he was a mentor of the Uhuru. He was mentoring him. He was all the time like his father. So when the president Kenyatta Mwai came the president, did you see nothing happen? Nobody do bad thing to Daniel Torechit Arap Moi, and he said nobody punish him. We didn't do bad thing about him, and people, they were angry. They would, oh, we want a new president. Even when he said he want to go, everybody was excited. I remember everybody was watching TV when he was swearing, when the late president, what was his name, the late Kibaki, when he was doing swearing. Everybody was excited because President Moi was still many years, 24 years. So everybody want a new change. But still, even if my dad was not voting for him, he said we have to respect him. We have to respect that mzee. Unajua alikuwa mzee. Kwa sababu we have to respect our old people, So what I was expecting in right now in the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, he need much respected, no, he can leave peace. We can give him peace. Like, this government is here now, not focus with the things the former president did, like this, like boat, this kind of party. They could respect him, or they could ask him, because I remember when Ruto came, he win elect president. He said that I will continue the work the President Uhuru was doing because we are working together. And I was very proud of him when he said that they will work together. They will continue the business they were doing. They were doing that. I was very proud of him. And then when he came to the state house, he changed. I saw they are changing things. They are changing. He need to respect us, Kenya. What as Kenya we want. Because even President Uhuru can stay many years. He can stay many years. He can get peace. We need to respect him. And we know very well he was the first president, Jomo Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta, he gave President Uhuru properties like land. So many things he have getting for his father because his father was the first president, 1960. And we have to respect him because it's his father.
Roda, 1 minute na ujue Ruto ameingia, ukiangalia Tokra inapo we are talking about vile amefanya, so usitupeleke mbali sana. If you can be able to bring us to Ruto, tutaelewa. Ruto kuna majanges Uhuru alikuwa amekataa, amepitisha na vitu vingine. So please look at the Tokra.
Okay, hiyo topic ya majaji nilikuwa ameongea hapo beleni, hakufanya vizuri because ageuliza former president Uhuru what happened, hata tukirudi nyuma siku ile Mwai Kibaki aliingia kwa ofisi, hakuna kitu, hakufanya vitu vibaya hata vile Moi amekuwa amefanya, si ndio? Hata mkirudi nyinyi nyuma 2002, tukirudi hiyo mwaka ingine 2013, president Uhuru akiingia kiti yake na deputy president wake, hakuna kitu alifanya vile vibaya Mwai Kibaki amefanya. I think that is not good. I don't I don't accept that. He don't do well. Actually, I was very, very, very sad when he do such kind of stuff, because I feel like I don't trust those judges. In fact, if it is me, those judges, I could not accept it. I could say, no, it's better I find another job, but I could not accept it. You know, like this country I'm living, people that you to resign, you can resign. And then you find another job. You don't need to be a lawyer or judge if you don't fit. Because in Kenya, right now, we need the righteousness. We want a judge who are really righteousness. But I feel like Ruto, he's the one who's going to be the head of those judges. They cannot be themselves. They cannot stand with the justice. They cannot. Because in Kenya, because we can feel proud of Kenya and we can move forward in our country, we want to judge who themselves, they have studied university, they know the right, they know what is the law, you know, they studied the law. The law is like the if I go there with the case of my maybe something like, they would understand very, very well. They would understand me. So I don't believe that that lawyer Ruto did well. In fact, I was very shocked. It's not good showing. It was not good environment in that home, that place. So as Kenyans, he didn't respect us, because he need to ask us questions, because we are the one who employ him to be the president, and need to respect us what we want. Do we want that those judge to come back? You know, so we don't know why the former president, he removed them, because I had a is an agent, something like an agent. We don't know, because he could respect us and respect our democracy, because that is not democracy. Absolutely not. I have seen many presidents coming, new president. First of all, he could give him time to know what is the next, to study what is the state house, if he's a Christian, he could ask the Holy Spirit to lead him. What is the next? I want to do the work for the Kenyan people. He started to work for us, but instead of start to bring the judge, that was not good picture. It's the second time. Actually, it was the first time. At least he could stay like some month. Today he could just relax and go around to show how the state house look like, and to read them, to know what is the next in the offices. But immediately, that is a picture show us that he want to put Uhuru Kenyatta down. That is what I feel. Because here at Forum we have to speak how we think and how we feel. The way I think that he wants to show Uhuru Kenyatta, you are nothing. I can do whatever I want. Now you are under my feet. We can do whatever. And that's not good. That is not respect. We need to respect our old people, because President Uhuru now he's old. Ruto, he is more younger than Uhuru. He need to respect him and to respect our former president. We show him he's very valuable. He's very important in even himself, he can get happy. Even if he have done something wrong before, they need to forgive each other and move forward. As I say, President Trochich Arap Moi, my father was very angry with him, and he said that, wow, it's good the former president, the Moi Kibaki give peace, give President Trochich Arap Moi peace. And nobody do something bad. And the Kenya people, they were angry with him. And nobody. We give him peace. He went to retire until he went with the Lord. Now he's in heaven. The same in the even Kibaki administration. Nobody. We need to work like that. We can give this man peace. We don't need to punish him that you are nothing. The things in this world, this is not I'm already tell people, this is not our home. Even if you live in Europe or America, you have a red passport. Me, when I get the citizen for this country I'm living, this is not my passport. This is not my home. My home is in heaven, because everybody, we go the same home. When we die, we go the same. Even when you're rich, even Princess Diana, she went, and Princess Diana was not giving people anything. She was just giving people just small present, nothing. She was not giving people money. People, they think that when you give me money, I'm get happy.
Sawa,
Money will never.
Diana, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, hapa nimekuita Diana. Okay. Rodi, sawa. Naona ni kama wewe maneno ya Ruto utaki, wewe tu safari yako ni ya mbinguni, wewe una stress. So I think please tafadhali ruhusu some of us ambao bado we still want to keep Ruto in the toes. Just allow us to discuss him. Wewe naona ni kama maneno ya hapa duniani wewe utaki. Okay, it's good and tunaheshimu hiyo. So Bwana Mzalendo, Rhoda, you'll come again.
Asante sana moderator. Thank you once again. I don't know, the topic here, it's kind of jumbled up. Sijui tuanzie wapi tuendee wapi. But let me just pick up from the issue of judges. I think most people don't know that the president is the one who recommends the judges for appointment. And sometimes it is the JC, the Judicial Service Commission in Kenya, the one who takes the names to the president, and then Parliament appoints the judges. So judges are actually appointed by the sitting president of the Republic of Kenya. That should not go away. And the Supreme Court judges, by large, are appointed by the president. If a president is lucky, he can appoint all those 7 judges. And that is a political court. Yeah. So hii mambo ya kusema ati yo sijui nani amefavor nani, we all know that who appointed these judges. That one should always sink in. And the church, the issues of the church, let us separate government and the church. These are 2 different entities. Yeah, because Christians in Kenya today forget that we have got Hindus and we have got Muslims in the same country. Yeah, hao ndio wanataka kukua kwa serikali, hao ndio wanataka kupokea sadaka more than these other religions. So Christians in Kenya today pretend that they are also part of and parcel of governance of the country. They should stick to the church and spiritual matters for you and me to go to heaven. If there is a heaven somewhere, yeah, Christians believe that kuna binguni mahali. I have met people who believe that unaona hii pasta unakula, they are called pastafarians. Yeah, they believe in pasta. Hiyo pasta ndio Mungu wake. Unanielewa? Huo pasta ndio Mungu wake. Hii pasta tunakula kama spaghetti. Yeah, so inaitwa spaghetti. Yeah, spaghetti. Huo ndio Mungu wake. And they are there, and that is what they believe in. So there's people who believe in so many things in the country, and they are not necessarily Christian. So matters spiritual is individual. Ni wewe na ni Mungu wako. And supporters of Azimio, don't act God too much. Unajua, ni kama mnajua what will happen. Nyinyi ndio holier than thou. Mnatupa mawe kwanza. Sisi tuko sawa, lakini ile kampi ingine, hao ni wako vibaya. Alafu musicomplain sana when Ruto anafanya kazi. Yet at the same time we are saying, let us see the price of unga coming down. Akileta price of unga the first day ni sawa, lakini akitoa majaji sama akifukuza mtu kazini, hiyo ni mbaya. You see, that is double speaking with 2 sides of your mouth. Ongea na mdomo moja. Yeah, ongea na mdomo moja. Ruto has only been in office for I think maybe less than 72 hours. Kenyans have got all these expectations. We are already acting like this guy should deliver us everything in the next maybe 10 days. The price of fuel iende chini, mkate iende chini. I mean, we are being unrealistic. And if Raila was even in power today, I mean, we would not be demanding those things. We would be saying, oh, give mzee time so that, afanye mambo. But sisi kama wa Kenya, mi naomba, let us give the leadership time. We have got Mzalendo TV here. We are going to rectify we are going to point out the the wrongs of Ruto's government. We have got also parliamentarians who have decided to take a salary na wamekataa ati yao watakaa tu chini wachukue mshahara and wait for Ruto to make mistakes. Why can't they say that mshahara hatutachukua kutoka kwa hii serikali ya Ruto? Yeah, mshahara nayo watachukua, but they want the government to be corrupt. I mean, those are double standard things here. So let us be very, very careful with our talk, because there are so many people listening out there, and let us also act as responsible citizens. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Mzalendo. Maybe I just want to reiterate to you a little bit. I have followed the U.S. politics for quite a long now. I saw the first day of Donald Trump. I saw the first day of Joe Biden. The first day of Donald Trump, he signed over 10 executive orders. And the first day of Joe Biden, he signed 12. And when you look at those executive orders, most of them, they are action plan based on the campaign promises you do. Because what happens when you get elected, let me bring you onto board. When you get elected, your constituency is highly expectant. And immediately after getting in, you have to first of all create a comfort for your constituent. It happens. I'm telling you that because I have followed the U.S. politics and I see what happens. And some of the political analysts have said that if your candidate is not able to excite you in the first day in office, you might not get excited any other day. So from my analysis, what I checked is that I was expecting during the first day of Mr. Ruto getting elected, at least I need to see his rewards to his political base, and a serious reward. It happened. So I was just bringing you that. Follow the inauguration of Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and you'll see that even Mr. Obama, there are some things they did on day one. So that is why day one is very serious in the politics. So Martin, you can comment.
Mimi, Njiru, I only have two questions for Mr. Mzalendo here. Mr. Mzalendo, when was Ruto inaugurated? Quick question. Yesterday?
You know, we are in different time zones, yeah? Okay. But I think it's the day before yesterday.
Okay, less than 72 hours. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. When did he, give judges their mandate to do whatever they have to do, what he had to do? When did he do it? Less than 72 hours, right?
Yeah.
So when you come here and tell us, don't be in a hurry to push Ruto, we're not pushing him. We were hoping today he would be putting his house together and his wife trying to understand where the toilet is, how it is, and how they're going to do, how the tissue paper is going to be. Is it going to be an over or under? That's what they were supposed to be doing. He's the one that went out running out there and doing things real quick that we don't even know if he understands where the Imali ikale kasengenge kako huko nini huko nyuma ya State House. So don't come here telling us.
Martin, pole tu. Hii nini ya kahawa, fertilizer imeenda chini ama haijaenda chini?
Sasa hizo ni vitu angekuwa akiongea next week. Sasa ashaanza kutuambia leo sijui nini zimefanyika. He's the one hurrying himself. And we have to react with what he has to do because that's our president. He's the person that we're looking on. His action is so dear to us because he's the person that we're looking into. So every action that he does, we have to look into it and we have to react into it either by good and telling him kudos or telling him, dude, you failed on this one. So we have to react in his actions. So he's the one that needs to either slow down or hurry up. And if he hurries up, we are going to hurry up in our comments in how we react to him. He's the president. We've accepted it. So his reaction creates reaction to us. He's our father for now. So don't tell us that Tiachane na Ruto afanye kitu yenye anafanya. We will demystify or accept everything that he does from here on until the day he gives over that sword again.
True.
As a patriot of Kenya.
Okay, I agree with you. I mean, you're doing a good job. You're doing the work that parliament needs to be doing. Ni ile tu kelele yako itaisha tu hapa because there are no laws that you can implement and your MPs have decided to take a back seat. Another thing, you said that Ruto needs to...
Let me stop you on that. You know, governments have gone down due to the public. Governments don't govern governments. Governments govern people. We can walk to State House and get them out.
Okay,
true. Okay, true. And let me just finish my point. I was trying to say that on the issue of igniting his base, like you've said earlier, I've seen that he has returned the port to Mombasa. I think that is a plus to the people of the coast. Ama hiyo ikufanyika na Ruto, si amerudisha all the services to Mombasa, or that didn't happen? Just asking.
Okay, go ahead, explain. Maybe you can tell me what Ruto has done so far for the audit.
I think Ruto first, what I had and what I've been seeing in social media, that he has reduced the prices. He has reduced the prices of fertilizer, and very, very soon fertilizer is going for 3,500. Again, there's another executive order that the port of Mombasa is going to be returned to the people of the coast and away from Naivasha, where it was taken by Uhuru's government. I think those are the two positive things that I've seen him doing, and the appointment of judges.
Okay, Mzaredo. Okay, yeah. I want to ask you a question. The key promise of Bwana Ruto to its hustler base, the key promise to the hustler base, because I was listening to him. I'm talking of hustler base. He promised them jobs. He promised them internet, free internet. He promised something we call a hustler fund. I don't know how it is going to be implemented. He promised hustler fund. There were so many things. So can you try to tell me for the hustler now, because now you see, he was now promising hustlers in his base. Now it is for hustlers everywhere in the whole of Kenya. Can you tell me what he has done for hustlers in day one in Kenya?
Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya, and is the president for you and me and so many of those hustlers we are talking about. He has not even formed his cabinet. He's yet to constitute his government. If you want to talk about free internet, he needs to have an ICT minister. He needs to have a PS in ICT. He needs to have somebody in the youth. He needs to have all those ministers in place. And there are things that, when you, as a president, or even myself, who was a president in day one, I can't tell you that fuel is going to be 100 shillings. I have to consult with so many people to bring that fuel to 100 shillings. And, this is a country that does not even have fuel reserve. So when you look at things in the American eye, that, America walifanya hivi na hivi, never compare a country like Kenya with the US. There are some things that we can borrow, like their constitution, but we cannot borrow their economy. The economy ni kama usiku na mchana. Yeah, a county like Montgomery County, the economy is bigger than Kenya, and it is just a county. Yeah, California, the economy is bigger than most of the African countries. It is number 4 in the world. So when you are looking at, you are comparing yourself with the best economically, also look at the standards that where we are in. Kenya is a country where we started drilling oil and we don't know where that oil is. Hiyo mafuta ya Turukana kwanza ndio ingekuwa imesaidia mahasla kurudisha bei ya mafuta chini. Ukirudisha bei ya mafuta chini, unga inaenda chini. So some of these things are long-term plans. And another thing, these are politicians. Politicians are politicians. Tell me of any politicians who has implemented all their plans ever since Kenya got its independence. Hizi vitu wanaongea kwa siasa ndio wapate power. Yeah, wakishapata power, then we come back here and we check them. We are doing a good thing, but expectations zetu in less than 72 hours is just too much. Thank you.
No, our expectations are not too much. Let me tell you is that we are in a decade where you cannot take Kenyans for a ride. And Kenyans will need an explanation. And I tend to disagree with you that Kenya should not compare with the US or vice versa. Economy has a factor. Whether I'm dealing with a 200 billion economy or I'm dealing with a 2 billion economy, the flow is the same. So I do not see any reason which would not justify that an executive order can be implemented as early as now. Whether we have cabinet secretaries or we don't have. I believe that those promises, and this one would even prevent Kenyans from being given fake promises. It would prevent Kenyans. Because I believe Mr. Ruto was having a campaign secretariat, Akina David D and the rest, who are sitting through these promises, and they were saying that they are workable. So I do not see any reason why any promise cannot be penned on day one, because they are things which were well thought on, experts sat on them, and they can be signed. So we can be given a process, but we cannot say that we need to wait, because this one will put, that means even me, I can promise anything, simply because if it is an issue of waiting, I can come and promise that I will do this for the name of votes. That is why when you vote people, you want them at least to give you a minimum of 6 promises on day one. It's a global standard now, at least to curtail these people who come and cheat you, because promising is very easy. It's very easy. I can promise anything. But now implementing, and that is why, by the way, there are some countries which have gone to the level whereby you can even get prosecuted if you promise citizens something and you fail to deliver. But because Kenya, we are just a nation which is lacking accountability, we do not peg productivity to promises. So tunasema hiyo kushindikana. That's why I still say that up to now, somebody should take Uhuru government to court because of failing to deliver the laptop thing and the stadium thing. It's our civil right. I hope maybe we have civil action people who can take those, because we have to reach to a level whereby, because unless we become serious, people will be promising anything, and I can come and just mount a campaign on lies, and I just do anything. Patrick, welcome.
Uzalendo, you live in America. In America, you have a lot of homeless. They sleep outside without food, right? Yes, it's a lot of homeless. Even California, they cannot take your food. Very homeless. They don't have food. Even sometimes in America, right now, petrol is expensive. Food, the high price is getting high because of the Ukraine war. Even where I'm living, right now, I don't have an airline because it's so expensive, and I'm freezing. So whole world we are whole world we have problems with it. Everything is expensive. Whole world, not only Kenya. So you cannot say that America they don't have problems. Even America, I remember when Biden took the office, you had an economic crisis. Immediately when she came to the office, even him, I don't live in America, but I watched the news. He was saying himself, we have economic crisis. Even Donald Trump, even Obama. Obama, when he came, and then they told us, oh, we need help from the Democrats. Whole world, we are the same. You cannot say as a Kenya in America. Even here, we have a homeless in outside.
Can
We
I
don't
say
have food.
something before? Yeah, you are right. You are right. In America, we have the homeless. But did you know that in America, the poorest person can afford a car compared to home? Did you know that? I don't think you know that. But again, what you need to know is very, very important. America elect their president on issues. You know why Biden was elected. You know why Trump was kicked out. You know why probably Biden won't win this coming election. It's all
Black
about
Lives
issues.
Black
Mhm.
Lives Matter. Ndio maana alitolewa hapo,
Yeah,
nani.
so
Kwa
unaona
sababu
there was
alikuwa
a fundamental issue. Kenya,
yeah.
you know the beauty about our country is the constitution, and we have institutions that are supposed to work, but unfortunately they are not working. Now, this audit that we are doing in the less than 24 hours, we have got an opportunity to do it after 5 years. Yeah, ulisema hii iko wapi? That is why we have elections, yeah? And then we also have another constitutional right like picketing. You can demonstrate, you can do anything. You can hold your local MCA or your president to account for whatever he is doing wrong. That is the beauty about the Kenyan constitution. And we should embrace it and then...
Yeah, Muzalendo, something, especially
Rhoda,
in the US.
please, let's not
Okay, sorry.
interject too highly, please. So, Bwana Muzalendo, I wanted to correct you. I think even in Kenya, we do election on issues. Azimio and one county, one product, Azimio and integrity, and so many other things. These other guys, they had hustler fund and the rest. I think we have moved to issues. So I don't think America is the only country with issues. I think even Kenya, we are even talking of issues now, and the issues make people gravitate to where they are. That is why you can get somebody from Mount Kenya supporting the Irandunga because of certain critical issues they support. True?
Yes and no. What I want to say is that Kenya is more of our election is tribal. It's more of a tribal kind of elections. You might not agree with me, but at the end of the day, you'll just see Uhuru was voted in largely by his Mount Kenya tribe. The Kalenjin community are clinging towards Ruto. And so on. The Kamba community are clinging toward Kalonzo. So tell me the issue of the Kamba community and why they want the presidency, because they believe that their son can deliver for them. But there are no issues like, these are fundamental issues for affecting the Kamba community that you want us to raise up there. So we are people who vote on tribal lines. That is a fact, unless you want to tell me that the Kikuyus who voted for Uhuru the other time were not tribal, or the Luos who are following Raila in Nyanza are not tribal, and they can't vote for any other person, and they can't vote for Ruto, and the Kalenjins vice versa. I mean, that is what is called tribalism, and it's what we call tribal politics. Thank you.
Okay, let's have the next person going. Okay, Kiprono, before you come, let's have Patrick. Patrick, ni ulikuwa uongee tafadhali.
Hi everyone. Habari zenu, mnanisikia?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me comment on the judges first. I think that Uhuru didn't deny these judges from being appointed out of the blue or based on personal vendettas. He had the integrity issues which made him not to appoint these judges. But apparently in the constitution, so long as the GSC has put you through, you're supposed to be sworn in or appointed. Now there seem to be a lacuna in the constitution, in that law, because the same issues that we are grappling with the independent bodies like JSC, like IBC, like Supreme Court, whereby they have the initial objective was for them to be independent, but now what is happening is that they are rogue. They've become tyrannical, such that because they are being as they're independent, nobody else can vet them. So even if the Supreme Court makes a judgment that is clearly to many people unfair, there's nothing anyone can do because it's an independent body. So who can vet them or who can curtail their verdict? Nobody. So there's a lacuna in our constitution about these independent bodies, because clearly Uhuru had already told us why he didn't appoint these judges, and there are tangible reasons based on their integrity. And if if you're having integrity issues as a judge, that's very serious. So I think that this appointment, as much as Asla is now trying to make it look like, I'm following the constitution, so I'm swearing in these people. But what it really is a message that impunity is fully on the throne now. Yeah, you don't. It doesn't matter if you have integrity issues; you'll still get sworn in. You just need to find some support in the constitution. But the president cannot do anything in terms of blocking you, even if you have integrity issues. So long as GSC has put you through, that's all. The other issue about church, the separation of church and state. I think that many times as Christians, I'm a Christian myself, born again, and I think many at times as Christians we forget that being a Christian is being a follower of Christ. Yeah, is not a religion. It's not a religion. It's a relationship with Jesus Christ. So we need to look at more at how Jesus used to handle certain issues, especially in the New Testament, because in the Old Testament the governance was intertwined with the religious establishment at the time. So, for example, where the phrase we often hear about that we are kings and priests to our God. So back then it used to be in the Old Testament, that is, it used to be that a prophet. Okay, first of all, it was prophets who are prophets, judges who are ruling over Israel. Then it came to a point where Israel wanted a king like other nations. So what happened was that God, of course, God didn't want that, but Samuel was sent to go and anoint the king, which I would believe would have been is it Saul, yeah. So after that, we see that the anointing went on from Saul. Now, when Saul failed, the prophet went to anoint David. But in the New Testament, we see something different. We see a situation whereby the ruling party, which was the Romans, there was a ruling party, which was the Romans, and there was a religious party, which was the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes. So they were kind of separate, but how it was at the time of Jesus, that they were in bed with one another, the religious and the ruling, the Romans and the Sanhedrin, or the Jewish religious elite or class. So when Jesus came, because we should understand that we are not following maybe what was in the Old Testament or what the Pharisees, Sadducees were doing, the religious elite or class were doing. As Christians, we're following what Jesus did. So when Jesus came to earth, if you have read through the Gospels, there's no point at which Jesus was, in bed, metaphorically speaking, with the ruling class. The people who were in bed with the ruling class were the Pharisees. Him himself, if you can remember, there was a time I think the Pharisees brought him a coin and they asked him, should we be paying taxes to this government, to this, what they meant was to this heathen government, should we be paying taxes? And Jesus said, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what is God's. So what he meant was that the money or the taxes they're supposed to pay, they belong to Caesar, so give them that. And God, God, what he's after is your soul, your spirit. Yeah. So give that to God. When Jesus was about to be crucified, how it happened was that these Pharisees saw that Jesus is getting ahead of them in terms of his following, that many people are following him. And if you read in Matthew, I think it's Matthew 23, there's a whole chapter where Jesus talks about Pharisees. And if you just go and read that chapter, you will see that most of those qualities which Jesus talks about are actually in our religious elite in the church now. Most of the leaders, if you just read everything which is there, that's exactly how they are. But Jesus distanced himself from that. And by the time Jesus was going to be crucified, what happened was that the religious class went and reported him to the political. That means the Pharisees went, or the council of religious leaders went to the Roman Empire and reported Jesus that this guy wants to overthrow the government. That was why he was crucified, in case you're not aware. But as he went, he was brought before Pontius Pilate, and Pontius Pilate really could not see what he had done wrong. But when the Pharisees saw that now the government is refusing to follow up with what they are saying, because it doesn't hold water, they said we have an alternative whereby we can exchange between a thief or who is supposed to die with somebody else of our choice. So give us Barnabas, who is a thief, was supposed to be scheduled to be crucified, and take this guy in. Yeah. So this issue of church, our church, let's just be very honest. Now what we are having is no longer church in terms of like in the Acts of the Apostle, the kind of a church they used to have, whereby they were helping the poor, they were coming together, they were doing evangelism. Nowadays, what we have is actually a council of elders like Pharisees, Sadducees, the scribes, the Sanhedrin. That is what we call our church now in Kenya, to be very honest, because it's about money. Like when Jesus went to the church and found people selling things, and he said, my house is not going to be a den of robbers. We have seen this issue whereby people steal public money, they bring it to the church, making it a den of robbers. We have seen miracles being sold, whereby you're told you can be healed of cancer, HIV, you just need to pay this much money. You need to pay this much money, I'll prophesy to you, bring your tithe, bring your offering, all those things. They have now been turned to the point where now the house of God is no longer a house of prayer, but a den of thieves. So Christians, by the way, what is happening is that if we continue the way we are continuing, the church is going reducing, because more and more people, the physical church that is, more and more people are beginning to feel disoriented and disenchanted by the church. And more people are leaving the church. If you saw like the time when we grew up and all, there were so many people in church. Nowadays, people have really reduced because of all this, because of these our religious leaders being in bed with politicians, being materialistic. We have lost the essence. Yeah. And that's why I tell any Christian that, and especially a leader, that you have to measure yourself with Jesus, because Jesus, at no time do you find him somewhere in politicking. Even Nicodemus went to see Jesus, who is a religious leader, went to see Jesus at night, hiding himself. It's not Jesus who went to pay him courtesy call that, oh, I've heard that you're interested in knowing about me, so now let me come and anoint your house. I don't know what not. Even there was somebody whose servant had died. I think he was a Roman something. So Jesus, he came to Jesus.
Conclude the public, eh?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Marizia.
Okay. Yeah. So he came. He's the one who came to Jesus, and Jesus then and he told Jesus, "I know that you are a man. I'm a man under authority, so you understand it. I understand authority. Just send your word, and I know my servant will be well." Well, I think he had died or he was ill. So it should be that the political class should come to the church to seek for counsel. What we have been seeing is a situation whereby somebody comes to church and instead of sitting down like everybody else and listening, they go and defile the altar because they bring money which is from, which is from corrupt means, and then they come on the altar and then they speak some. In fact, there was a church which is called Jesus Winner, which I saw them projecting the image of Hustler on their altar, and I was like, isn't this idolatry? So our church is in a big mess. Let me just say that. But on Ruto, I think because of his lack of credibility, he has to now go overboard. Because there's no president whom you have ever seen who, on the first inaugural speech, he's already telling you he'll do this. Okay, I've assigned the former president now to go and be an envoy. I've done this and the other, because he knows that he lacks credibility from his past record. So he has to now go overboard, because I agree with Mzalendo, what he's saying, that there's no point of this hurry, whereby in the first day you have to appoint judges, you have to bring down the fertilizer, like the world is ending. There's no, but what it is that he knows he lacks credibility. So to make up for that, and today I saw something like you went to Kisumu. So to make up for the lack of credibility, he has to, he feels the urge and the impetus to gain credibility by doing things very fast. Because him being in the former government of Uhuru, he knows very well, and they were together, that there's a vast majority of Kenyans who are not duped by this hustler narrative, and they can see that this guy failed us in the past 10 years. And in the other, since 2007, when he was in government, he has been telling us, when he was in Ministry of Agriculture, in higher education, everything. So he knows that people can see through that. So now he's bombing us with it, so that we give, to give him credibility, to win credibility in our eyes due to the bad record he has. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kiprono? Kip, are you there? Hiya, Steve.
Okay, I think Kip is asleep. We are in Kenya, for those who are abroad, yeah? We are home. It's 4 in the morning. I've heard Mzalendo speak. I wish he was here. I have an issue with this tendency of people like Mzalendo trying to project some protecting Ruto in this early stage. But I like what Martin says. He says he began running fast, so we'll check him so fast. You see, like what my sister says, it talks lengthy on the church. I don't want to go into that one. But when a president just wake up in the morning and swears in judges, because that's the topic, most of us who are in fear, because that's the truth, we are in fear. I'm in fear because I did not vote for him. That is the truth. And I have issues with him. I have opinion against him that I held, but now he's my president. So I will check every step of this president. I will check everything he does. I will want to make sure that I feel I'm safe, or if I'm not safe, how am I prepared to save myself? But I am afraid that he's in a hurry to please a sector of people. He's in a hurry to make things for his friends that maybe have expectation on him. But what my sister said, the public there, that he has no credibility before, like he cannot be. He knows that he had failed in some parts, and there's a lot of expectation on his shoulder to give. But I expected him to take some times. Most of all of you work, maybe you're working somewhere. I also work. I'm a director of an NGO somewhere, which I will not mention because that's not what I do here today. And when I get to where I work, I was first taken through what my former boss or the former director was doing there. And you have to pick from where they left, you have to correct, but there's a procedure, there's a time frame, there's a working policy. As a president, as a head of state, we have so much expectation on Mr. Ruto. And we all expected him in his day too, as what Martin says, he should know where there's the toilet in the State House. Why did Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta did not appoint these specific judges? What was the background check of these specific judges? You see, this is a procedure that everybody need to follow wherever they go to work. When you are a boss somewhere, Mr. Njiru, and you are the head, you're a manager, there's an expectation of success on your shoulder for that organization that you're leading. And when you come and there was some issues with specific employees, you will not just rush to maybe fire them or send them back home. You have to have resources to be convinced as Mr. Njiru that this specific person, this lady, this man deserve to go home or he deserves to be pardoned. So the president acted in a way that he had some hidden interest. There's some hidden agreement with these specific judges somewhere. And now this hidden agreement and now coming to light. We are of conscience. We are not living in the 90s. We are enlightened. We are empowered. We can see these things. That's the truth. And I really didn't like what Mzalendo put it, that the people of Azimio should not be in a hurry to throw stones. We have to be in a hurry, man. We have to. We have to, because this is a guy who called us name and said that we cannot deliver. This is a guy that said that the old man cannot deliver. So the old man has 6.9 million voters. And this old man, the 6.9 million voters want to see how will this person treat them. We are not sitting aback, as you say that the MPs are going to disappear, and they can choose to sit aback, they can choose to, because we have somebody who has come in the proclamation that he has been ordained by God and is a supernatural person. The way that man speaks, Mr. Ruto, who can go against and say that Ruto is a failure? He speaks like he can do it in 2 days' time. So for the fertilizer, I'm surprised that he brought it down already. But you see, the petrol has gone up. Now, you see, I'm very sure the petrol and the petroleum product are up. Everything is going to go up. I live in Kenya, and we know from where we depend for most of food in central Kenya, and because where I stay, they come from Rift Valley. And when they have to transport it to where it is and where I am, the price, the tomato, we buy it at 25 shillings sometimes. I think we're going to buy it at 50 shillings, because if I'm going to fuel my 2,000 cc car at a rate of this much, or a 1,500 cc car at this rate, I'm surprised how we are going. But Mr. Njiru asked a question here that I think still guide me in this forum. He asked Mr. Mzalendo, what did Mr. Ruto promise the hustlers? What did he promise the hustlers in the first 100 days? You get it? He promised the hustlers an easy life, free internet. He did not say that the hustlers that don't go to Shamba and need fertilizer will be, you see? When we talk about the port of Mombasa, we have discussed this the first forum. I was following with Bernard with the team. It was well analyzed with Martin and the other guy. They really talked about the dry port and the port at the Mombasa. We don't need to say that the port has been taken from Naivasha back to Mombasa, so people in Mombasa are happy. For information, I stay in Mombasa and I work in Kilifi. So I know what the port is, what the port is, and what the port is for the Naivasha people. It is not just becoming populist and cheap that now we have taken the port from Naivasha back to Mombasa, and that should make people happy. I will not go into this also deeply, because Martin and the other people discussed it already, and they really gave a very adequate elaborate, and Jiro, I remember, in the other forum, a very adequate elaborate of information about the issue of the port. So Mr. Mzalendo, you should try to come in the first forums. They're always very good. I don't participate in this so much, but this forum, one thing I like with the Tambay TV is I like the slogan, bold and truth. So we just tell the truth that you are just trying to play a populist game, excitement, but not reasoning in the real truth. That is what I will just say here. Another thing is the MPs that were elected in Azimio or ticket, we have seen some of them already declaring they want to support the government. To me, this is my biggest fear, because if we don't have an official opposition, we are going to go into a one-party state. There's a possibility. If every member of parliament is going to support the government of the day, if the judiciary, the executive, everybody in check. The church also, let's talk about it maybe. They're going to be in bed, the government of the day. Who is going to stand for that hustler? Who is going to stand and speak on behalf of that hustler? I tell you, most of the people that call themselves hustlers, they're going to regret why they were called those names in a few moments of this time, because we can see the speed, the gear that our president has started to drive his car is not a very professional gear for those of you that work and run institutions. It's not the best way to start working by calling your former bosses names, by telling people you're going to fire who, hire who. In the first day of your work, you need to be sober, and I think the president need to be sober, and he need to have some time to absorb what is around him, to know what is what and who is who. Lastly, I would like to say that for most of you are Kenyans abroad, maybe you want to compare us with the countries where you are, or you want to compare your home country. The challenges here sometimes are real, and you cannot like what Mzalendo was talking about, the petrol and the reservoirs and everything. Ruto knew that we don't have all these things. He knew that he knew President Uhuru talked about it. He brought a subsidy that should caution us against this kind of high price. The first thing he did when he got into power, he removed the subsidies. So it is up to him to take care of the reservoirs and everything for petrol. What we want to see a 90, a 80 shilling liter petrol. That's what we want. That's what he promises. It surprises us. Why should it go up when will it come down? So we wait to see when it will come down. But that is what I have for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Omondi. Maybe before I bring Mato, let me just make one point. You know, I think maybe the people who are advising the president now, they need to let him know that campaign promises at times they don't give the real indicators into an economy, because from the little knowledge I have is that I know, like, when you want to know how successful a president is, you have to look at the GDP, you have to look on the favorability on the opposing side, you have to look at the market, you have to look at the value of the shilling to dollar, and you have to look at the corruption index. Those are the key things which the president, apart from the promises, he also has that. So maybe somebody who is in Kenya Kwanza, who follows Ruto, I would like them to explain to me the corruption concept of Mr. Ruto, because we are speaking too much, but I'm not hearing anyone trying to explain to me how Ruto is going to tackle corruption. Because remember, if you don't handle corruption, you cannot do anything. You can't build the GDP. You can't build anything. So I want somebody to give me a framework of how we are going to fight corruption. And there is one thing where we are hiding. Corruption is not about cartels. Cartels is one form. We have micro and macro form of corruption. It is in many forms and shapes. So I want to see a elaborate plan because we have started that process of fighting corruption, by the way. When you go down the drain from Kibaki, when Kibaki took, there are some measures, mostly transparency. You might not fight corruption per se, but by bringing transparency to the resources and other. So I want to see, Mr. Ruto is speaking so many things, but he has not talked about the method to fight corruption. And to me, if he doesn't work on this one, he is doomed to fail even before start, if he doesn't have a concept to fight corruption. So Neto, go ahead.
Jiro, I think we've been here for a long time, for a very long time, and a lot of people know that I play a lot. But today, let me just get serious on one thing. Mr. Steven, kudos to you, brother. I give you kudos. What you just spoke, you've even elaborated some things that I elaborate on jokes, but you did in a very good way. I really appreciate how you're thinking. The only one place that I wanted, the reason I lifted my hand was the part when you spoke about people that live in the diaspora. Living in the diaspora, sometimes you get to see some things that people don't get to see when they're back at home. You see systems that actually do work. You understand what it is. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone, better than my brother in Kenya, better than my sister. My whole family still lives in Kenya. But I've lived in places, and Jiro can tell you, places where systems actually work. And when you have a system that is really working, then actually now you can govern and you don't just wake up to go do things haphazardly. Some of us that stay over here, and Jiro said he's an engineer, I won't say who I am, he knows who I am. But sometimes you just go to work, you just don't go to work and start making some calculations that don't make sense just because you got a new job and you're going to get in there. You have to understand the industry, first of all, the systems, the standards of what you do. When you have something like that, somebody that is coming like that and playing with the country like that, and the reason most of us are actually out here is because of one man called Tom Mboya. He's the person that actually started the geopolitical relocation of people so that people can come back, the Ledama or Lekinas, so that they can go get that other world that lives out there and come and bring it back. And it's the reason we still bring people, even us that are here, and some of us want to come back. But we've learned something during the struggles, and it's not easy. Let nobody tell you that when you come to these countries that it's easier to nananga job tu unakota pesa kwa barabara. No, it's not. But you understand the system. The system works. So when you see a system, and the reason you're seeing people here coming, and kuna mtu mwingine alikuja akasema watu wanaishi huko ng'ambo hata hajui kitu yote inaendelea na Afrika na Kenya. First of all, we are here because we really see that country and we can see it from a different angle. My boss one day told me, I can see all your mistakes when I stand behind you while you're working on your computer. Why? Because you're in it, but back here, I can see all the mistakes.
Matu Mehang. Okay.
But I want to correct something that he just said. I don't have a problem with those who work in abroad. Sorry, Matu is not even, I think he hears me. For your information, I also work for an NGO that works close with the government of Flanders. I've been to Belgium, so I know their system, their work. So I don't have a problem with those people abroad. So I'm okay with it. I know how they work. You get exposed. I think he misquoted me, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, no problem about that. So I think a majority of us have now done the presentation. So maybe
can I comment? Can I comment on corruption and hustler? I think hustler made it. Huh? Okay, I think hustler has made it clear. He has said cannot. Yeah. So that's his position, that there'll be corruption, but it won't stop him from performing. Thank you.
Okay, can you repeat that statement?
I'm saying that a hustler's position on corruption, you're getting me? Are you getting me? Okay. Yes. Hustler's position on corruption is very clear. It is that what he said concerning his position has been about corruption is that corruption cannot stop him or anybody else from performing. So what basically he's saying is that you can be corrupt and it's okay to be corrupt as long as you perform, or corruption will not stop you if you are a performer. Thank Thank you.
Okay, good for that statement. I want to ask one question also to some of us who are here. No, na kuna mtu nini yake inagonga sana. Nani?
Nitasema about corruption.
Okay,
Kama
nimesikia. I want to ask a question. Sijui kuna mtu nini yake
something is going on.
Who is it? People to mute please. Watu wa mute. Nataka kuuliza swali maybe ili hata mtu akikuja. I want to ask a question. We had BBI. It's just a question, nauliza. And there were issues which BBI wanted to solve. So maybe sababu naona mtu kama Arika ako hapa, nitataka anijibu aniambie, because I think BBI was having some good proposals. Would he recommend that Mr. Ruto, sababu amechukua serikali, there could be some of the issues which can be implemented there through maybe an agitated constitution change? Because remember, we understood that issue of here what tunataka to solve the winner takes it all issue, which was bringing a very big issue in Kenya. So that we can be able to solve this division which has been in Kenya. Because sasa unaona kama sasa even like somebody like Mr. Ruto, he will try to unite Kenya na hata weza. Because already the other half feels aggregated or aggrieved because of how the election was handled. Even if he goes to Kisumu, wherever he goes, I do not think that those people will manage to listen to him, because we have a concept whereby the Kenyan politics doesn't end well after an election. We have that bitter contestation, and I think both Uhuru and Raila Odinga had gotten it. So I know now Mr. Ruto is miles away on that issue. It is not about Raila Odinga now. I'm talking about our contestation in general. So what is our framework of uniting a country after the election? So they disagreed with the BBI, but what is the Kenya Kwanza concept of uniting the country after a divisive election? So Kiprono,
I want to say, I can say about United, for example, like the village I grown up. I remember one woman, she was married with a Luo, and her mother, they didn't accept it, so they have to go to sub chief because her mother can accept it. And they went to the case. If they gave the case, her mother to accept it and to be married with a Luo. So I used to hate Luo because their culture is very bad. Their culture is very bad. So nowadays I see like a miracle. Like Raila can come to the central. I see like a miracle. Those days when you were Kikuyu, you could not married by the Luo. Because they eat omena. No, we are not. So we come very far. And now I can see that Raila was coming in central, and people, they could listen to him. It was like a miracle and mandras. So for me, I have seen the former president Uhuru. That's why he was wanted Raila to win, because he know that we had a problem with the Luo community. They know that we have a conflict. Kikuyu and Luo, we had a much conflict. And this is I'm telling that woman, they went to the case in the sub-chief. Yeah. And that man was working the doctor in Kenyatta Hospital. So I can see God is doing something, the grace of God. We are coming united than before. I think we are coming more united. But this government, if they are going to rule, they have to keep that spirit of unity, because we need each other. Yeah, it's not to say like, Kiku, they stay in mountain. No, in fact, there's a lot of Luo, they live there. So we need each other. Like, for example, like that place I'm talking, like Naivasa. Naivasa is a place, there's a lot of tribe. That's why they take the potty. Too much tribe. And I was thinking, why they remove that potty? And that's where most of the tribe they live in, they could get job. And that's why we get unity when we have something.
like make our young people, because they are different tribes. People, they come from the Kisumu to find the job in Naivasha, from Kakamega, from Central. You know, when they come together, you know, they communicate with the Swahili because everybody have our own mother tongue language. So we need the government to bring us together than before. Because when they separate us, it will be dangerous. So we need the government who bring us together. And that's why Uhuru was supporting Raila Odinga, because he wanted, because Raila Odinga, he's that tribe, he was wanted to bring us together. And me too, I want us to be unity, because I think unity is a key. Because when we come the unity, we cannot have the problem with the government, even election day. You know, you feel like you have been respected. I'm a Kikuyu tribe. I'm respected by another community, and that's something I want, because our democracy can be more powerful. When we have election, we don't have problem. And even when you are president, you don't need to go to get somebody. You're the same community. You can get somebody another community, because everybody can keep peace. Unity is the key, because when we have a unit, it will bring peace for every community. I hope you guys understand what I mean. Thank you.
Sawa Ronda. Kiprono?
Weka mic on.
Keep unmute. Ni kama okay. Na mic yako inalia.
Tumeniweka kando sana. Hello.
Yes.
Watu wengi wameongea sana vitu mingi sana kwa hii forum, lakini I think this is a discussion, so at least you should keep a both side. It is your forum, but at least balance for the forum to grow, because the forum cannot grow when the discussion is for one side. So at least when you balance time, at least you keep the other part time, you give us the other part time. At least discussion will be at least balance. At least you'll have more followers.
Give your point. Give your point. No one is preventing you from talking. Ongea. Arika is coming. Muzalendo arudi. Tunaongea.
That
no one is blocking you. Go ahead. Give your point. Wacha kusema hiyo mingi sana. Just give your point. Umepewa time.
So first, kuna mtu hapo amesema ati Raila alikuwa anakutana na Uhuru because wanataka kuleta Wachaluo na Wakikuyu wakuwe pamoja. What of other tribes? Kenya we have 44 tribes or 45. So at least when you say President Kenyatta was trying to create unity between the two tribes, you are very wrong, because Kenya belonged to 44 tribes. So first, Uhuru was bringing in Raila because of his personal benefits. That is facts. We cannot deny that. Uhuru was bringing in Raila to protect the properties of his family. So other things are hypocrisy. The other thing of a church, that you are saying that Ruto is now trying to go in bed with church. I cannot argue, because somebody tell me that if there is a discussion of football or politics, discuss, but in terms of religion, don't ever discuss religion. Ask Martha Karua said that William Ruto is preventing.
That's not the truth. That is not the truth. He was President Uhuru. He wants us to be unity. That's not the truth.
Okay, Ronda, time. What I execute point. Please.
So, story of the religion. I think we should not discuss the religion with the politics. If Ruto is his own weakness in religion, everybody has weakness in the religion. Because I remember the story of somebody who was a prostitute. Do you remember that story? So we cannot be hypocritical now that we say that Ruto is now going to church to go to check with the priest to do this and this and this. We cannot do that. In the issue of judges, somebody said that churches are now heading to be executive. That is wrong. what is going on is that at least this government will give judges now and judiciary money to do their role. When you go to county like Baringo, there is no court in Baringo. For those who have gone to counties like Baringo and many other counties, so people in Baringo are coming to Nakuru to do cases. Imagine you are coming to Nakuru to do a small case. So for me, hello. Hello.
Keep talking. I hear you.
So for me, there is a hypocritical that judges are being given money to go to do to do roles that are favoring executive is wrong, because we have many counties which do not have courts to do their work. So if you are in a Simio and if you are in UDA, it is now time we come together as a Kenyans under the leadership of the William Ruto. If William Ruto will not deliver what he has promised Kenya, we have a mandate after 5 years to go and vote him out. If he will deliver, of course, we will decide. If he will do wrongs in the middle, at least we will speak out. But at first, in the beginning, you are now talking now, telling the government that this government is bad, or you want the executive judiciary to do the same role with the executive. People are not talking about the parliament. Parliament are given money. They are given the allocation. Everybody is given allowance to be in a member of parliament, but nobody is saying anything about them. But if the judiciary have given money, everybody is now talking. Look at the police now. The police now have on their own money. Uhuru failed to give them their own money. Uhuru used the police because they were telling them, if you will not do this and this, we will not give you the money. But Ruto, in the first day, they have instructed that inspector of police to be given their own allocation of money to do their work. So for me, you have right to.
Kiprono unapotelea. Kiprono? Okay, amepotelea. So I wanted to ask him, maybe as he comes, can you tell me hiyo story ya polisi na judiciary? I think nasikia judiciary amewaongezea 3 billion. Which action plan is he implementing? Hiyo kuna watu walifanya report, was there like who advised? I would like to know within a day who advised about that 3 billion history ya polisi. Was there an issue? Like, is there a research which has been done to show there is a problem? I would like to see a peg on those issues. Okay, Steve, utahold kidogo. Let's get other people so that at least you'll come. Wacha tu kwanza Arika onge, then we can circle back to other people. Arika, welcome. No voice, please. No voice, please.
Everybody has gone mute.
Can you hear me, Bwana Mzalendo?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, Arika ndiye nangoja. It's time for Arika.
Okay.
Yeah, it's time for Arika. You are the one.
Arika.
Hello. Okay. I had put some gadget here which seems to have some issue. So if you are hearing me, then that's okay. I want to give 2 points. One is the appointment of judges. I'll have something to talk about the church a little bit. Then one more point. Judges' appointment was long overdue, in my opinion. I remember the judges went through vetting by the Judicial Service Commission, and the president was supposed to appoint them. If there was any background check and stuff like that to determine the integrity, as some of us are trying to attach, then the body mandated to do that was the GSC, Judicial Service Commission. But the reason why the president could not appoint them is not understood by any. And if the president had an issue, he could have referred back the matter to the Judicial Service Commission so that they can do their work. This matter, I remember even the former CJ, Chief Justice Honorable Maraga, was really furious about it. To some point, he even recommended that Parliament be disbanded, if my memory serves me better. So Ruto to come in and appoint them, to me, it's long overdue. And to some extent, although I support UDA, to some extent, I think I'll be allowed to conclude that the lack of appointment of these judges must have brewed some bad blood between the judiciary and the presidency. I tend to think so. Because I saw a series of rulings. I'm not a lawyer, but there are things you can really tell. They were not very friendly to the government for quite some time. And even yesterday, when I was commenting here, I said the way judiciary kind of behaved during a swearing in ceremony was like they were protesting, kind of that, weenda tume tusumbua. But that is according to me. You don't quote me anywhere. So Ruto acting so fast, I think the decision is required, and therefore let's give him the benefit of doubt. 2, the church going in bed with the state. Some have said it is wrong, others are saying right, but the same Bible we read, which public participation has really given us some insight on, says when the righteous is on the throne, the people are happy. And that is our position. I don't think it's wrong for the church to give guidance and to give counsel. Even our constitution, to a large extent, is drawn from the Bible. Even not the constitution, but the judgment of cases in court, much of it is how it was ruled. So countries have governments, countries have churches. There's nothing wrong with the church praying for government and guiding the government. When people are peaceful, we save a lot of money from buying arsenal to fight the criminals and the war, unnecessary civil wars. So to me, it's better you build a church than buying grenades and water cannons to quell demonstrations. Lastly, I want to say that really we need to be positive na lazima tuwe wazalendo ambao wanapenda nchi yetu. Mzalendo, that name really aligns with your thought. I've been listening to you. Saa zingine, let's tone down some issues. We are bringing an anthill into a mountain, and we are like, we have developed a culture of complaining all through. The country is healing. We have admitted that 6.9 people that voted for Raila Amolo Odinga is not a small number, it's a big number. But then that's the nature of democracy. The few that won by a small margin, that is it. So instead of lamenting, try to raise issues like showing the country that we can't move forward, saa zingine it puts question to our patriotism. You know, when you are asking that the president could have done this on day one, in the same text, in the same sentence and paragraph, you are saying he's too fast, he's running, he could have now known where the toilet is. Honestly, where is your honesty? One point you are complaining, ameenda haraka. Another point you are saying he could have given you the Hustlers Fund immediately. I mean, I know we are hurting, but let's give the government time. And if they don't perform, then you can say, look, this is a reasonable amount of time. If it's consultation, you have consulted. Where is this and that? I want to agree that leaders should give responsible promises. But again, let us allow the government to be in place. One of you told us here that even the ministers are not there. The technocrats are not there. Sasa tumeanza complain saa ngapi eti hajapeana Hustlers Fund. So kindly brothers and sisters, I know we are hurting, some are celebrating, but we still have a country, we still have people watching us. If you go to Facebook and YouTube, there are over 1,000 people watching you talk. And then you are here giving a lot of hopelessness to over 1,000 people. Can't we be ashamed of ourselves? Let's give hope to Kenyans. Let's discuss issues that you can be asked tomorrow and say, this is what I said and you stand by it. But if you are asking as if you are talking as if you are campaigning all through, we are not doing justice to the viewers and listeners of this channel. Thank you, Kenyan. That's my contribution.
Okay. Thank you, Bonarika. I want to reiterate to you a little bit. Let me tell you, the hopelessness you see in Kenya was brought by the judiciary, not anyone else. I'm not saying that the Kenyan judiciary was mandated to nullify the election, but the Kenyan judiciary, through the Chief Justice, they had an obligation of talking to Kenyans in a sane manner. To me, I always say that speech of Madam Kome is what has divided Kenya. It is now actually the one which has created a mountain in Kenya, because it was a humiliation on top of denying a victory somewhere. I do not see the reason why Madam Kome couldn't just come and tell Kenyans, we have listened to the argument of both sides, we have agreed to uphold this election, without going to the details of whatever she did. I'm not a lawyer, but that explanation divided Kenya. I thank God because Kenyans, we have run through the hard way. Right from our crisis in 2007, when we had a contested election, to now, whereby it's only that we know our democracy has grown and we have given our institutions to do the right thing, but at times they refuse. And our institutions are now taking Kenyans for a ride, and our institutions, because they know we cannot respond in a harsh way, because we have grown those processes. Now Kenya has reached a level whereby you can take an election from somebody and they can deliberately take it away simply because people will not fight, people will not do this, people will accept. So the next phase in the Kenyan system is doing the right thing. That is the level where we have not reached. We now have technocrats and people who have information who cannot do the right thing at the right time. That's now why you are seeing now people are busy now even migrating from one party to the other one, thinking that if you go and support the other party, you'll get cash from there. So now we have a problem in Kenya of building ethics. And Bwanarika, you have to agree with me here. It is not a matter of criticizing the current regime or the current government, but this government has gotten into power on the right foot through division. And I do not think Mr. Ruto will have capacity to convince the other half on legitimacy. Because number one, the Kenyan Supreme Court deliberately decided to hurt Mr. Odinga. Even if they decided to say he had lost the election, there was a better way to communicate to him and to his supporters. To me, I get it as humiliation, and the current president should not even seek any audience from the other half. He should govern Kenya using the people who elected him and some of us who voted for Azimio. We hope that in future we will get a methodology which will give us the right president. But for now, some of us are still frustrated, and it is not about matters of moving on, because I know that those are some of the things which I think some of us are being told here. It's not a matter of moving on. It's a matter of getting the right thing done. And that is why, as a supporter of Baba, I will not push for any handshake with this government. Let us remain as divided as we are. It's okay because it was pure humiliation. That was my comment. Stephen, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Njiru. Yeah, I just like how you end it, but I want to talk to Mr. David Arika, and now Kiprono is gone. I watched Kiprono in the other session. I think they are the one who prompted me to come to this session today. I'm always spectator from a distance. But I think Kiprono and Mr. David has one attitude. And this attitude is that of the president. Let's get it done. We don't care of the procedure and the other things. Let's get it done. The country is healing. They are not sensitive to other people's feeling or other people's opinion. Let's get it done. We are in power. It is with us. And Mr. David himself said this, like he watched the attitude of the judges during the swearing in ceremony. He himself is saying that the judges were like, yeah, we are done with you. Mr. Uhuru, you can go. You see, that's the attitude of let's get it done. If you asked a question which nobody has answered here, we have all jumped to other things, Mr. Njiru. But before I go to the question that you just asked, because that's why I've been raising my hand all along. Mr. David said something here that the government is saving money from buying the water cannons and everything for dispersing criminals and the civil war. You see, the terms like criminal, civil war, these are terms used by the deputy president, militia people, militia. You see, these are terms that the people have used over a community for a long time. And I will say that's for my community. I like how Rhoda put it in the beginning when she talked about the Kikuyus and the Luo long ago. And when you call a community a militia, you call them, nobody want to go to the road to demonstrate and get killed. Nobody want a sister, brother, mother, friend to go to the road, demonstrate, get killed. Some situation push people on the road. But now what Mr. Njiru is saying that we have reached a point where in this country we have a law and we have a Supreme Court that says it is done and we take it. Well, of course we can say we take it, but we see a gap. Like what the Chief Justice just did, Madam Kome, the language, it is really hurting. That's the truth. It's hurting. We stay in a metropolitan city like where I am. I live with Mijikenda, Kikuyus, everybody. We are all tribes here. And you can see the cold, how people are very cold towards each other. Even in the office where I work, we are suspicious because some of us feel like we are less. Some of them feel that they're able, they have the government. Like what Mr. David putting it. I don't like it when it says that the unnecessary wars. Nobody want to start a war like the Ukraine and Russia. The things that push people. One of them that pushed people to the street was this constitution. I remember one of them that pushed people to the street was the reform of the IEBC. I remember where the NASA used to go to the IBC tower every Monday. You see, it's that reform that brought the Chabukati at the team. So if you say that people just have unnecessary wars, you are insensitive to the 8 million or 6 million, whatever people that support this kind of people. Because we don't know if it's the only 6 million people that support this kind of ideas. So I believe that we have reached a point where we don't even care about the feeling of other people, because if we have the system on our side, if we have COM on our side, other people need to move on with what we believe. I'm sorry, I will not join you in that kind of bus. I'm not going to be part of it. I'm going to be able to express my feeling in a very civic way, very honorable way. I don't want to break anybody's shop, but I want to express myself. But I want to go back to what Mr. Jiru just asked. Is Ruto able or willing to take this kind of uniting way that the way President Uhuru began? I remember what bring President Ruto and Uhuru together was the handshake in Nakuru. Yeah. And that was what became the popular symbol of Jubilee Party. And by then, it was because of the 2007 post-election violence where the Kikuyus and the Kalenjin really suffered. And there was that kind of struggle and issues in between them. So they saw it wise that from the Hague, they can be together and they can have peace, and the two community can have peace. But immediately the President Uhuru now said, I want to extend hand to the other side that we also have issues with. It became that this is not an issue of peace, like it is about only two communities. They forget that in 2013, it was about the Kikuyu and Kalenjins making peace among themselves. What is wrong now by the President extending hands to a third community and now bringing other community? Remember, in the politics of Kenya, these three communities played a very major roles. Very major roles. They have very, very big influence with the other smaller communities. We have to agree on this, maybe. If Kikuyu speak, there's a bunch of communities that follow them. Emejikenda, some of the Luos. When the Luo leaders speak, there's a bunch of communities that follow the Kambas, the Luyas. So I think the president just made an extension of a hand to another community. But they saw that was not, and that's what Kiprono is saying. President was doing that for his own interest. What about if I say he did that in the 2013 for his own interest? You see, these things are not making sense to me as a Kenyan who want to see peace. Actually, when today he shakes hand with the Ruto and Uhuru, they're okay. But when he shakes hand with the Raila, it is not okay, because maybe Uhuru is trying to protect his interest. To me, I see lies. I see people that are not realistic. People who are not sensitive to other people. They're selfish. They're mean to me. They're mean. Because if you don't see peace in the president shaking hand with the third community, then I don't even see why you call yourself a Christian. So Mr. Njiru asks that, is Ruto really able to do this? I don't know if he's able, because he has been the forefront opposing this kind of handshake. He's been forefront of saying this is a militia. So I speak in this kind of forum. I know people are watching in Facebook, but I speak my mind, say that it's very hard to heal. We live in a suspicious community. You don't know if he loves you or he doesn't love you. You will only try to please him because he's the God of the day. I will try to live in a system that I feel I want to live safe within the boundaries of this country, so that I'm not in trouble with the police, I'm in trouble with the government, I'm not taken from my house in the evening somewhere. I just want to stay safe, and what we call during my high school life, surviving. You just want to survive. So I believe Ruto has a long way to unite this country. If I hear what the deputy was saying, the deputy president now, Gashagwa, during the swearing in, I cannot see myself where the whole country is going to unite under these two people. But I long for that day. I yearn for that day. You see, we younger generation now, we are intermarrying. I'm not married to my tribe. You see, my family are different people. They come from different community around. I married from somebody in Rift Valley. So you see, we are intermarrying. And the younger community are intermarrying, and there's that kind of. And you see, if we are in a house, the Malua and my wife come from Nandi, and these things happen, you see, you are confused because you don't know how your children will be tomorrow, and we are coming up with a generation that want to live together, but we have certain leaders who still have the ego that we cannot be together. It is not if you talk about Luo and Kikuyu, Why is the other 42 or 41 tribes? When you talk about Kalenjin and Kikuyu, you don't ask about the other 42. To me, somebody is not realistic. Somebody is playing here with people's emotions at the mind game. And I pray, and it's my prayer, that you bring up your children or yourself from out of this kind of evil thinking that it is only Tukubi that can make peace. It begins by a step which President Uhuru began, or whatever name you want to call that guy. He did what he did. And I'm so happy that President Uhuru could go to my town in Kisumu and walk free. I'm so happy that today I know a shop in Kisumu run by Kikuyu, and we go to the supermarket. It's called Tumaini. I'm so happy that this can happen. Where I am, I'm not in my county. I'm working here in other people's place. If we can do this, and we brought about the BBI, Mr. Njiru, the BBI talked about the tutoring government where we have like today, there's another tribe becoming a leader. All of us want to see a Mijikenda becoming a president in this country one day. That will be the healing process. It's not supposed to be only Luos or Kikuyu, but we want to see a Kamba becoming a president one day. That will show us the country's healing. So I don't know how long and how he will do it, but I'm afraid he's not able to do it. Yeah.
Like me, I don't afraid. Ruto, I said before, I'm not afraid for the die. Me, I can die for the truth, but the reality is, in Kenya we.
Okay, Rod, kuna mtu nataka kuaddress hapa. Ben, please, you have to delete that comment or we get you out. Ben, that comment of yours is disrespectful. No one owns God. No one owns God, and you cannot write such a comment. So I'm giving you a minute to remove your comment. There's a guy called Ben. We will not allow that comment here. I don't want to say it because it is disrespectful. So please remove that comment. And any person who is trying to vilify other people saying they do not love God, we will not take it.
Okay. I want to finish, then Rhoda, you can take. I just have one thing to add. David, you talk about...
There is Bwananyomba, so maybe once Stephen you finish, watch a Bwananyomba.
Okay. Mr. David Arika talk about hope. Let's give people hope. Let's give the country hope. Mr. Bwana David, where does hope come from? When we have begun this way, how do you start planting hope in us? We are very conscious alive. We see this thing, we watch the news, we follow our government day by night. Where do you want our hope to come from? Just a minute.
I mean, don't put words in my mouth. My statement is very clear. It can be retracted. Don't drift from the main point.
Just a minute. I just want to say, because you say we should speak hope. I'm just asking, where should we have this hope for some of us? It is my opinion. And maybe you know where we get this, or where we should speak hope to the people, to 1 million or 1,000 watching us. That's what you spoke about. I think I'm not so much forgetful. You say 1,000 is watching us, we should speak hope. And I have a question to you. You will answer it in your own time. Where do we get that hope at the moment? When we feel that we are still divided, we feel that we are not going together. We pray that maybe the government of the UDA that you support bring us along and they show us that kind of togetherness. We are willing to go with it. This is a country that people are so mature. I tell you, nobody will refuse to work with the government when the government is welcoming and is able to accommodate everybody. So we are not complaining, but we are saying, where is the hope? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana for that. I think the president was clear. He doesn't want to work with anyone. The other side, he said we can do our opposition law, which I think we are keen to do it. But when it comes to service delivery is across the country. But so we will pray, I think, our opposition law. And my simple advice maybe to our party leader, I would wish that our party leader doesn't push for any handshake. Let allow this government be the way they are. Let them be accountable for their own action. It would be bad if, in case bad things happen in this government, they start painting our party leader on some of the issues. Just like the way some of the issues of Jubilee, they ran away and they started painting our party leader that there are some things which I don't want. So I would purely exonerate my party leader Don't get involved in this government, please. Number, go ahead.
I still had a question to answer that also, because my name has been mentioned several times.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, let's give feedback for you, and then you can ask the question. Even me, I wanted to add something to something that you said, that when the righteous are on the throne, I don't know people
Okay,
will be happy.
one minute. Wale wanaongea saa hii dakika moja moja ili nyumba akuje tafadhali. 1 minute. Musi over expound sana, please.
Okay, so you see, I don't understand what is the metric which is being used here to measure righteousness. Is it like, for the last 20 years I've been involved in corruption, I've killed people, I've done all manner of things, then now I want to be a leader, so I go in the church with money that I've stolen, I give them, that makes me righteous? I told you here another time that as Christians, can we go and check on the fruits of the Spirit? Put Baba in one side and put another column hustler. You'll tell me who is righteous among these two people. I don't understand this metric, all the when they righteous. This man is not righteous by any standard. Going to church and keeping on going to church and giving money does not make you righteous, if that is the measure. And then I have said here clearly, because this issue of church has been overdone. The mandate of the church which Jesus left is evangelism and feeding the poor. If you go to where in the Bible some pastors were telling Jesus, why when Jesus said, "I know you not," then they asked him, but we were healing people, we were casting out demons, and he said, "No, I don't know you." And he puts there the list of things that will make him know you, that helping the poor, those kind of things. Our churches right now, I don't think we're involved much in that area. Our work now has become the work of the Pharisees, whereby the Pharisees were being used by the Roman Empire to be able to manage or to rule the Jews at the time. So what is happening is that Hustler here has now brought this group of Pharisees to be able to control the people who are sitting under them, which is very wrong. If you look at the church which is in Acts, that is the right church, who does evangelism and who is doing ministry in the community, not who is busy in bed with the political class. And please, this issue of saying that the righteous, that man is not righteous. I mean, you don't know his past or what. You need the dossier. Yeah. So,
I think your point is home.
Alafu, this other point, there's another point of unifying. Let me tell you, if you want to understand the mindset of Hustler is just using the same strategies which Moi used to use. Moi was not a Christian, Moi was a Freemason, but what he did was that he was bringing in the church to be able to manage the people. And then he goes and gets tribal kingpins, from every community, because like now I understand there's some past leaders like Obado and others, they're in his camp. So what he would do, Moi, is that he gets tribal kingpins who are who agree with him, and then he makes them, now either he makes them the kingpins, and then they're supposed to speak for their tribe. So what happens is that different tribes don't have a say, because their leader is telling them whatever Moi wants them to do. That's a kind of unity, which unity strategy, but it's actually a control strategy. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Public participation. I would like to say maybe that is your comment. Some issues we cannot validate because we don't know. So maybe David Arika, 1 minute, alafu nyomba kuje.
Thank you, Kenyan. That is our opinion as you have put it. You know, one problem I don't want to get into is an idea of saying this is what it is from your side, this is what it is from our side. When you people, some of you, especially public, I'm sure you have avoided to put your name because you fear for reasons best known to you. When you come here and tell us conclusively that man is not religious, so and so is a Freemason, I mean, leave some room for other opinions. You are too much conclusive to your statements, which can hurt. If we start telling you about the other side, we will hurt people. We don't want to do that. I simply said my statement was very clear that it is better to have people going to church than fighting in the streets. That one, you can't misinterpret.
Excuse me, Mr. David. Please
It's
don't.
my time. I didn't
Seriously,
catch it. It's my time.
What did you? Let me ask. As a Christian, what did
It
Jesus
is
say?
my
Yeah.
time.
I know it's your time, but I'm just saying, what did Jesus say? He
is
said,
my
"By their
time.
fruits
No,
you shall know them. By their fruits you shall know them." The fruits of Moi and the fruits of Ruto are bad fruits.
Madam, you're
You
not
cannot
teaching
compare
the
them.
Bible.
So don't
Let's have order. Order, please.
Yeah,
Bwana
Patrick,
Njiru.
1 minute.
You can't teach us the Bible. We've been reading the
Andika,
Bible
go ahead.
for all these years, so don't pretend to teach me the Bible. When you quote your verse, allow me to quote mine too. I've been in church for the last 6 years. So I want to say that you cannot conclude and tell us that when I see this person is wrong, yours is right. When Raila Odinga wins, that is justice, and when Ruto wins, it is injustice. 2 people or 3 people went to the poll. One was to win. And whoever was won, we accepted. So you can't come here to lament and push us to the corner and gag us. We will always say, but don't want to hurt you. But if you push us, we'll remind you that justice cuts across the board. If Raila could win, he could be our president. If Ruto has won, he's our president. I only said, give him time, the benefit of doubt. We can criticize, but not day one and say, where is the hustler's money? We need to be fair to each other and fair to yourself.
John 8.
Okay, Muzalendo, 30 seconds because nataka kwenda kwa nyumba.
Just 30 seconds. There's a verse in the Bible. I don't know whether it is John 8:9 or John 8:7 that says, let the one who has got no sin, something like that, throw the first stone. That is Jesus saying that when they met, when these people wanted to stone that lady. So, I mean, we have people here acting like, they're righteous. They're the ones who are so close to God and they know how God thinks and how God behaves. I mean, judgment, let judgment be for judgment. When you die, you will go and meet your maker in heaven. He will tell you, wewe ulikuwa mtu mzuri, wewe ulikuwa mtu mbaya. Mambo ya dunia hapa, let us just leave it here and live according to the laws of the land, meaning we follow the constitution and probably what the Bible says if you are a Christian. Because Hindus have also their own set of laws, Muslims have got their set of laws, kuna Wakorino pia, kuna makanisa mingi na kuna watu wale hata waendagi kanisani. Unanielewa? So Ruto is a president for everybody.
Okay, right to reply, kabla nilete nyumba, right to reply. Public and usiende beyond 30 seconds.
Okay, you see, let me tell you what my problem is. This thing of that hustler is righteous as opposed to Baba is not righteous. Yeah, that is what it is. That's what when you say the righteous are on the throne, so that means what the person who is not on the throne is what is the one who is not righteous. And clearly, Jesus said, as much as Mzalendo is talking about casting the first stone, we're not condemning anyone, but Jesus said, by their fruits you shall know them. He did not say by their pesa yenye wanaleta kwa kanisa. Even when he went to, there was a poor widow who put 2 cents. He said she has given more than these Pharisees. So we should not be one-sided in our, and this issue of the church endorsing a candidate is totally wrong. The church should not be with the state or with the government in bed together. That is very wrong. And if you look at Jesus, there was a government when he was there. He was not in bed with them. He was busy evangelizing, healing, helping. That's the ministry of the church. The ministry of the church is not now to go and be in bed with somebody because the other day they started bringing you money in the church and nowadays they come to put in your church. Please.
Public. Thank you. Nyumba.
Thank you, Kenyan all the time. Alias Njiro Mwaura, I salute you. Also salute Makiadi, Rhoda, Stephen Bryan, public participant, Mzalendo, David Arika, and Kuseo, my friend. I think I'll be very brief. What I want to say is that we are getting into a topic that we cannot have an answer. We can talk the issues you people are raising here. You cannot, even for 2 days a week, you'll have not an answer, because some of the things are subjective, some are objective. And so that's why I agree with all of you. Whoever your argument, David Darika, you are very good. I've understood you. Rhoda, my friend, I've understood you. Public participant, I have. But let's not stick to that. I can see there's a topic here that is wide, more than just now going to that particular line you people are taking. And I can assure you, you're not going to have an answer on that particular issue like you're taking. Everybody will stick to his. Matters, faith, are very difficult. Faith. These are matters that very difficult to change somebody on faith. Yeah? Now, let me go to the issues. So I see a few people maybe you have not been conversant with, although I can see Kuzeo is hiding a bit. I don't know, he's afraid of whom. David Darika, nimekusikiza na kuelewa vizuri. Mimi nimekuwa Jubilee miaka mingi. Is it how many now? 12, 10 decade ago.
Hiding? What do you mean, Nyumba? Hiding?
Yeah, you are being hidden by the name tag. The name tag, we can't see you. You are just below the name tag. And it's okay. It's not your problem. Ni problem ya Kenyan all the time. Ndio amekuweka hivyo. Now, so President Dr. William Ruto is the president of Kenya, Republic of Kenya. He's not the president of Kenya Kwanza. He is the president of, is it 50 million now, Kenyans? Okay. So either you're in Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, the president of Kenya is Dr. Samuel Samoei Ruto. Let's agree to that first. All the other difference notwithstanding, then we move forward. We can't just be stuck in one point, dancing the same dance. We move. We have to move. And actually, we should now be more constructive. The political time, there's a lot of wastage of time and monies and whatever, and brains and all that. We have been here, Kenyan, all the time. Are you hiding your name also? Kenyan all the time. I know your name. I know your name fully. So what is... The other one is yours. Okay, let's continue. I like just making a few jokes here and there. We have been here very many months. And I remember the other night we are lamenting and asking, yeah, it was who was in charge. Yeah, the moderator was not November, somebody is Nani. And we said this panel will have been here many months and talking a lot of sense. And all of a sudden, it is brought to look like nonsense, our participation here. It's like the people here, Makiadi, Njiro, and all the others, they don't have brains. That's the verdict of the Supreme Court. They look like we are wasting our time. We are not. This is life. We have to continue on. The mother is our Chief Justice. President Ruto is our president, and we continue. Now, so let me go back to the topic. I mean the line that you are taking, I'm not going to take that one. We say President William Ruto swears in judges who were rejected by Uhuru. Okay, I agree with that. There are quite a number of things I didn't agree with Uhuru as our president. Actually, he was my party leader, been in Jubilee since after joining the Ruto TNA. We are human beings and we make mistakes. And some of them have very, very bad effects. Let me give an example. It took too long to fill the gaps in the IBC. The 4 commissioners took years and years and years. Just bringing those 4, just almost when the elections are near, that was not right. Should have done something about it. I'm give an example of his failures. We have our own failures. Maybe he had his own reasons. And that's why I can see now, Kinacharaira and the 4 commissioners are already in parliament to be impeached. And actually, they're going to be sacked. I can assure you that. The 4, either they are right or wrong, they are going to be removed from that commission, IBC. Because he should have brought these people earlier. He has the powers. It took him too long, 3-4 years, not replacing the ones who quit. Okay, there's one of the judges. There's a system. I think the constitution, there's no where it says the president should refuse the commissioning or the swearing of those judges. There's nothing like that. So he should have followed the law. Let the judges be sworn in. And if he has those other matters I was talking about, set a tribunal, remove them. It's as simple as that. He has information that these judges have done something wrong. Yeah. The Constitution allows them to be sworn in, and thereafter a tribunal to be set to remove them. And that would have sorted a lot of problems. So I don't agree with it. I'm agreeing with the President Ruto. If for example, if there is adverse information about the judges, Nyumba will go to court, raise an issue, or to parliament, a tribunal is set, then the judge is removed in the right way. So I'm agreeing with what Ruto is doing. Yeah, and also this one of cabinet ministers is good. They go there and answer issues in parliament. All in all, because I said I'm not going to talk for long, unless it's double speak, what our president is saying and doing looks okay up to now. Of course, there's some things like now removing the dry port from Naivasha. Of course, so we are human beings. We are selfish. That port would have been beneficiary to me being a resident of Nakuru County somehow. I've even interest in Naivasha. Yeah, but sometimes you don't have to be selfish. You look at the thing at a larger scale, countrywide, and you also take care of your brothers and sisters. So I'm saying quite a number of things. I'm happy if they are going to be affected by the statement of the actions, it's okay, because the only fear, let me say again, Bonarika, I know you're in Kenya Kwanza. I'm used to current president. Nanisikia saa zingine mimi ni mzee, nimezeeka na saa zingine naongea ukweli. He has been, unless he changes, he has been a man who is good at double speak. He has been. I can quote a few things. He says this and then he does this. You say, I'm not going to do, in fact, you mean exactly the opposite of what you want to do. He has been in such situations often. But we as human beings, we change. And when we change for the better, then it's okay. I think we are doing okay up to now. And again, Wanarika, I support you. There's no way we can now start judging Kenya Kwanza government. How many days? I usually say even 100 days are not enough to make a judgment. At least we need 1 year or plus to now start raising issues. Okay, it's too early. Let's be fair. Now challenging this and this. How many days are these? Those are theoretical arguments. Let's be practical. Okay, let's give the Kenya Kwanza government some 100, not 100 days. Maybe say 1 year, and we can analyze properly with the facts, not just theoretical issues. Wanaduko Mariba, you're my friend. I've welcomed you, and happy to see you. Kuseo, now I can see you. Bonanjiro, let me call him Bonanjiro. They don't know whom I'm talking about. Kenyan all the time. I beg now to leave, as you know what I do at this hour. You are aware of what I usually do at this hour. Thank you, panelists, for listening to me. And we are brothers and sisters. Let's not even, for example, I could see the topic that was there beforehand. We becoming personal. No, let's not. Let's just be factual. We are brothers and sisters. We are Kenyans, and we move forward. Thank you even for listening to me.
So I will still subject you, go and do more research about Ruto. And the problem which we are having here is not that we are challenging what Ruto is doing. Yeah, he can action what he want to action, but some of us, the question which we are asking ourselves is there an action report? He is responding to what? At least in some of the things which is being done, we would like at least to know is a response to what. So it's important that way. So let's bring other people.
Bonanjiro, I didn't exhaust my topic because I'm feeling very afraid, even some of the words coming from our leaders, especially our deputy president. And that's why you can see, that's why I've said we are brothers and sisters. We should not antagonize each other. We should work together for the betterment of this country of ours called Kenya. So it's my request here, whoever is listening, even the leadership, Nagachagua, tuache kuantagonize each other. Let's move forward. Tuko pamoja, hii Kenya ni yetu. Wananjira, I'm going to do more research, but I've said in a general statement that what I know of our current president, he has been used to double speak. And maybe I'll give through the other channel, give me the challenges or the research you want to do. I'm going to do it and give you feedback. Thank you.
You know, sometimes when you are concluding, when you are concluding on action, it's also good to look at the pros and the cons. You can also try to ask yourself: is the giving of the 3 billion to the judiciary, is it related to other things? You see, I don't know if is the Kenyan judiciary deprived, they don't have money or what. So maybe those are some of the things. Is it something to appease them? Is it something to buy the independence? Is it a natural fund to them?
Wananjiro, I have an answer for that. It's not our president is creating it. It has been there. It's not only a matter of implementing. And that's why I've said some things that have been delayed. Is it the English word procrastination? And I said former president procrastinated in terms of the commissioners, IBC. He also, on this issue of the swearing of the judges, he did the same. And this is not our president Ruto's creation. It has been there. Kanyaga kwa muda mrefu that funding. It is not that he is creating it now.
Okay, sawa. Naona Kuzeo representative wa IBC ako hapa. Kuzeo naona nitaanzia kukuamini bwana before I bring bwana Richi to continue. I wish we listened to you. Inakaa hiyo story yako ya IBC ilikuwa imebeba kila kitu. Ni sawa, you know, I thought that you are the ambassador of IBC, lakini it looks you. That is where the things mattered. I think utatuambia mambo mingi kuhusu IBC. So Richi, can you take the floor and you let Kuzeo in and Duke in. Hao ndio watu wajaongea saa hii.
Thank you Njiro. Can you hear me? I'm doing a mic check. Mnanisikia? Asante sana. Unajua ninabomwanga studio kama Kuseo pia mimi nikimaliza kuingia hapa I take everything off my computer, my headphones, everything. So I must reset the studio before I get here. But I want to say hi to you all. Good to see you, Kenyan all the time, Duke, Roda, Public Participation, Mzalendo, David Erika, Mzee Nyumba na Daktari Kuzeo. Good to see you. Niko na mambo mingi ya kuongea lakini naona masaa ni kidogo. So I'll try to be brief. Number one, David Erika amesema the Russians are in power. The Bible says when the Russians are in power. David Erika, I think when you come here every day to tell us to keep this government in check, if it's the Russia's government, then we do not need to keep this government in check, because hii ni government imetengenezwa na Mungu na haitakuwa na makosa. So we are not going to keep this government in check. We don't expect them to make mistakes. It is a God-given government, so we expect them to perform as they are mandated to. Now, let me talk about the judiciary here. I think I'm getting a bit concerned that the judiciary seems to be getting cozy with the executive. I'll use that word, cozy, because time and again we saw Justice Maraga with a hot and cold relationship with Uhuru Kenyatta. There was a time they were good friends. There were times they did not agree on many issues. But Justice Maraga tried as much as possible to maintain his cool in terms of relating to the executive. From the word go, William Ruto's administration seems to be in bed, so to speak, with the judiciary. And it is a bit concerning to me. You can see, I was looking at pictures that came from the celebration that was held at State House, the after party, Naitago after party. And the kind of pictures I saw as a DCJ were a bit, uncomfortable for me to speak for a person of her stature. I don't want to go much into that, but I think you guys have seen those pictures. They are all over the internet. And like I said, I'm beginning to get a bit concerned that even the the CJ now is complaining that she's receiving a lot of backlash from the public. She has complained. The judiciary has issued a statement to the same. And I believe, I don't know if it's some form of guilt that is still haunting them, but let's be patient and see the judgment they promised all of us. I will play a video here later of Okiya Omtata today or yesterday for that matter, I think yesterday, talking to Jeff Koinange, and he says that he received a threatening message from a Supreme Court judge telling him, I'll come for you. I'll play the video so that msiseme ninapiga propaganda hapa. So the hot air, the chasing sijui alikuwa naita chasing after what? The Supreme Court that used very, very funny words to dismiss the petition looks like it has finally come home to reality, that its credibility is under threat. And so
wild goose chase.
Yeah, thank you. Wild goose chase. The hot air. There's another one that I can't remember. Osea, wewe ulishika hizi majina zote bana.
I have all of it. Yeah.
Ricky, are they English words?
No. The question is, were they supposed to be used in a Supreme Court judgment? That is
no problem.
Yeah, so those funny words, these people wanaonekana ni kama wamefika mahali wakagundua they have lost, the public has lost, maybe half of the public has lost confidence in them. And so hata kama mko marafiki, hata kama mnajua mlipata president mwenye atawapatia 3 billion shillings na ataappoint the six six judges. Jaribuni kuficha, don't show openly that you're getting cozy with the executive, because when you get executive and the judiciary speaking the same language, always taking a cup of tea, the perception is that the judiciary is working together with the executive. That is the perception. Hata kama hakuna hiyo perception, and that is what we're beginning to worry about, because we will expect that if somebody goes to court because of something that has been done by the executive, then these judges ambayo wanakunywa state house chai kila siku mnasema tusiongee are going to rule in favor of the executive, and that is the bottom line. That is the perception that every Kenyan will have. So Kenyans, it's okay. We are glad that the president has appointed, has sworn in the 6 judges. Na Osea ninasikia hata six. There's another one, an extra one. There's a 7th one, and Omtata is saying he's going to court because of that. There's an extra judge that was not even vetted by the JCSC, lakini ameingizwa hapo ndani. So we have 7 judges of only 6, we have only 6 of those 7 that went through the JCSC vetting process. So that's one thing that we as Kenyans need to worry about. And it's okay for the judiciary to be given all the money that it wants, but then tafadhali always remember that the judiciary should be an independent arm of government, and it should not be seen to be in bed with the executive. Nyomba, you want to interrupt me? I'll give you a second.
Yes, thank you. Before I go and do what I usually do, I don't have to explain to you, Wanamakiadi. My hour for doing that has come on. Now, if you listen to me, I said that the judiciary funds is not a creation of Dr. Ruto. It has been there, and they have been stepping, not giving it. Once you have done that, you become more independent. You are not just begging to be given it. It's in law in the Constitution. Secondly, I've said this before I go, that it's too early to make those judgments, Mr. Matikiad, you are making. And I said, not even 100 days. I need 1 year to judge the Kenya Kwanza government. Because I'm living, maybe you understand. Those are views. My views are my views. And that's I've been tolerating. Because that's I've been
today
tolerating.
You'll be late you'll milk up 10 minutes late.
No, let me finish just before I lose track. That's why I've been tolerating Mr. Omariba, although we have not been of the same boat. Me, I've been Azimio, he has been Kenya Kwanza, but I've been tolerating each other. So if you remember, for example, the antagonism between the former judiciary and the former president, there are reasons for that. And I've said I didn't agree with the former president not swearing the judges because there's a system. Swear them in, you have the evidence, because that's the way to go. And then set tribunal to remove them. Now, for you remember also, things went out of hand, refusing to honor judgments. That was the order of the day. There are many sentences or passed on by the courts. Our former president was not honoring the court, and that's why I had a lot of rough time with the Judge Maraga. Because once you start disobeying the courts at that level, it can calm down. Why should I, as a civilian, simple person, also follow the judicial system? Why? Yeah. You remember, there are very many issues that he refused to honor the court's judgments. Nimemaliza, wacha niende nipumzike. But maybe it's too early to judge Kenya Kwanza. But yeah. I'm also, I disagreed with our former president and his system on many things, especially judicial system.
Nyumba, you have to wait for 10 minutes.
Nyumba, before you leave, I just want to ask you a simple question here. It's okay you're saying it's early to judge the Kenya Kwanza, the UDA government. My question to you is, where is okay, you're trying to explain it as in this is something that was there. Now, 3 billion is not a pocket change. You don't go out in the streets and get
it is in the system.
No. Hold on.
I'll go to the constitution and quote it for you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Listen, Nyumba. I agree with what you're saying. It's in the constitution. What my question is, 3 billion is not money that is just sitting out there somewhere. And we know the budget was passed in July 1st, if I'm not wrong. The 2023-2024 budget, right? No, 2022-2023. Is it the 23 budget, 2023? So my question,
2023.
Yeah, 2022-2023 budget was passed in July. So my question is this: where did Ruto get the 3 billion that he allocated?
Can I answer you
yes,
straight
please.
away?
Yes.
Me, I worked in the public sector, and I was in charge of roads and buildings at a district level. The district then, the permanent secretary had authority to move these funds from this one to something else, or to another road or something, okay? Reallocating the funds is not an offense. The 3 billion can be removed from another item, and also, as long as done correctly. Are you getting it? It's as simple as that. The only thing me at this, listen, Bwana Makete.
Yes, sir.
The only thing me at the district level, departmental head, I didn't have authority. I'm the AI holder, I'm the signatory. I didn't have the authority to transfer. But I'll request the peers through writing, I want this road is worse than this. This man was allocated for this road. Can we move these funds to that road? And he had the authority and to do it. So the allocation is not an issue. Getting the 3 billion from the total budget is not an offense, and it's possible to reallocate from one source, one account to another one. I've answered you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would have wanted also you to explain me a permanent secretary from which ministry to move to which ministry. I mean, the judiciary is not a ministry by itself.
You have not understood me. There's a whole budget for Kenya, okay?
No, what I'm saying is this, Mzee Nyumba. What I'm saying is this. Every ministry has its own budget, right?
Yes.
So you said the permanent secretary has authority to move the 3 billion, which is not pocket change, from one ministry, for example, to the judiciary.
You have not. Let me explain again. It has to be within the same ministry, okay? Now, within the judicial funding, money can be allocated within the same budget of the judiciary, okay? When I was talking about this was a particular permanent secretary for roads, okay? He has authority on road matters, okay? And me being a junior district level, I can request for funds to be transferred from, instead of improving this road, a bridge has broken here, is more urgent, and he'll do it in writing. He has the authority. Now, what I'm saying, the 3 billion must be actually from the same judiciary allocation, or the president, kuna pesa inakuwa nyinyi hamjui nyingi sana. Yuko kwa president office nyingi sana kufanya mambo nyingi. Wacha niwachie hapo. Siwezi kumwambia mambo ya government.
Lakini nyumba asiende, mimi niko na maswali mingi kwake.
Can you give me permission? I talk before I sleep. I want to say like this. I think Luther, he wants people to obey him, to bow for him like Jesus. If you don't do this, I will do something dangerous. And that is not democracy. What is the democracy of Kenya for real? Let us ask us as a Kenyan citizen. Do the democracy of Kenya say you bow for human beings? The democracy is say you threatening the former president? What is the democracy of Kenya? Let us go back in America. America is a democracy country. And Kenya, we have the same system, Senate, governor. So let us open our eyes and we see the truth. This is unbelievable to bow for human beings. And he's the one who needs to be humble for ourselves because he's a president. He said people, they vote for him. And we didn't see any justice. I'm still waiting for justice because there's not the truth there. So we want a country democracy, not to play the game like the way he's doing. Divinity not. He's threatening our former president. Our former president, he was humble, he was kind. We don't want that kind of game. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution. Now, I think there's somebody here called Emmanuel. Emmanuel, sijui kama umezima steam ama nini. We would have loved to see, ama kama uwezi weka camera on, then I'll give that slot to somebody else. You've asked me to give you an opportunity to be on the screen.
Bwana Makiadi, can I go away?
No, I mean, I was making my remark.
Release you Nyumba.
Ngoja. Julia, if you have something that you have to ask Nyumba before he leaves, I'll give you a minute. Julia.
Yes, I wanted to ask Nyumba to ask himself. I accept that it's under the law the judges should be appointed. Why did President Uhuru find it worthy to appoint them? Did he just come from the blue and decide I'm not appointing them? He had good reasons. So we are not going to be justifying here that people maybe who have stolen. There's a judge that has a criminal case that with Sonko, and he's not even resigned, Mr. Nyumba. Even if it is under the law, he should have appointed them. We should ask ourselves, why did he appoint them? We cannot walk around blindly saying he should have appointed them. Secondly, the judicial funding, that increased funding, was it an emergency? What is an emergency in this country? Now, that connects me to the ruling of the Supreme Court. So you people, let us not argue blindly that they should have appointed them. They should be given funding. Why didn't President Uhuru appoint them? We should ask ourselves that question. That is what I want Mr. Nyumba as he goes.
I had answered that one, Julia. Let me answer it again. There's nothing in the Constitution of Kenya that says the president, once the Judicial Service Commission has done its work, the president can veto it. No. There is nothing like that. And he vetoed that Judicial Service Commission on those judges. I was saying this. He had information from intelligence and everything. There's a man who has the whole country information with him. He should have used the right method to remove these judges. Let them be sworn in. Thereafter, set a tribunal, and with the evidence he has, and throw them out. That was, to me, the procedure to be used. Because the president didn't have authority to veto those judges once the Judicial Service Commission has done its work by the Constitution. I hope you have understood. I'm not saying they should have remained. Some of them, even up to now, that they have been passed on or sworn in, there's some evidence that was there to him, to the president. He should have let them be sworn in, and the following day, set a tribunal, come with the evidence, and remove them. So I'm not saying they should just stay there, but the system has to be followed. The law has to be followed. The Constitution has to be followed. He was actually, and I've already said here, maybe you didn't hear me. Me, I've been in Jubilee since. President Uhuru has been my mkubwa Jubilee. Hii mambo ya kukataa kutimiza vile koti inasema zilikuwa nyingi sana zake, and I was feeling offended. Koti nyingi sentence zimepitishwa na anakataa just by force. And I was saying, ikianza huko kwa president anakataa kutimiza ile koti inasema, mimi Nyumba nikiwa hapa chini, kwani na mimi nitimize? And that's where now the rule of the jungle comes in. Everybody now goes here and does his own thing. I hope I've answered you that. I'm not saying those judges should remain even now. That evidence that was there that was preventing Uhuru was refusing to swear them in, let somebody come up with it, or even Uhuru himself now, a tribunal is set, and we remove them again. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you, Nyomba. There's somebody called Emmanuel Chombo. Emmanuel Chombo, siwezi kuongeza kama kamera yako iko off. I'm seeing you in the back huku na umezima kamera and you keep on telling me unataka kuingia. Wakisha kamera, utajipata kwa studio. I just want to see your face. Is your camera on? I hope so. Because there are people who want to be seen na wanataka kuingia studio. So, Nyomba, thank you. Nyomba ametoka. Thank you so much. Let me finish my submission alafu niende kwa kuseo briefly haraka haraka hata nimepoteza mahali nilikuwa. So I was saying, I talked about the judiciary. I think I'm done with that. And then now the hustlers, subsidies. I know most of you have talked about the subsidies here. And my question is very simple. You know, these people have been making promises on rooftops of vehicles. I think they never understood that running a government is not as easy as it seemed to be. Now, the president, William Ruto, says that the reason why he's not going to subsidize fuel is because, I think half of that is because the subsidies are not sustainable. So if the subsidies are not sustainable, the one thing that he does is he goes ahead and stops the subsidies. And then from tomorrow, and there's a video here, if I get time, I'll play. People are lining up in all the gas stations, the petrol stations, to buy mafuta at, I think, 170 per liter, if I'm not wrong. Duke is here, he can tell us. My question is there another way that this could have been done? Because at the end of the day, you are punishing people just to prove a point. If you don't subsidize as it was, without a plan, without coming up with a plan to replace what is existing, then you're going to punish Mwananchi. And from what I see right now, if they don't get the subsidies, these oil producers, if the oil companies, if they don't get the subsidies that they wanted, then it means the cost of production is going high. Transport itaenda juu, na ni nani ataumia? Ni mwananchi wa kawaida. So I want Duke, when he comes in, to explain to us, was this the last resort for you guys to do? Because from where it stands now, the people who are making noise online, kwa tweet and all that, watu wa UDA, so now they've reverted back to default settings. Sasa wameanza kutetea serikali, and it's only 3 days. Wameanza kusema this is a bold step that the president has taken to cut the subsidies, and it's only 3 days. They have not even formed government yet, and they have reverted to where they were condemning us for speaking. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta had issues with his government. Some of us said this might not be the best solution, but it is for now. Now these people have taken government 3 days. Na wameanza kurudi ile position yenye sisi tulikuwa. Sasa wanatetea serikali. So that's interesting. Moving forward, the port of Mombasa, people are complaining. Nimeona video watu wana complain, Naivasha wanauliza mkitunyang'anya hii port irudishe Mombasa na sisi tutabaki namna gani? So tricky balancing situation there. I hope the president has the wisdom to go around that. Criticizing, people are saying here we are criticizing William Ruto. Why shouldn't we criticize William Ruto? If he didn't want to be criticized, then he should not have gone for public office. Angefungua kanisa yake binafsi huko aende ahubiri ile kitu anataka. But because he's a president and we pay him using our taxes, we are free to criticize him any day, every day, whatever time, because he was given mandate to rule the country, and the people that gave him mandate have the ability to question him when he goes in the wrong. I want to say this. William Ruto kama ameshindwa amalize aende. Amalize aende. Vile mko mnaambia Uhuru Kenyatta maliza uende, hata William Ruto tutamwambia maliza uende, hata kama ni day 3 into his uongozi, amalize aende. Because if he does something that inaumiza mwananchi wa kawaida, then sisi hatutanyamaza, tumuangalie. And finally, I've talked about fertilizer, Oh, fertilizer, yeah. Duke, when you come in, mtatuambia hii pesa ya kusubsidize fertilizer mlitoa wapi? And you remember very well, Julius, sijui kama unakumbuka, kuna meli ilitoka Russia, ilikuwa imebeba fertilizer before the elections zifanyike, na imekaa Mombasa hizo siku zote na fertilizer juu yake. And then the first thing yenye tunaambiwa ni fertilizer imeshukishwa to 3,500. And I know Joshua Mark, labda ulikuwa unajua bei ya fertilizer ni 2,700. Ile yenye serikali inasema ilikuwa inauza. Hatujui kama iko. But then the president comes in na anasema hii fertilizer nitauzia 3,500. All of a sudden sasa kumepatikana fertilizer. The cartels, what we are saying, the cartels are back. What we have done is just replace one regime of cartels with another regime of cartels. And I hope Wakenya mtajipanga kwa sababu this is not going to be an easy one. Let me just play a video here before I go to, is it Julia? No. Oh, Kuze. Ama Julia ulikuwa unataka kuongea before Kuze. Let me play a video here first.
You filed a petition during the Supreme Court hearings. Yours was petition number 7.
Yes.
During the just concluded Supreme Court hearings.
Yes.
And your argument was that none of the candidates achieved a 50.1%.
Yes, in the totality of the arguments I had, but the court thought otherwise. So that's what under the bridge.
Yeah, but it cost you?
It did cost me, but I believed in it. I paid roughly 1.6 million shillings to prosecute that case. I tried to get money from Azimio, they could not give me. But because I was so convicted, I had to use my own money. And I had to file that case.
Yeah.
And I had to argue it.
And you lost in the end?
I doubt if I lost. They say they dismissed it.
Yeah, it means you lost.
Doesn't mean I lost. It means they ran away from it.
You lost the case. It doesn't exist.
But we have gone over it.
Do you regret it? Do you regret doing it in the first?
No, I would do it again. I would only want a different bench of judges.
Oh, so now you're blaming the judges?
Even one we are fighting right now.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, a Supreme Court judge threatened me on my WhatsApp.
What do they? Do you want to tell us who it is?
Yes, it is Justice Lenaola. He threatened me, saying twende kazi na tutaenda kazi. I'm a fighter, my friend. That one. His invitation is inviting me to a feast.
Because you love a good fight.
Yes, a good fight, I'll fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially coming from a judge of the Supreme Court. I've litigated before you. Then you come and threaten me. You don't get away with it. You don't.
It's a long video, but I just wanted to play that part so that at least we get time ya kuongea. Kuseo, let's keep it short and clean. Dakika tatu tumalize alafu tutakuwa na open forum.
Thank you, Richie. Thank Duke, Julia. Did you say public participation? Mzalendo wa wapi? Joshua and Emmanuel. Good evening to all of us.
Kusele, you are pretending you don't know me.
Mzalendo, I don't know. Wazalendo wako wengi hapa. I don't know. You are the latest on the block. Anyway, Richie, I think the plate is full and your 3 minutes may not be practical. To begin with, by playing that video, you are taking us to think some of the things we want to forget. You see, I would like to say that you see the difference between Raila and Ruto was like 200,000 votes. Now, between Ruto and the 50+1 was 69,000 votes. Now, if you factor that in, then you'll understand why Omatata is talking the way he's talking. Remember, Omatata's case was that Ruto did not get 50+1. Now, the reason why, according to him, they were getting it, because they were factoring in the so-called rejected votes. Yesterday, I think you were not there, but we did talk a little about that. And what we were saying is that in 2013, the difference between the winner and the loser was 8,000 votes. So what did the Supreme Court do? They decided that they remove the rejected votes, which was very unprocedural, because the Constitution says it is 50% plus 1 of the total votes cast. By all means, in any English, I don't know, wherever you want to go, rejected votes are cast votes. Go to UK, go anywhere. Those are cast votes. So as far as I'm concerned, in 2013, the Supreme Court did that. They bent backwards to remove the rejected votes. And that enabled the winner, President Uhuru, then to beat the 50% plus 1 by 8,000 votes. Then you can understand where Matata is coming from. And that is why he's saying his case was just dismissed. The judges ran away from it. He didn't lose the case. anyway, that aside, the ruling of the judges, I don't know, most people are so disturbed by that ruling. You see, our Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. This is the highest place where wisdom should prevail. Now, when you start describing evidence placed before you, take for example, I just want to take something, just one example on that smartmatic system, when they were trying to find out whether the technology met the requirements. Now you find that the Form 34As, as in me, I think, was saying that they were intercepted, changed before they were uploaded on the portal. The evidence for that is that when they left the polling station, they were JPEG files. You remember what was uploaded were PDF files. What does the Supreme Court tell us? A wild goose chase. They are saying this was a vain attempt, empty rhetoric, forgery, hot air, wordless pursuit, a fool's errand from our old Supreme Court, a lost cause. Those words are disturbing lawyers up to today. I don't need to elaborate anything more on that. But the idea that you had your JPEG files are displayed for the public portal as PDF files, black and white, it is for everyone to see. It is for everyone to see. What do they say about other evidence, especially the evidence from one of the commissioners at IEBC? They are saying that they were not convinced. That is all they said. They were not convinced, and they thought that they were forgery. Anyway, I want to leave that there. I want to talk about a little about the inauguration ceremony. I understand that the new president really want to come in. He was already being described as a go-getter. But I think his speech and that of the deputy, given the audience there, they were all off guard. They were all off guard. In fact, I would understand if President Uhuru was aware of how they were going to behave, maybe chances are that he would not even have attended the ceremony. Because it turned out in the entire world. You remember, that inauguration was watched all over. And what did it turn out to be? Blame game after blame game on President Uhuru's government. Now, truth be told, the problems bedeviling the country as we speak. Remember Ruto's days of YK92, up to what has now culminated into the problems that the country is having. Ruto is one and part of all those problems. Now, look at what happened at the inauguration. It is very sad. You call all these international, all these many governments and world representatives, and you see how the deputy Gachagua was addressing them. Personally, I know that speech was not Gachagua's anyway. Wherever it came from, I have no idea, but I know it was not his. He turned things so personal with the president. You wonder. Now, on the other one hand, the President William tries to have some nice encouraging words towards his past times with the president. On the other hand, he attacks him and starts putting him squarely on why the judges were not appointed and how he is going to appoint them that afternoon. Now, unfortunately, I think for most of the people on this panel, you are all aware of the cozy, the way Richard is saying, the cozy relationship that has been there between the president and the judiciary. In fact, there is nothing there to celebrate. Now, it is open information that the judiciary and the current government are all speaking one voice for whatever reason, and everything can be traced those days back when the judiciary picked a bone with the president for saying that they are going to revisit, and once they are the ones who made him the president, remember. But then thereon, what issue did you have? One court order after another. One court order after another. You all remember just a few. The Miguna case, where Ruto played a very big role. The Miguna court orders. The Rutos played a very big role. He's part and parcel of it. Why Miguna is not in Kenya? You remember the Meat Commission, the one they revived in Athi River. You remember the illegal CAS positions, which the courts rudely, I would say rudely, ordered to be throughout and dismissed. Now, this is a sitting president. The judiciary, the legislature, and the executive are supposed to work hand in hand. Is that so difficult to understand? Now they have their own difficult relationships. They are now boiling. The Supreme Court is boiling everything onto the Kenyans. And you all remember the Martha Karua case, where evidence which was submitted to the courts got lost. She didn't have nice words for the judges, for the judiciary. She didn't. Now, this time around, with all their campaign slogans about corruption and cleaning, in fact, I remember she even indicated that there's going to be a second judiciary. You remember the judicial surgery? There was going to be another one. Now, we all remember what happened with the BBI, where the courts were all running scared because of the ombudsman that was proposed. You remember the issue of dissolving parliament. The judges took it personally on President Uhuru. The Supreme Court, through Maraga, advised the president to dissolve parliament. Was it last year? He turned a deaf ear.
We say a word. Okay.
Well, the judiciary, Maraga had advised the president to dissolve parliament because of the gender rule that they had not made. I hope they'll use the same to dissolve President William Ruto's government this time around. Although I know now they are sleeping in the same bed. Mm-hmm. And you could see that the Supreme Court ruling was not based on the evidence presented. It was based on the disagreements they have had over the years with the Uhuru government. That was very sad for Kenya. And that is why most people are saying that, a number of people are saying that, hey, some people should go to the opposition. Let's check President Ruto's government. Well, under the constitution, there is nothing like that. There is no opposition in Kenya. The checking of the government rests squarely on the legislation. And you are all aware of what Ruto has been doing, buying
That's a lie.
Buying people from the other side to his side. And then you want to call the remaining ones opposition. No. Checking the government is squarely lies on the legislature, those MPs in their entirety. Now, too bad for them
So I'll come back to you. I want you to wind up so that we can move on. I'll come back to you.
Too bad to them if Ruto has bought most of them to the other side. So who does he want to do opposition on this other side? The opposition to Ruto's government must come from parliament. And there are nobody is going to wear that hat of opposition anymore. No. Let him keep his promises to the government to the Kenyans the way he had promised. If he doesn't do it, that's too bad. I had indicated here that I wanted Nyumba to be here when he was talking about changing of budgets and funding the judiciary. By the way, you are all aware of the judiciary fund. As much as it was implemented in July this year, during the campaign periods, that fund was already implemented. What the DP has done is that he has topped it up. He promised to top it up by 3 billion annually. And for your information, Richie, that 3 billion is not tomorrow. It is just hot air. It's so to use the Supreme Court words. It is hot air in the sense that it is starting in the next financial budget. So it is not there.
Aye. Thank you, sir.
I'll come back later.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Julia.
Asante Makende. I want to talk about two things about the judicial, the appointments by the president of the new judges. And now I'm hearing there's an extra one who was not vetted. I think we'll hear about that. I'm like seeing these roadside shows. You know, I asked Nyumba to ask himself why President Uhuru did not appoint those judges. And President Uhuru is not crazy. And we have had cases, we even heard about Sonko and a certain judge who has refused to resign. So my take is President Uhuru had good reasonable reasons not to appoint those judges. You're telling me that if I'm in a bad marriage and I'm being abused, I wait for the judge to dissolve my marriage so that
has taken its course. They were appointed by the Judicial Service Commission. President Emeritus, I call him President Emeritus Uhuru Kenyatta, had his reasons for not appointing them. The new president has appointed them. They are judges. But I've got a problem with the Judicial Service Commission. And I think that's where we should look, not at the individual judges. I have a case against them.
You might be, or you do have.
I have a case against them. Right. The Judicial Service Commission, the recruitment after the one that these judges were recruited under, there was a new recruitment that was carried out. They advertised for how many vacancies? 6. They appointed how many? 7. So my question is, who is this Joy Rider whom they smuggled into the Court of Appeal? Very serious issue.
Right.
Yeah, and if we don't check those things, you know, freedom is not lost through coup d'etats only. Freedom sometimes is lost through innocuous actions, things you might want to ignore. Then you don't just find one day yourself that your freedom is gone.
Yeah.
So if they can smuggle a judge of the Court of Appeal into office, what does that tell you about the rule of law? You advertised for 6 positions.
Correct. And they appointed 7.
And then you appoint 7. Who is this special person you have put as a judge in the Court of Appeal? Are they the fellows who are going to give us judgments at night? You see. So I've challenged the appointment of all the 7. I want to be told who is this and how did this extra judge become a judge of the Court of Appeal?
Right.
Julia, apologies. I was trying to look for the video na nikashtukia nimeweka kwa screen. Pole. Go ahead.
Asante, I said that was good. That was good. I wanted that. So we are asking ourselves that what are these road? We're back to the Moi era. Roadside announcements, roadside appointments, and you people, you saw what used to happen in Moi era. Kusema ungekuwa minister leo, kesho unafutwa kazi through KBC. That is what is happening to our judiciary now, and the close relationship between Mother Koome and the state, and her uttering insults in the name of making a judgment. And you see her behavior at the swearing in of the president, and how the president came out to praise the judiciary. And we see her again in State House. Seriously, Kenyans, you are now held hostage, not only by the executive, but also by the judiciary. And now you people, you know why countries go south. You know that. All those countries, nations that go south is not because they have wicked people or the population is wicked. It is because they exhaust all avenues and they feel helpless. That is where Kenya is going to because of our judiciary. And they have been rewarded with a lot of money. Somebody was lying here, some keep man was lying that there's no court in Baringo. I had to look up. I even saw some judgments made in Baringo. I'm asking myself, Kuseo, you people, the judiciary fund, yes, it is good, it is being implemented and all that. People are saying that our judiciary cannot work because they don't have the money. I'm asking myself about the Kenyan teachers who are working at the Teacher Service Commission with very low pay and teaching classroom with 60 children. Do those teachers decide they are not going to teach because they have 60 children? They still go to work and teach those children, even when they have a class of 70 kids. So we cannot sit here and say that the judges cannot implement justice because they lack funds. That is hypocrisy of the highest order. And now we are using them to implement illegality and impunity. For me, Mother Koome, when she hurled those insults, and she can do whatever she wants, she can listen to this. When she hurled those insults in the name of making a judgment, what she did, she upheld impunity in this country. And I pray that she'll live long to see the hole in which she drove our beautiful country, Kenya. Second point, I think I don't know that it's on the point, but I understand the price of gas is going up in Kenya, and that is fuel, petroleum products.
210.
Yes, 210. And that I am attributed. I saw that one of the declarations of the president said that he was going to withdraw the subsidies, and the subsidies are going to be food and maybe fuel. And I think he said it's not sustainable. Yet the government can afford to increase the judiciary fund and employ new judges. In fact, 7 judges. One has not been vetted. We can afford to increase the judiciary fund, and we cannot afford the subsidy, which is not there. Kenyans will literally go hungry right now. And the cost of fuel is going to affect production of so many commodities. So we are looking at a skyrocketing price for other commodities. And these people, I want to wind up by saying, Duke and everybody else and Kenya Kwanza people were hurling insults at Kenyatta government, saying he was able to manage prices of goods and the prices of fuel. And we were here trying to explain every day that even in America, we have a challenge with the price of fuel. And they could not pay. They were saying when they come in, they will deal with that. Now, the reality is coming down. The point is, Kenya cannot be run by roadside declaration. Kenya will be run by structures and looking at the economy and how the economy works and putting priorities right. What are our priorities? Our priorities are food, shelter, clothing, clean water. Those are our priorities as Kenyans. Na power. Sasa stima imeenda juu, kusafiri kutakuwa shida, production will be a problem. Can the new president deal with those very urgent emerging issues? Now, finally, I understand that there's fertilizer and all that, and there's a ship from Russia and all that. Somebody claiming to get rid of cartels. It is a continuation of cartels. Mr. William Samoei Ruto, our new president, was working with the Uhuru government, and he knows who are the cartels. So it's simply a continuation of the cartels. So, fellow Kenyans, my Shangumu Lodin, I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm looking forward to see how this unfolds and how our new government handles this crisis. Asante Makiadi.
Okay. Thank you, Julia, for your submission. Before I go to Duke in 30 seconds.
So President Emeritus Uhuru Kenyatta handed over two instruments of power, the Constitution and the sword. And by the way, Mr. Ruto is my good friend. When President Ruto received the Constitution, he symbolically put it aside. When he received the sword, he showed it to the nation. I just hope it is not symbolic. I wish he had lifted the Constitution up.
To show the nation.
To show the nation that's the rule of law. Not the rule of the sword.
Only you would think of something like
that.
Sawa, Duke karibu.
Hey, good evening, good morning. I want to be very brief on specific issues. First, about fuel prices. Remember, that was a directive of the International Monetary IMF Bank. It gave a directive to Kenya to remove subsidies on fuel, because when an economy has fuel subsidies, it means that the economy is not operating freely, and you cannot predict the robustness of an economy. And that was a condition because they made an application for an emergency package, I think of 270 billion. Because of the impacts of COVID and other issues, they wanted to get an emergency loan from IMF. And that was the directive, and it was to be removed 3 months ago, but they requested to maybe to be given 3 months so that they can have it removed in a progressive way. But it was political. They never wanted the price to go to 209 during the campaign because the government was having an agenda to install somebody as a president. So that's the reason. Then I want to go to the 7 judges. That's the process of the Judicial Service Commission. And the president has no option. He has to appoint those individuals recommended by the Judicial Service Commission. The same way we decide who is the president, and the Chief Justice must swear in that person. That is the same. That's what the president is supposed to do. And it was a process. The president was there. There was like 2 weeks which were given for individuals with issues to those individuals who were appointed. And at that point, the president was maybe to give that evidence or to that Judicial Service Commission or something. So you can't wait, and that window of 3 weeks is over. No case, no allegations, and then when the names are in your desk, and then now is when you decide. That was a mistake. Also, regarding the funding of the judiciary, remember there is a time where Uhuru Kenyatta reduced the money which was going to the judiciary. So I think the same power which Uhuru Kenyatta used to reduce, Ruto can use it to fund the judiciary. And also Makiadi was trying to say that
no, it was parliament. Duke, it was parliament. I think it was parliament that reduced it.
No, it's okay. Let's do this. Jose. Let's let Duke finish, and then we can rebut later. Just note somewhere. Hata mimi nimeandika chini. Go ahead, Duke.
No point of sleeping there. Don't sleep.
Yes. For an issue, the issue I have in Kenya is that too many people, too many individuals are trying to force democracy and institution to be to have omnipotent procedures. The procedures which are extremely powerful, even if they are not right to be used. That means that the person who comes into office, that person does not have the mandate or power to to transform the nation. So, for instance, we are trying to force specific I can actually, those are, I say about what we can say about the defects of democracy which do not work in a developing nation like Kenya. For instance, where you find criminals have specific rights. You can shoot a person and then the due process has to be used, and during that due process, maybe you find a way to move out. So where we have the freedom of religion in a way, and then we have maybe a host of criminal within the region because we have freedom of worship. So I think we have to be very careful in that. And the last thing I want to talk is about the action of the president to try to strengthen the institutions. The president understands that the main problem we have here in Kenya is corruption and cartels. And for you to fix Kenya, you have to do away with corruption and cartels. And the reason why we have not gotten it right, the fight against corruption and cartels, is because of politics. So by him trying to make institution extremely dependent in a way and have some autonomy, when that fight will start to take its course, we will not have individuals who will try to say that this is political witch hunt. So I think that is key infrastructure which is needed for us to kickstart the process of fighting corruption and the cartels. So that's my brief submission.
Okay, wacha niende kwa Joshua briefly. Joshua, dakika 3, alafu turudie Duke hapa. Ameongea vitu mingi, tunataka kumuuliza maswali.
Thank you very much, Makiadi, Duke, Julia, Zalendo, public participation, and Kuzeo. Yes, I think the issue of the appointment yesterday done by our President William Ruto, it is just a reward, and he was trying to play politics with it. You know, he was just trying to disapprove of Uhuru that you refuse to do this. Now I'm doing it just to show the public and judges that I am here for you. But my question that I was asking, you know, sometimes I normally wonder with this what we call the independence of judiciary, the independence of IBC, because you realize that still the executive has a upper hand in the appointment. Like I was asking myself, in any case today, we have a case against Uhuru on the issue of maybe there's a case that someone has taken to court on Ruto. Do you think Justice Odunga will turn or will rule against Ruto? No, because he's the one who was appointed Justice Odunga. But the bottom line that the buck still stop with the president. So sometimes I normally wonder with this, what we call about the independence of a judiciary, because you realize that the executive still have an upper hand on the appointment. I have a match. I've been told that once the Judiciary Service Commission has done their work, you don't have the president has no any authority to overturn. Then there's no need of president to appoint them. But I was asking myself yesterday when I was looking the way they were bowing to the president, the way they were shaking hand the president. I was asking myself, do you think if any case somebody take any case to before Odunga ruling against Ruto, do you think it's not going to overturn it? No. So the issue that I've been told that the judiciary is independent, I don't think. IBC depend, because realize that at the end of it, president has a upper hand during appointment of commissioners of IBC. Now, I think whatever is happening right now, Ruto is just trying to play politics, and I don't think that is really sincere. Telling the public that it's going to increase 3 billion to judiciary, that was just politics. It's not an emergency. And the same way I was saying that he was just trying to tell Uhuru that, you know, judiciary have been complaining that they lack funds. Now I was telling them that now we are here. Can you receive this 3 billion every financial year? And he was just trying to reward they're the people who installed him in the office. Now he's just trying to reward them. Me, I don't see anything Ruto has done wrong there. He was just trying to reward the people who installed him in the office. Now, secondly, I don't think that Ruto is trying to tackle the common mwananchi problem, because right now you're being told that the price of fuel will shoot, and Ruto has been advocating for hustler. Who are these hustler? They're not even judges. Appointing those 7 or 6 judges, those are just 6 people. We were expecting Ruto to at least by the first 2 days tungana bei something imepungua, but now he has only told us the issue of fertilizer and the issue of fuel. He didn't even mention. He was saying that he's going to remove the subsidies on fuel, and I'm telling you, already even people started complaining right yesterday. Sasa huyu alisema bei itapungua, wanashangaa kuwa fuel bei yake itaongezeka. And now the same people wanna say that the issue of fuel sio issue ya serikali, ni issue global. Now that's what now they're trying to defend themselves with that haikuwa issue ya serikali, ilikuwa a global issue. Now they are now trying to remove themselves from out of this thing. And I was trying to there's a day I was telling people that Ruto is a cartel. Remember Ndindi Nyoro has decided to double the shares in KPLC because wanajua kuwa sasa tumeingia kwa serikali, now tunaenda kula. He has decided to double his shares in KPLC because you know very well that now tumeingia kwa serikali. Ndindi Nyoro is one of the appointment of Ruto in Central. I was wondering why Ndindi Nyoro right now, after the president Ruto ameshachukua utamu uongozi, is now trying to double his share in KPLC. Because you know very this is now our time right now. Let me now double my shares in KPLC because I know that you're going to have corruption in this KPLC tunaenda kula. So to me, Ruto government itakuwa na kazi ngumu sana. I don't see any something good coming out of this. To me, let us expect a messy government, a government that's not going to deliver. The day Ruto said that watazidi kuchimba kwenda chini, that is the time I knew that we are in a problem. You know, you should give Kenyans hope, but not telling Kenya kuwa watazidi kuchimba kwenda chini. That's the day when I heard Ruto saying that however much our economy go chini, but watazidi kuchimba kwenda chini. Yes, the same person who has been saying that we need to stop borrowing, but he was saying that watazidi kuchimba kwenda chini. That's the time I knew that Ruto is just somebody who want to play with the Kenyans. And now the people 3 days already wanasema kuwa huyu Ruto ni mkora. People are complaining right now. Even now watu wa UDA right now wanasema kuwa what we expecting that you could have told us that bei ya fuel itapungua because this is what they were really crying about, itapungua, but now they are shocked kuwa bei ya fuel inaongezeka by 2010. I mean to 10. So I don't have much to say, Makiadi. I think I've donated 1 minute to Mtembei TV. Thank you very much.
Aya, asante sana Bwana Joshua. I think you made a mistake. Ndindi Nyoro ali triple share zake, si ku double. He has already tripled his share. He's the single most majority. He's the single most highest shareholder. Individual.
Yeah.
Shareholder wa shares za KPLC. Yeah, okay.
Incredible.
Hao waliniuliza kwa nini nataka kujitoa. Mimi nikawapa sababu zangu. Cause hawako transparent. Na sasa kama wako transparent na wanatumia taksi yetu, si afadhali tujitoe hata hiyo uchaguzi isikue. Cause tunadanganya wa Kenya, ni kudanganyana.
He now wants IBC to deregister his name as he will not vote again.
Process ni kwamba unaandika barua kwa CEO wa IBC. Once ukishaandika barua, unaattach your photocopy of ID na acknowledge slip.
IBC has confirmed that indeed it has received a request by a number of voters and will respond to the parties involved in 2 weeks. Constitutional lawyer Bobby Mukangi explaining that IBC has no mandate constitutionally to deregister a voter.
I think IBC does not have the wherewithal because it is also governed by law. And since the law does not provide for deregistration as it is right now, then perhaps IBC will not be able to do anything as of now. The only way that the IBC can, or somebody's name can be removed from the voters' roll is upon a person's death.
Mukangi hopes that in the future, the law will be amended so as to allow voters to be able to request for deregistration.
If there's law, then the law will capture, the circumstances, the reasons, and the process of doing it. So that also you don't have, people deregistering today and then next week they go back to register. And we've seen these are expensive processes.
The affected voters have threatened to take illegal action if this is not done.
Kuna transparency. Chebukati unakuta anakuja na result anazitoa kwa koti. Surely hili Kenya.
Those are Kenyans wenye wamechoka kupiga kura wanasema watolewe kwa register. They will never vote again. Like that, the last man anasema he cannot believe the results za election mzima ya over 22 million people inatoka kwa koti ya Chebukati. Anyway, Kuzee ulikuwa na swali kwa Duke, lakini before you come in, public participation, you've been quiet for a while. I'll give you a minute and then Zalendo a minute and then Kuzee a minute. So we have an open forum now.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear? Okay, thank you. It's becoming very depressing because I grew up during Moi time. So what is happening since 2013, when Uhuru Ruto came in, I remember somebody said that Kanu is back for the next 50 years. And slowly, I'm just seeing what I grew up with coming. But now when it's gotten to Ruto, it's now accelerated more, So when these guys in 2020, when they fell out, then people who are dissenting voices in parliament started being voted out. The speakers, the deputy speakers, the chief whips, the ones who are in the parliamentary select committees, and the disobeying of the court orders. That's just all how Moi used to operate. Now we're in accelerated Moi. Now we are in, government is in bed with the church, government is in bed with the legislature, the executive is in bed with the judiciary. So basically now, and then the next point is now getting the tribal chief kingpins and the executive to be in bed with them. Then we'll now be under the control of one man. So it's very unfortunate how things have gone. I'm very disappointed, and the future just looks so bleak. Yani, I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, public participation. Zalendo.
I think thank you very much, Makiadi. What I can say is that let's give Kenyans hope that this government will do a good job. I don't want to be a pessimist. I want to be optimistic that the Ruto government will do a good job in our country. And Ruto has been in the government for a very long time. When somebody says that the era of Moi is back, I don't know. The era of Moi is gone. That was his time. We have a new constitution. We have a new system in place. And the president said very, very clearly that the institution, he will respect the institutions in government, be it the judiciary, be it the parliament, be it the executive. That this institution must be respected. I want to say that let's give him time, implement his promises to the Asla nation, and we are all Kenyans, and we will be here to lament. We'll be here to see where the government is going wrong. But so far, barely 72 hours, it is very wrong for us to start saying that this government is going to be very, very bad. And stop acting God. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. Let us give them time, because there are measures in government. The only sad part of this country is that we don't have an opposition. We don't have an opposition, but technically Azimio has resigned to the fate that they don't have numbers. They don't have numbers, so they don't want the blame game at, yeah, we didn't do our part. I hope that they can take up their role in parliament because they are paid by taxpayers' money to be in that house to represent the people. So if they're not going to do that job, tafadhali, hata afadhali wa resign, we elect other people who can put the government in check, because Ruto's government is going to be a very, very tough government, and it needs a very tough opposition. I was hoping that Okiem Tata should be the opposition leader in parliament, but Azimio fellows have said, we don't have the numbers. They've chickened out. It's like a dog putting its tail under its legs and pretending that, you said you are a government installed by God. There is nothing like that. Let the MPs do their role in parliament. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, just to shoot you down. Number one, there's nothing like the Azimio government, the Azimio MPs checking the government, because that's the role of the parliament, not Azimio. So when you divide these parliament into Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, then you are misleading us. Number two, you are saying let us give the UDA government time. By the stroke of the pen, within 3 days, just 3 days, whatever the president has done has made the price of fuel increase to almost 210, Duke. Yeah, it is ending the subsidies. He has ended the subsidies. Just within 3 days, the effect of what he has done has increased the price of fuel to 210. So I don't know how much time you are supposed to give an incoming regime so that you can see the changes. Kuseo, over to you.
Makedi, may I play something such that it can help Kuseo contribute and the others? May I share?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Hello, Julia, are you taking the time?
No, he's playing something. Hold on.
Oh.
Energy, petroleum and agriculture. Kenyans are calling on the National Treasury and the Ministries of Energy, Petroleum and Agriculture to address, among other issues, the following. Noting that there exists a consumer protection mechanism to cushion Kenyans from adverse fluctuation in fuel prices, this mechanism is financed by the taxpayer at the pump through the Fuel Levy Fund. We ask, where is the 39 billion shillings Petroleum Development Levy Fund meant for the fuel subsidy program as this crisis deepens? The Auditor General has already raised questions on the irregular and illegal diversion of these consumer protection funds to state agencies and unnamed private entities. She has also decried abuse on the petroleum import system in favor of some preferred and politically connected oil marketers deliberately depriving Kenyans of the subsidy mechanism. Can the Treasury also confirm or deny that the diversion of funds has been used in debt servicing and infrastructure development without the approval of the National Assembly? Can the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum list the import quotas that have been allocated to oil marketers over the last 1 year, and which are these oil marketers by name? The people telling us about Ukraine and Russia are also telling us that there is no shortage of fuel. They are also trying to blame oil marketers. So they are even conflicted in the reasons why we have an artificial crisis in the country. From their own statement, they are not sure of what to say. Is it because of the war in Ukraine, or is it because of the crisis with our oil marketers? Which is which? And that goes to tell you that this crisis is orchestrated, and it is as a result.
Aya, Julia, you want to comment on that before Kuseo ingie? How many mpati? Kuseo, go ahead. Briefly, yeah?
Richie, every time you play something, you know, we try to align our thinking on the same. Now, you have brought that now. Looks like I'm forced to comment a little about it. In the old days, during Moi's time, the World Bank and the IMF at one point insisted, the way Duke wants us to believe here, that unless we follow the conditionalities on reforms, economic reforms, they were not going to give us some money, which we wanted. More or less the same way Duke is. I don't know whether Duke was around then. Maybe you realize the same. So now, borrowing from what you have just played, now you can see how the DP was so concerned about to subsidize Kenyans to be able to survive in the short run, reduce the standard of living. And during the campaigns, that's what they were doing. When I think the CS Munya tried to reduce the price of unga, they said that that was just hoodwinking people to vote, because after that, the prices were going to go up. Now, on his first day in office, he has removed the subsidy, apparently because somebody from the IMF is demanding, without which they are not going to, their loan request is not going to be approved. Now, you may decide to have the standard of living skyrocket up, and then maybe by the time you get that loan you are talking about, the standard of living will be so high, there will be no Kenyans. The Kenyans will be dead. So who is going to benefit from that loan? In any case, the removal of the subsidy, they are saying, is not sustainable in the long run. Right now, Kenyans are dying in the short run. They need solutions in the short run. If that subsidy is going to make sure that Kenyans will continue to be alive, so be it. Look for other things. Now, I'll just conclude by commenting a little about during Moi's days, there was one politician who said that who is this IMF, who is the World Bank? They should be removed from Kanu. They should be expelled from Kanu. Never mind that the politicians did not understand that IMF and the World Bank were what? They thought they were politicians bothering the president. So the president was advised that IMF and the World Bank should be expelled from Kanu. Now, you see the people who are advising the deputy president. Now, it's like we are now prisoners of the IMF facility, without which we have to subject Kenyans to more suffering through an immediate increase, 210 for fuel from 159, surely. How are people going to survive? Or in the name of taking a facility from the IMF, after all, Ruto had said that he's going to be borrowing locally. Thank you.
Aya, Duke.
First of all, the price increased to 179, not 210. So saying 210, that's false, number one. Number two, the deputy president was then addressing the shortage. Remember, there was a time where you cannot locate fuel. Not about price. Even if you want to pay at 500, it was not there. And the reason why it was not there is that those who are traders were told that this is the pump price. It's fixed at a lower price, but the government will give you money so that it will cover that. Then you find that that money which was set aside to be given to those who are the traders who are supplying oil, it's not there. So the reason was that there was misappropriation of the subsidies fund, the subsidy fund. That was the reason. But right now, remember, currently we have a financial crisis because of misappropriation of funds, and we need emergency borrowing so that the economy can move forward. And the provision of that is that the economy must operate freely. It's like you are assisting customers to make purchases. That means if you can't assist them in the future for one reason or the other, then they can't buy. So the way the capitalist economy works is that there is freedom in a way. So I think that's the reason.
Okay, thank you, Duke. I think I just want to make this clear. What Kuseo is trying to tell you is there's a condition for which the subsidies have been removed. It's not just the deputy president woke up one day and decided to stop the subsidies, but this is attached to a loan that I think the Kenyan government is expecting from the IMF. And like Kuseo told you, during our days, ile siku tulikuwa vijana, sahii tumezeeka kidogo, our parents, some of us who had parents that worked as civil servants, wakati ulikuwa unasikia IMF inataka kurelease pesa kwa serikali, ulikuwa unaingia baridi, because that is the opportunity yenye serikali inachukuanga ku retrench wafanyikazi, and that was most likely the likely event. Yes, Julia.
Okay, I just want to say something. Maybe I need to go. I played that video because I wanted Duke and the Kenya Kwanza people to see that only the wearer of the shoe feels where the shoe pains. These people, that was William Samoei Ruto, really criticized the government about the shortage of fuel and the prices. Now he's the one in that shoe. So I think going forward, before tufungue mdomo yetu, tunafikiria sana how the government operates. Why Kenyatta did all those things, like even not recruiting some judges. He had good, reasonable reasons. So now I think, Duke, I can see you already knew it was about the IMF. So I think you are connected to somebody, you are talking with somebody, and you're preparing the answers before you come here. I think now you need to go back to them and tell them to put the structures in place and stop roadside declarations, because only structures can help Kenyans. Only look at the prices and decide what do we do with these prices. What is the most urgent problem that we need to deal with in Kenya? So only the shoe wearer knows where it hurts. That is the point. So just a few months ago, William Samoei Ruto was on the streets criticizing President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta because of the fuel issue. Now he got to deal with it. And now he's going to realize those things he said ati wanatuambia Ukraine. Sasa yeye atakuja kutuambia maneno ya Ukraine sasa. Sasa tugoje. Atakuja kutuambia hiyo maneno. Maneno ya IMF, mumesema hamtaki loan. Sasa mnataka hiyo loan. Si mnaitaka. Now you know why people borrow loans. Why I borrowed a loan to build a home is because I didn't have enough money to build that home. And I had to go to KCB and borrow a loan. So kusema hawezi kuniambia hapa, Julia, kwa nini unapenda kopa?
But you said he was going to borrow locally. You said he was going to borrow locally.
IMF, and then we have to stop the subsidies, and we're going hungry so that we go to IMF. What is so urgent that we need this money from IMF? Duke, I'm kind of trying to conclude that I think Kenya Kwanza being in the government after Uhuru Ruto may be a blessing in disguise, because now they got to correct all the things they did, because Mr. William Samoei Ruto was in the government. The things that went wrong, he was there. He told us when he came to the US that the government budgets for 100 million for corruption. He informed us that. So him and Uhuru did nothing to stop that. So him is going to have to correct those mistakes. Fuel prices, food prices, name them. So maybe we should say, thank you, Lord, because he's the one to correct those mistakes. Though we are not happy about it, but I think he's gonna do the work now for us. Asante Makiadi.
Yeah, just before you leave, Julia, let me tell you, Duke, I think you heard Duke saying that the reason why the fuel prices have gone high is because President Uhuru Kenyatta was expecting to install his project. So he held the prices for the while so that as soon as he gets his project into office, then the prices can remain the same. But unfortunately, now that Raila Odinga is not the president, so he released the prices to go higher. That is what Duke said earlier. I don't know if you missed that.
I had that, so I'd never add 1+1 from Duke, because could President Uhuru do that for Baba? I mean, it doesn't make sense, Duke. I think now, Duke, as you respond to our questions here, because I can see you are representing Kenya Kwanza well, which I really appreciate, you need to now tell us how your wonderful government is going to address this. And your wonderful government should not tell us ni juu ya Ukraine. Hatutaki vile nani hakutaka kusikia maneno Ruto hata si hataki maneno ya Ukraine, mtuambie bila kumention jina Ukraine. Asante Makiadi.
Duke, ngoja nikuletee Black kwanza. Mzalendo, hold on. Wacha nikuletee Black akusaidie fresh ideas, alafu nitakuja kwako. Go ahead, Black, karibu.
Hello, kila mtu kwa studio na wote pale popote mlipo, I hope you're all doing fine. Nawapenda nyote kama kawaida. Kazi ni kazi, ndio tumeanza sasa. Now, I think it is on record that the President of the Republic of Kenya, the 5th Dr. William Arap Samoei Ruto, said that unfortunately the fuel prices at this point have very many levies put on them. And if we go back to the issue which we had some time back, there were some levies, like for example the Petroleum Development Fund levy and far more other levies that were put there to cushion the consumers from rising prices, but which were not being used for that purpose. Now, for which purpose they were being used for, nobody knew. Because I remember, a shortage. Amongst the questions that Ruto asked when he was still the DP was, we are charging these levies. Amongst these levies, there's one that's supposed to cushion the farmers, or not farmers, the importers, so that they can reduce the price of the fuel at the petrol pump from the retailers. But where did this money go such that the government had to even, Uhuru had to sign a supplementary budget, go for supplementary budget to do the same. Yet, there was already money that was being deducted through the levies. No. So, in my view, at this point, if he reduces the subsidies which he has done, and as well reduces some of these levies which perhaps cartels, these cartels that we are talking about, wanachezea mchezo yao kule, levies iondolewe, subsidies iondolewe. Kwa mfano, say they've removed the subsidies. The cost of the levies are still there. If they start removing some levies which seem to be unknown as to where the money is going, I think the price will go down to some extent. I don't know kama umeelewa hapo. If you have any question, Makiadi, before I proceed.
Yeah, sure. I have a question for you before you proceed. Let me just... So you're saying that William Ruto said there are levies that have been imposed on the importers to cushion the consumers from heavy prices? Did I hear that right?
No, not on the importers. There are levies that have been placed. If you look at the cost, ukiangalia kama risiti, there are so many levies. I wish I could have one. So many levies imposed on that, such that price iko kiasi fulani kimeongezeka. Now hizi levies ambazo zimekuwa charged, they are supposed to be given to the importers as subsidies to reduce the cost of the eventual price at the petrol pump.
I think
Sijui kama tumepoteleana.
No. You are mixing the two. You are mixing the two.
Okay.
There's one
There are
thing
levies
called
charged.
there's a levy and there's a subsidy, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So you know, when you tell me that levies have been imposed or introduced to cushion, is it the consumer or the importer? I don't know what you mean. I'm trying to figure out what you can say.
Let me ask you, where does the money used to stabilize the price come from?
No, that's what that's what you're trying to explain.
So it comes from somewhere, right? Now, this somewhere is through the levies charged. I don't know if kama tumeelewana hapo.
Okay, go ahead. I'll ask you questions later. Just go ahead.
So amongst these levies, which have made the price high, if they've removed the subsidies, ile pesa ambayo inakwenda kupatiana wale wauzaji mafuta ndo pesa ishuke, ile bei yao wanauza washukishe bei yao, wameondoa ile, ndo maana sasa bei ya mafuta iko juu. Asa if at all na serikali itaweza kuondoa part of the levies imposed on those, bei pia tena itashuka chini. Sijui kama unanielewa. Kwa mfano leo hii makiadi, let's take any product, let's say bei ya kitu fulani tu, let me not mention kitu fulani, unakiuza kwa 100, but upon kuingiza levies za serikali hapa na pale, unapata inafika 120, si ndio? Now tukisema tunataka kupunguza ile bei kwa wananchi ndo wasiumie zaidi, tuseme baada ya hizi levies ambazo tunakuwekea makiadi kwa hizi bidhaa zako, wacha tukuondolee levy hii na hii na hii ambayo itaweza kupunguza, badala manake as you say, you have to factor in your costs, right? Because you need to make a profit. You are there to make business, not a loss, because you are not there kama mfanya biashara in a business of helping people and not making profit. So as they put in the levy, lazima na wewe unaongeza na bei yako juu ndio upate profit. So umefanya hiyo yote imefika 120. Sasa sisi tunataka watu wetu wasiumie zaidi, tunapunguza baadhi ya zile kodi, ndio ile mradi na wewe kwa upande wako ya cost iweze kupungua, ndio ile bei yako pale unapouza eventually ishuke kwa wananchi kupunguza. Maana tumepunguza kodi yetu kwako, so cost yako imeshuka chini pia kiasi, eventual cost, na wewe unashukisha pia bei yako, ile profit margin yako, so eventual cost price inakuwa chini, wananchi wanaweza ku afford. That's how I can explain in a layman's language.
Yeah, you know, Black, you are confusing two things here. There's something called a subsidy and something called a levy. Those are two different things. Now, when you say that the government should reduce the levies, who imposes the levies? Let's take, for example, petroleum products. Who imposes the levies?
Government. Serikali, right? Makiadi. Potea tena. Makiadi, serikali. Do take over.
I think the network is bad. But what you are saying is right. We have what you call petroleum development levy. That's like a tax which is put on petroleum products when the prices are normal, with a speculation that in the future, if the prices extremely increases, that fund will be used to come in as a subsidy so that the prices. Yes, so that's the connection between the two. But what was happening is that when the price was normal, the government was taking that levy and it was using it for other reasons. So that
reasons which were unknown, actually.
Which one? Yes, which were unknown. Then, when there was an increase in prices of oil across the world, there was no that fund was not available to come in as a subsidy. That's why they were forced to. There was a shortage. Yes, there was a shortage as a result of that, because those importers, the government, like, it caters for some cost of importers, so that the palm price will be reduced in proportion to what the government has put in for the importers. So that's why there was that shortage, because that rate which was to subsidize the importers was misappropriated. That's why the importers also, like, they wanted to hold their commodity until they have been paid. I think that was the reason.
Duke, I think you are right, and Black is also right at some point. But what subsidies do actually is to inject some money in that sector. Maybe if the fuel cost was 200 Kenya shillings, they inject some money and they reduce that to 150. So they have added actually 50 bob onto that budget, so that the suppliers, these guys who are holding fuel, the prices of fuel throughout the world right now, it's not really because of the Ukraine war. It is because people want to make profit and they want to make some good money out of it. So they know that there is a demand for fuel, so they will hold it. Saudi Arabia, they don't want to sell their fuel to the US and to some countries that are not allies to Saudi Arabia. And, a lot of fuel is coming from Saudi. So they are holding their fuel. They are holding their fuel. Wanataka muwabembeleze, muwafanye nini, ndio wapatie hiyo mafuta. Now, cartels wa mafuta pia, they already know, hey, there's a new government coming in. Hapa ndio tuta make some money. You understand? So the government, since they made a lot of pledges for to the common mwananchi, they have to sing the tune to these cartels and try to, appease them so that they can reduce the price at the pump. But what William Ruto has done, he has not played that game. He has said, no, okay, we will live with this fuel at this price, at 179. What I care hivyo. You understand? Because when I had it, when I reduce it, I must pass the cost to the consumers, in forms of taxes. So you will be, utakuwa unanunua mafuta bei ya chini, but other commodities will go up indirectly. So, or either kwa payslip, kama wewe ni mfanyikazi wa serikali, you will find that you are being taxed more. So hizi vitu zote, they are kind of connected, and I wish at one point we have an economist or somebody who has done commerce to take us through what really happens with these numbers. Otherwise, I wish Julia was here, but probably she's listening on the background. What I would like, kama mimi mzalendo, is that sometimes when you are bringing issues of Ruto, this is his talking points, and this is what he wanted to do. You also bring the Azimio talking points. This is what we would have done if we were in government. That way we have a clear debate on what this other side would have done and what this other government is doing that is opposed to what this other government would have done.
Now, to proceed further, while I was listening, there is something that they've been talking all through since yesterday in regards to matters, the port. And I think Temba yesterday had explained it very well. So I don't know why we should even have that topic. That despite our reasons for taking the port back to Mombasa, it was part of the same agenda that Azimio had by themselves planned to do as soon as in the event they took government, which they didn't. So if at all that was the plan of Azimio, nice to see you, Makiadi. Plan of Azimio to take the port back to Mombasa, Why are they complaining now that we have done that as KKA? Is it only right that Azimio would have done it and wrong now that we have done it? Or I mean, I see double speak there.
Yeah, that's the thing that we are saying is that when Makiadi is playing videos on Ruto's talking point, he should play for us also videos on Azimio, what they would have done on the port for the port. I mean, that brings a balanced conversation. That okay, it's fine. These guys are doing a lot of trash in government, but if we were in government, this is what we these are our talking points. This is what we would have implemented. So I think that also gives us an informed decision, especially when we want to see how our country is moving forward. But hii serikali itaanguka, they have not, but you see, we are not being given options. What are the options? What are the options out there?
Oh, okay. Sorry guys, machine yangu imechemka. May have to restart, so I even lost my connection. Poleni. But I was talking to Black here, and Black, I was trying to ask you here. You know, you're trying to confuse the two issues. There's an issue about subsidies, and there's an issue about levies. Two things. So my question to you is, who imposes levies, for example, on fuel products?
I think Duke had already explained that a while ago.
I missed that. Did he explain when I dropped off or when?
Yeah, maybe you can just repeat.
I didn't hear that. Pole.
So I can repeat that. In Kenya, there is what we call petroleum development levy. That's like a deduction which is made on oil prices or fuel prices when the price is normal, with an expectation that maybe in the future, when there is a crisis, that fund will come in to act as subsidies. So, due to that, the Kenyan government had already corrected like that 9 billion for I think 2 years or something of that. So when there was a increase in oil prices in the world, that money was to come in so that act as subsidies so that the price can like cash on the consumers. But that amount was misappropriated, and that's why those importers who were told that we will actually like give you some money so that you can sell the oil to the market to the marketers at this price, that money was not there. So the government was demanding that you have to sell at this price, but that subsidies which the government has to give them so that they can like take back what they have already spent on that was not available. That's why there was a shortage in Kenya.
You see, guys, I don't want to dwell on this for another minute, but I want you to know there's a difference between a levy and subsidy. So Duke, you started very well with the levy and you ended up with the subsidy. There's a very big difference. You know, my question to you as a layman, as a person who was buying kerosene, let's say 50 bob a liter in the village there, how would you explain to me that 2 days after taking government, I am buying fuel or I'm buying kerosene at, let's say, 70 shillings a liter and not 50? That is my question to you.
Remember, the subsidies for fuel are actually effective. It's like for every month. I think 15th of every month. That's why the subsidies are provided per month, not per annum. So that's why today is when maybe those subsidies were to stop, something of that kind.
Duke, don't mislead us. 2 days after William Ruto being sworn in, we have the increase of fuel. Tuko na increase ya petrol, tuko na increase ya kerosene. 2 days. So when is today ukiniambia end of the month? Today is 13th. Yesterday was 13th. I still want you to explain to me what happened.
Makiadi, the question I would have for you is, how much of the supplementary budget was signed by Uhuru for this subsidy to be provided? And for how long was it going to last? Because there was a supplementary budget that was signed by the outgoing president, rather the outgoing president, a certain amount of money. Now, this figure I don't have offered. Perhaps if you do, you can give us. And for how long was that going to last? Because yes, it's for months. Because in the last 3-4 months, we have spent close to around 160 billion Kenya shillings. Now, question I would like us first, because you know the way you're putting it, Makiadi, is you're trying to make it seem like ile pesa yenye ilikuwa inatoa subsidy kwa wapi sasa, mbona haitolewi? That is the angle, rather the trajectory which you're taking. Question is, ile pesa ilikuwa imetolewa subsidy through the supplementary budget that was signed by Uhuru, how much was it and for how long was it to run?
You know, the question that we should be answering ourselves here is, did the deputy I'm used to the deputy president. Did the president, William Ruto, stop the subsidies? Is that a fact?
It is what was said.
No, Black.
Yes, that's a fact.
Exactly. That is exactly my point.
You have also to talk about the reasons why that has to be done. Remember, when did Kenya make an application for emergency funding from IMF? It was May. And it was told you have to eliminate the subsidies on fuel. And the government requested to take like 3 months so that it can do that in a smooth way. So if that directive was obeyed, all subsidies were to be eliminated May. But the reason why they were not eliminated on May is because the president was having a campaign agenda, and that will maybe affect. Those are facts. They are documented actually.
Now you're moving from facts to propaganda, but it's okay. Let me. Okay, you want to finish? Then I can come in. Just go ahead, finish.
So yes, it's the government requested for 3 months to pull out all the subsidies in a smooth way, and the 3 months were ending on 15th this month. So that's the reason, and it's actually documented.
Okay, thank you, Duke. You know, there are things we call facts and assumptions. Number one, if you tell me that the former president Uhuru Kenyatta had an agenda, a political agenda, that is an assumption. That's number one. Number two, there is a fact that William Ruto ended the fuel subsidies. That is a fact. Now the question is, did he do the right thing to cushion the Kenyan consumer against high fuel prices? The answer is no. And we should agree as Kenyans that he failed in doing that. Now, when you bring in the issue of the IMF, that is a totally different issue altogether. The IMF had a proposal for the government. It was upon the government to look at the proposal and decide whether to take it or not. At what expense did the government agree with the IMF proposal? And that is why we are running tomorrow. Duke, ukienda kuweka gari yako mafuta, utalipa hiyo 179. Is it the fault of Uhuru Kenyatta, who left office 3 days ago? Don't we have a government that is in place right now to cushion the Kenyan consumer? These are the things that we should be asking ourselves. So Black, ukija kuniambia hapa mambo ya sijui ya subsidies, sijui mambo ya levy, you are not helping us. There is a government in place that is supposed to, whatsoever the case. Ule mwananchi mwenye ako huko kwetu huko nyumbani alikuwa anajua nanunua lita moja ya petrol ama lita moja ya kerosene 50 bob. Saa hii 3 days after a new president coming in mwenye alipigia kura akienda kununua 70, he or she wants answers. And these are the answers we are asking you people from UDA. How come that after 3 days nyinyi kuwa sworn in, we are buying kerosene at 70 bob per liter? That is our question. So don't come and come, oh, May tulisikia iko 3 months za sijui nini. Those are answers that don't help us as common mwananchi.
Now, question is, did he say that fuel will no longer be subsidized indefinitely? Because as we are right now, still petroleum development levy is being charged. So it is my assumption, I don't know, because I'm not in the government's head as to how they made that decision. That perhaps at the end of collecting whatever they would have collected from those levies, that moving forward, they will be using that exact money that has been collected from those levies. Instead of using supplementary budgets all through just to cover for this money that had been collected previously and was channeled elsewhere that was unknown, perhaps he just wants to make things straight, that ile yenye inakolektiwa kwa sasa subsidy haitatolewa, ile itakayochukuliwa kwa sasa kutoka na hizi levies hizo ndo zitatumika bila kuingia kwa mfuko tena ya serikali ya kutoa supplementary budget. So maybe tutaumia maybe for a month or two until the point ambao tutakuwa tumecollect. That is just my rough thinking. I don't know.
Okay, Black, I want you to do an assignment for me. Tomorrow when you come here, during this debate that we have in the evening, please come and try to explain to us the difference between a levy and a subsidy, because you're confusing the two. Both you and Duke, you're beginning with a levy and then you're ending with a subsidy. These two things are very different. Please, for the sake of our viewers, tafadhali enda confirm levy inafanya kazi gani. Now, specifically, I want you to go and check on the issue of fuel. Enda uangalie kazi ya levy ni nini, na uende uangalie kazi ya subsidy ni nini. Ndio kesho usikuje ukionekana ni kama ujui ile kitu unaongea. Because you guys are starting with a levy and then you are ending with a subsidy, which are two different things. So please, so that we can have a conversation tomorrow, let's start from there. Come tomorrow niambie, this is how much the levy yenye ilikuwa kwa fuel na subsidy ilikuwa kiasi hii, and this is what the levy does and this is what the subsidy does, so that at least we can have some level discussion. Unless, Duke, you have something to say.
We have not confused the two. Actually, a levy is like a tax, and subsidies like payment support. It's like you are now trying to support. So they are different. Actually, they are opposite. But the source of subsidies is from taxation. So if the government has money to give us subsidies, it has to come from somewhere. So from taxation, that's where the government gets money from, revenue from. And then it can try to use that money as subsidies. So they're the two. But there is the source and the expenditure. Like a levy is like a source of money, subsidies like the government is spending the money. So we were talking about a specific tax which is in the petroleum products, whose function is to be stored in a way so that it can come to assist when we have like crisis of prices. So they are different, but there is a connection between the two. I think that one is like that.
Njiru, you want to come in? Unmute, Njiru, unmute.
Oh.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Njiru. I don't know what's wrong with you. Ama ni mimi?
Inakaa Mkiadi, hii mambo ya levy na subsidies is quite confusing. Yeah. For my little understanding, levy is a tax imposed is put on things like fuel. Maybe the government can can add a levy onto fuel to implement other projects, like maybe construct roads or things like that. That is a levy. Subsidies are money injected in to government to reduce the cost of a commodity. It could be fuel, it could be fertilizer. So the government introduces subsidies on these products. I mean, that is my little understanding of the levy and subsidies.
Thank you Mzalendo. Ngoja nipatie.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Kidogo. Unajua subsidy inamaanisha ya kwamba the government is like it uses its own coffers to help you at kuleta hiyo price chini. But the government will really never tell you where your pesa, where the pre-assumption inakuanga ya kwamba that they will be able to cushion the low income people or the other people, because the pre-assumption or the economic expert pre-assume that the money could have been gotten from the concept of subsidy. Now, coming to removing it now, first of all, the government has to confirm they have removed the subsidy or not. So it's not something which
Njiru, we are having hata amedrop. We are having gaps in your presentation. I don't know why. Unaongea dakika moja unapotea. Can you hear us, Njiru? Huyo ni kama
Makeri, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are having gaps in your presentation. I don't know what's happening. Just go ahead. Jaribu kuongea tena. We almost missed half of what you speak. Okay, ni kama amedrop. Simon, karibu. Njiru, just when you're ready, let me know. Simon, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Makadi, asante Black, Jiko Mariber, Mzaredo. Thank you so much, guys. I just wanted to say hi and at least say something on the topic, and I would agree with people like Mzaredo that it's kind of a little early for us to be able to assess the assessment of the incoming government. And in my own thinking, I think that we should give the government, the new government, time to show us the way and to show what it is made of, because it is barely 2 days old. So we have. I think personally, I'm very optimistic. I don't want to be pessimistic. I want to be very optimistic. I want the government of the day to succeed, because basically when the government succeeds, the whole country succeeds. It doesn't matter whether you are Azimio, it doesn't matter whether you are UDA, everybody benefits. My people back at home, they will benefit. They don't have to continue with the struggles that they have been going on. However, in the first day of the government of Ruto's government, I feel strongly that he hasn't come up on the right foot, and the reason I say that is from the speeches that were made, and I haven't really listened to the whole entire speech, but there's a few things that I have listened and paying attention to. For example, I have listened to the part that he was talking about the new prices of fertilizer. If you ask most people, they will tell you fertilizer is very important to the farming. I come from an area whereby farming is the backbone of the economy, and basically farming is the backbone of the Kenyan economy. And so I cannot follow very much what happens to the farming sector especially when it comes to the feeding part of it, the food chain. So the president said that he had reduced the prices to 3,500. But when I checked, and I have been listening, it looked like the prices had gone up. And I checked my notes very well. The outgoing minister for agriculture, Mr. Munya, had reduced the prices on April 1st. And this was government subsidized. And that fertilizer was hardly coming by. But if you were able to get those fertilizers, they were there. I'll give you examples. And MPK was costing 2,500, urea 3,000, DAP 2,800, CAN 2,700, MOP 2,500. So if you look at those prices I just gave you, you will realize that they have increased anywhere between 700 Kenya shillings to 1,000 Kenya shillings. So basically, you'd see that to me that is not right. It's pretty much a gimmick. The prices were he talked about how the prices are going to reduce, but those were prices prior to the government subsidizing. Now, I heard Brack a few minutes ago talk about the levies. And the levies, I think Mr. Duke of Mariba has been able to explain very well what it is. That is very close to what it actually is. A levy is nothing but a tax. And a subsidy is nothing but an injection of fresh cash to help the aiding sector, whatever sector it is. And for your information, Mr. Black, we got 9 taxes. That's use the base, the one levy. We got 9 taxes. We got the excise duty tax. We got the petroleum tax. We got road maintenance tax. We got petroleum regulatory tax. We got railway tax. We got anti. That is the one that really annoys me. Anti-auditory. Auditory. Like adultery, like anti-auditory tax. We got import duty tax. We got value-added tax. And we got merchant shipping tax. Those are 9. So that is why Makiadi was telling you, by the time you talk about something, you didn't want to know what you're really talking about. So basically, what I'm telling you, those taxes, if you look at them, half of them, I agree with the president, they are kind of weird taxes. Some of them, they are a must. So this is something that to me, you don't come, if they're supposed to be checked. It's not something you come on day one and say that the taxes, they are there, they need to be scrapped. It's something you need to sit down with the outgoing government, and you cannot even let them go like that. Let them explain to you clearly what each and every tax means. This is not something that you can do in a day or in a week. Understand each and every sector, why these taxes are there. You need an explanation of that. It is the same explanation that I was talking about. I have had a lot of people talking about how beneficial is moving from the port from Naivasha to Mombasa. You have to understand, because the people who are working in Naivasha, if you think about it, they are just Kenyans. Whether it was a good decision or a bad decision is a whole different ballgame. But we've got thousands of Kenyans who are working in Naivasha. We've got thousands of Kenyans who are working in Mombasa. So you don't just come one day and just say the port is going back to Mombasa without having the right protocol. There must be a procedure. So to me, how the president has started is populist. This is our populist moves. And I want him to succeed. Don't get me wrong. I 100% want him to succeed. But he needs very good advisors. I don't know who is advising him. He's not getting good advice right from day one. Thank you so much.
Aya, Black.
On the issue of the port, again, Simon, both sides had the same promise. I don't know why we're repeating the story. That the port services would be reverted back from Naivasha to Mombasa. The initial plan for the SGR was to go to Naivasha for the purpose of there being set up an industrial park in Naivasha due to the many sources of natural energy, such as geothermal, that would make it suitable for industrial parks to be set up there due to that fact. Now, the SGR was just to send the finished products back to the port to be exported. Now, as to how it's changed, ikakuwa sasa yani port services have to be taken there, I don't know. But anyhow, it seems that both sides, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, by the fact that they had the same plan in mind of taking those services back to Mombasa, they must have had valid reasons. Now, the question is why I'm asking this, like I asked earlier ago. Why the double speak? Was it a good thought because it came out of Azimio's mouth, and a wrong thought because it was implemented by Azimio's hands, sorry, by Kenya Kwanza's hands? I fail to understand that fact. So shida ni kwamba ni Kenya Kwanza wameitimiza ama ni nini? Maanake mulitamka the same, that the port services, the first thing would be to be taken back to Mombasa. Itamkwa na Raila Odinga with Joho there present.
Ngoja,
I
Simon.
don't
Simon, ngoja.
remember.
Simon.
And I remember Makiadi playing us a video clip ya our president at the time akisema vile kuhusu port, alisema sijui ipelekwe Naivasha, mkao mnasema ni double speak, that it cannot be trusted for the same. Now he has proved you wrong. He has implemented what you are saying he could not be trusted. So which is which, if I may ask?
Okay, I think you're done. Black, there's one thing here. When you talk about we had the same idea on the issue of the port, you should also differentiate between Baba in Azimio and William Ruto in Kenya Kwanza or UDA. William Ruto is part of the government that took the port operations from Mombasa to the inland depot.
Fine, yes, he was. But he has corrected that. What is wrong? If the question is I'm asking.
Hold on.
So what is wrong?
You are unmuting and talking over me, and I gave you time uninterrupted. So the issue is, I think Simon has made this issue very clear. You cannot come into office and by the declaration of a pen or signature, cut the operations of the inland depot and return everything to the coast. There are people already who have built their families around that port. That is what we are saying. So when you come in and say hii port nilisema nitaregesha on day one na usaini namna hiyo useme all operations zirudi pande ile, there are people on the other side that already had made investments because of that port being there, and they are Kenyans and they will lose. So what you're being told here, these are things that are called populist decisions. And it also comes back to the issue of the fuel levy and the subsidies. You do not end subsidies by just a signature. And that is why tomorrow or today in the morning, Duke ataenda kuweka gari yake mafuta lita moja 179 ama 170 something, because somebody decided hii kitu anaona haisaidii, akasign iishe, na hakuwa ameulizia what are the other mitigation plans zenye angefanya ndio aweze kuease hii kitu polepole mpaka wakati ambapo itafika hata ikitolewa mwananchi wa kawaida hata feel ile effect. That is what Simon is saying in a simple language. So it is not about ni nani alisema itarudishwa ama ni nani atarudisha, kwa nini tumerudisha, unatuuliza. No. We are not arguing about that. The issue is, was it done in the proper way, or is it just populist politics? Simon, I'll come to you next.
I have one question before.
Okay, sure, go ahead. Simon can address that.
Now, by transferring or rather reverting the port clearance. Let's be precise. Services back to Mombasa. Does it mean the containers cannot still be stored in Naivasha upon clearance in Mombasa for transit to the countries beyond Kenya? Does that mean the dry port is closed? It's just a service.
Okay, Simon, you want
Clearance.
to answer that? Mamini jibu alafu endelee.
Makiadi, go for it.
Okay, there's one issue that you need to know, Black. When the clearance is being done in Naivasha, I don't know ni Maimahi or Maniwapi, you should understand that the form of transportation is through the SGR. Okay. Now, that form of transportation also helps the government repay the China loan yenye tulitumia kujenga SGR. You understand? Because now you can put the containers on the train, na uzilete Naivasha, and then the drivers wa trailer can pick the containers from Naivasha to other destinations. So in essence, unasaidia kulipa ile loan yenye ilisaidia kujenga SGR. Now, if you clear the containers at the terminal huko Mombasa mahali zinashukishwa, any hauler can pull the container from Mombasa without even using the SGR, because the containers have already been cleared. You get my point? So how are you going to repay for the China loan yenye tulichukua kujenga SGR?
No, I mean they put it. It's imefanya competitive for both, because either way, if howlers take it, if I may ask, if howlers take it, don't they pay tax?
Hey,
they do pay tax. Is that now?
Black.
Number two, have they said that? One question that I may ask now, though, very importantly, is: have they said that from now onwards, kuhusu kutransport na SGR to Naivasha itakuwa tofauti? They've only spoken about the services, clearance services.
Black, let me ask you
but
a
in
question.
regards to the 40%, I think it was a 40%. Was it 40% or 60% quota of the cargo had to be, as of this point, transported by SGR from the port? Was it 40 or 60%?
Yeah,
Does that quota still stand or not? Has that been removed?
And that is what we are asking you. So you
Now,
clear the containers. You clear the containers at the port in Mombasa, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how are you going to enforce the capacity that the SGR should handle in order to repay the loan?
Na question ambayo ndo nimekuuliza tena Makiadi, hiyo services kuna mahali ambapo wamesema from now onwards ile mandatory 40 or 60% that had been imposed by the government for cargo to be transported by SGR, has that been lifted? There's a difference between clearing and transporting. As you said, now any haulier can take it, can take the cargo. Why saying that? Has that been put anywhere that ile previous mandate that 40% or 60% that must be transported by SGR, has that been taken out? Because to my knowledge until now sijapata kusikia mahali ambapo amesema eti ile imekuwa lifted ile 40% ya transfer of cargo by SGR. The only thing that I heard was the clearance services, not transport service of the cargo.
Black, I am trying to find a way to explain this to you, lakini naona wacha nipatie Mato.
Man, hii imenitoa kutoka kwa kitanda nikakuja. Black, acha kudanganya watu hapa. First of all, hakuna kitu yoyote inaweza ingia kwa country yetu kama ijakuwa cleared. Everything has to be cleared in Mombasa, first of all, before it even gets to Naivasha. The reason we clear it in Mombasa is so that we know ile ya Mombasa ibaki Mombasa, ya kuenda huko kwingine tujue kule inaenda. Hatuwezi chukua container tupeleke Naivasha ikakuwe cleared huko na tupate ni ya wewe mwenye unaishi Mombasa, sasa tuanze kuirudisha. So first of all, let's be realistic in what we're doing. Everything that enters our country has to be cleared at the border. That's number one. The other thing yenye imenifanya sana niingie, ngoja tulia Black,
Can you
unapenda
confirm
kusumbua watu sana wewe.
that only Mombasa used to clear?
Yes, everything that
Nairobi was also clearing.
Everything that enters in our country has to be cleared at the port of entry. Be it is Nairobi imekuja na ndege, has to be cleared there. Kama ni Mombasa imekuja na ndege ama imeingilia Kisumu, has to be cleared at that point to know where it's going. I ship things myself. I know. Okay? I know what I'm talking about. Even when I'm shipping my friends things, na inaitwaje na container. There's a shipping company with my friend. Listen, kitu yote mali inaingilia tu inaingilia hiyo border. It has to be cleared at that point.
That was the past.
Martin.
I didn't even come to talk about
kabla Nairobi weke CFS. Do you know the purpose of CFS first? Mato, you don't know what you're talking about.
You are not saying the truth, Mr. Martin. Let us just correct you when
order, guys. Order, guys. Order. Black Mzalendo, order, guys. Wacha Mato malize kuongea, you will react to that. Mato, malizia.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for protecting me. Watu hawa watanishambulia, lakini anyway, the biggest one ilinileta hata ni hiyo story ya levy na subsidy, and Richard, thank you for trying to explain that. I want to say, first of all, let me start with levy, because levy is very easy to explain. Levy is actually, the definition of levy is the legal seizure of your property stroke finances to satisfy a tax debt, and is different from a lien. That's levy. That's to satisfy a debt. Now, subsidy, there's 4 types of subsidy, and this is the definition of subsidy, Kianza. A subsidy is an incentive given by the government to individuals or businesses in the form of cash grants or tax breaks that improve the supply of certain goods, services with and subsidizes consumers to be able to access cheaper products, commodities, markets, and have positive externalities, which are extra benefits to the society, tend to be favored by and in policy to provide a greater supply that good of service. Basically, subsidies are provided by the government to specific industries with the aim of keeping prices and product services low for the people to be able to afford them, and also encourage production and consumption. There's 4 kinds of subsidies. This is macroeconomics 101. Go look at it. Number 1, production subsidy. Number 2, consumption subsidy. Number 3, export subsidy. And number 4, employment subsidy. So basically, it's kind of like a grant that you're doing so that everything can go down. But when you start mixing subsidy and levy, those 2 things don't work together. Those are whole 2 different things. You don't really let us to clear that. But yeah, I guess Richie niko karibu kukulu, wacha nikule hawa wawili.
Martin, thank you for waking up and adding some knowledge to what we had actually explained. Maybe you just introduced a new aspect of other definitions of subsidies and levy, but I think we explained it and we understood what it is all about. The issue of the port. Now, this is what you don't know. When containers, there's a port called Pepe. Do you know Pepe port in industrial area? The one that was one time owned by Aaron Mwau. I don't know, it was rumored that it's owned by Mwau. Do you know that? I know you don't know that.
By the governor previous, Kaboko also.
I know, yeah, it was Aaron Mwau. when the port of entry of a container that I'm shipping to my country, Kenya, the destination is Pepe and not Mombasa. It goes through the port of Mombasa and its actual destination is Pepe. There is nothing that Mombasa will do to that container. It will be cleared. It will be cleared. Itakuwa cleared.
My
Hapo
brother, you're
Pepe is
lying. You're lying
everything.
to people. Dude, I ship containers.
Wait. Acha tu nimalize. I'm lying. Yes, I'm lying.
Hold on.
What
Mzalendo.
Ruto has just said is that the services, the clearing services na vitu kama hizo zingine will be done in Mombasa. Those services are the ones that he has moved to Mombasa, and it is not the other way around. So kama ulikuwa unaenda kuclear vitu Naivasha with the new arrangement ya Uhuru, he has taken those services back so that the guys can get those jobs.
Dude, clearance has always been done in Mombasa. Pickup is what has been in Naivasha. Clearance has always been done in Mombasa. There's not one container that is meant for Mombasa that comes to Naivasha. Clearance is done at the port of entry, and actually that's a matter of national security. In fact, you cannot ati sasa bomb ifike Naivasha ati na ilikuwa okay Mombasa sasa inakuja Naivasha. Everything is cleared in Mombasa. That has never changed.
That is what I was trying to tell you, that not everything is done in Mombasa. The port of entry can be the container depot in Nairobi, so the clearance is done there and not the port of Mombasa. You just go do your homework, do your research, come back here tomorrow, you'll have that answer. What I'm telling you
I
is
don't
the
need
truth.
to do. I ship things back at home. I know what I do. I know what I do with KRA.
Matongoja. Wacha mtu mmoja malize kuongea, then we go to the next one so that we don't start shouting at each other. So, Duke, you want to come in? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Actually, they are arguing about the same thing. You see, when commodities are imported, they have a reporting of the destination. And I think those goods and imported goods which were being cleared at Naivasha, their destination was not Mombasa. Obviously, if you are importing goods from Mombasa, they would have to be cleared at Mombasa. But remember, Kenya, there is a lot of countries which import through Kenya, Uganda and Rwanda. So I think maybe there were imports, for example, going to Rwanda, Uganda, then those clearance and forwarding was done at Naivasha. So, and it was intended to facilitate the SGR to be used for some. So it's about sorting specific goods and specific commodities to be cleared at Naivasha. But now, Ruto said all of them has to be done at Mombasa. There is no, it's a simple start.
Okay, I like the way you explain it, and there's a reason why it was decided that the same clearance should be done in that nature. So I think you understand the net effect of the order that the incoming government has given to have everything be cleared at the port of Mombasa. But then we cannot discuss that for now. It is basically another long story that we have to look at the merits and demerits. But that one, we will connect that with the repayment of the China loan. Because everything that was decided, the percentage that was agreed on between the leaders from the coast and the ministry, former ministry of Minister for CS for Transport, was it Kamau or I can't remember his name. They had some form of agreement whereby a certain percentage was supposed to be held by the SGR, and then another percentage would be held by the truckers. And that was just to basically facilitate the repayment of the loan that was used to construct or build the SGR. But that's another argument for another day. I think tumeka hapa sana. So at least I'll give each one of you a moment to give their closing remarks so that at least tunaweza funga show tukutane kesho. Nitaanza na wewe Duke.
For me, what I can say is that transformation of a nation cannot take like a day or two. It has to take time. So it's like those people who are trying to assign failure to this government, and spare like 2 to 3 days. It's not right, because there is processes and protocols, and when you do something, you have to wait for some time so that you can see the benefits of that. So I think we have to give him more time so that we can see what he can do with this nation. However, the fact is the treasury does not have money, and he has to be creative to have money in a way so that we can facilitate the economy. So, and the fact that we don't need to, the debt is already extremely high. The only option is about taxation. So we have to avoid some wastage like unnecessary subsidies, and maybe ensure that all those who are not paying tax are doing so that we can have the amount of money to spend. So I think that's the right approach to go. But those are my closing remarks.
Duke, one solution that you're giving is we should avoid unnecessary subsidies. Just mention one unnecessary subsidy.
For instance, if there are many, but in summary, what I can say, we have unnecessary expenditures, which has to be eliminated in one way or the other. For instance, we have maybe some big companies given subsidies, maybe some companies which are not making profit and the government is trying to assist them. So if companies cannot make profit, they can, for instance, be privatized in a way, so that they can make profit on their own. And if they cannot make profit on their own, they can be maybe something of that kind. So it's about ensuring that we increase the revenues and we reduce the expenditures.
Yeah, Duke, will have this conversation another day. I don't think we have exhausted this. You'll have to tell me what William Ruto will do differently from Uhuru Kenyatta so that he can increase revenues. That's number one. Number two, you will have to tell me which company that you know that is being given subsidies right now as we speak that is unnecessary, so that money can be transferred to something else that is beneficial to the common man. You'll have to tell me that, because from where I stand, that's going to be a hard one to sell. You want to say something?
Yes. One, how to increase revenue, to ensure that every person and every company is paying tax. As per the records from KRA, we are only able to correct like 55% of taxes. So it means 45 are not paying. We are talking at the same rates which we are currently in place in Kenya, not increasing the rates, but as per the present rates, 45% of Kenyans and companies are not paying their tax. So ensuring that all of them pays, we have increased revenue, almost like doubling it. Also reducing some expenditures. For instance, we can talk about a lot of companies. For instance, if we talk for example, Kenya Airways. Every year, the government pays a lot of money. So if it's not making profit, we can actually privatize it in a way so that it can be managed properly. Remember, Telecom was a parastatal, but because of privatization, we have Safaricom, which is making a lot of profit and paying a lot of taxes to Kenyan government. So when we have parastatals which are not working, parastatals are like, they are not creative and effective in a way. You find we have workers and CEOs who are trying to root money out of the parastatals. So those parastatals which are not working, they can be privatized so that the government does not have to pay some institutions to pay a huge amount of money so that some institution can operate. And yes, the private sector can provide those services at affordable price. Number 3 is about also reducing borrowing. So we are going to source for project funding for investors. For instance, for Nairobi Expressway, where we have, for instance, a company will come and maybe we tell it to come up with a given project so that the profits from all the revenue from those projects will be used to pay. It's like an individual or a company investing in Kenya. So we don't have to pay it, but the profits or returns from that investment is what they will use to pay them. So that's the ways which can use to move forward. I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, Duke, I don't think you answered my question, but it's okay. We'll have this conversation tomorrow. You know, when you talk about companies coming, for example, the one that built the expressway, and you're the same people who are criticizing the Uhuru Kenyatta government for the toll that people pay for that road, then we'll have this conversation tomorrow. That's just number one. Number two, I want you to tell me tomorrow when we meet here, the 45% of the people that you're saying are not paying taxes, do we have the unemployed included into that? Because my understanding is if I don't have a job, then I don't expect to pay taxes. So how are you going to increase the number of people paying taxes without necessarily providing jobs? That's a big challenge, and we have to address that. Expenditures. You know, this issue of expenditures every year has been discussed in the government, whereby people are giving you unnecessary budget allocations as an excuse to what they can reduce so that the government can be able to operate effectively. And the budgets they are talking about in the budget ya kununua maua kwa ofisi, things that the government spends just, you know, millions. It's like a drip in the ocean. With a country that has an economy of what 3 trillion Kenyan shillings. What is our budget? I think over 3 trillion. And what people are talking about, leader anasimama kwa podium ile kitu anatuambia atafanya kuweza kupunguza necessary expenditure ni kukata mambo ya chai kwa ofisi, things that don't even make sense. So you guys have you have a tough journey ahead. You have a tough journey ahead. If you don't sit down as a government, as a UDA government, and devise ways in which you guys will be able to raise money, then I can tell you, even 3 months yenye mnasema tuwapatie, that will be too much for you. Wacha niende kwa mzalendo. Unmute.
Thank you so much, Rich. Sorry for that. What I would want to say is that this government that has come in, there are some areas that people are feeling left out, especially when you say that you have subsidies on fertilizer. People in Nyanza are fishermen largely, so they would really feel that they have been left out in this kind of measures. So we want the government of President Ruto to consider at least areas like Nyanza, where we don't have like large-scale farmers. Another issue that I wanted to raise for this government is the issue of technology. We depend so much on agriculture as an economic booster, but I think if the government can invest in technology, then we are going to really employ more people. And the health sector, yani kutengeneza madawa na vitu kama hizo, and industries. Let us see that the Ruto government constructs more industries. The industries that I'm seeing in Kenya today are the ones that I was seeing maybe 40 years ago. There are no major new industries in Kenya. So that is an area of potential that the government needs to tap in so that they can employ more people. So there are areas like in technology, we have got internet business. That is the biggest thing right now. We have got eco business. There are companies like Tesla here in the US. I mean, people are going towards technology that is environmental friendly, and we are still busy talking about fuel and what have you. Let us think of a way of improving the lives of our citizens and increasing revenue in government by constructing more industries. Thank you.
Mato?
Thank you so much, Richie, for giving me this time. First of all, let's, on my finishing ones, and you'll give me just a little bit because I haven't been here long, but I'll just beg for 2 minutes of your time. First of all, let's agree. Everything is cleared at the port of entry. That's even your suitcase. When you get to the airport, while you're entering, the security of getting in your suitcase either has to be opened or pass through a machine. Anything that enters Kenya is either at the border or wherever it enters. Kama ni kwa airport, wherever you are, it's a matter of national security. That's why you have people there taking my bombs to zitupatagi huko hivyo Naivasha. So let's just agree. Clearing and forwarding is done at the port of entry. Tusidanganye mtu yote, in any country that you've ever gone, everywhere you will ever be, is done at the port, port of entry. That's done, dusted. Let's not even play with that. Okay. Now, let's talk about this, Richie, as I'm finishing. I want to deal with this thing. You've asked Duke a very good question, and he answered, there's a lot of subsidies. There's not a lot of subsidies. And that's why sometimes, especially when we're coming to this evening session, sometimes it's good to actually do your research or know what you're talking about. This is macroeconomics 101. I just read 4 of them. There's not a lot. There's only 4. Duke, if you want me to read for you, or you want to go read for yourself, you can go read and understand what subsidies is. And without reading to you, all those money that you're saying the government is doing, what? Is it number 1, production subsidy? Is it number 2, consumption subsidy? Is it number 3, export subsidy? Or is it number 4, employment subsidy? It's good. Duke, you're a very smart person, but it's good when you're coming to talk about, especially when you throw big words like that. This is macroeconomics 101. Anybody that has done macroeconomics will tell you. You don't throw big words and expect watu tu wakae chini hivi because they're just listening to you. Understand what you're saying, first of all, before you throw it. Me personally, I don't argue vitu zenye sijui. Nikisikia mtu mwingine amekuja hapa anafanyanga vitu zake na ama it's something I don't understand, I don't come here, because this channel is also very educative to a lot of people, Duke. We have to come here and be very open. So when ukiulizwa, it's like Margaret Wanjiru aliulizwa na Miguna amefanya nini ngapi, alisema so many. Well, you're only supposed to do 1. Umeulizwa na Richie hapa hivi, how many? You said so many. You couldn't say, and there's only 4 types of subsidies. So basically, I'm just trying to correct you, or not to bash you, but to tell you, let's be educative when you come over here. What I don't know, I don't argue with it. I go research after I hear it. Thank you, Richie. I think that's all I have. I think Duke anataka kunikula tena.
Yeah,
Nikuja kuchokoza nyuki leo.
Duke, 1 minute.
I can classify the subsidies because, for instance, the fuel subsidy which has been eliminated, it's a consumption subsidy. There was a subsidy on unga. This one, do you know how many billions were being used per week to subsidize unga? So that is something not productive, you see? So those are consumption subsidies which have been eliminated. So I can classify them specifically like that.
Okay, you know, when you say that's something that is not productive, I'll ask you what is the net effect of removing the subsidy? And the net effect is you end up spending more money at the pump when you're filling your vehicle. You end up spending more money when you go to the shop to buy unga. That is the net effect. And that's the importance of the subsidy that was being offered to that company. But I want to remind you one thing, Duke. The question should be, was it really necessary to end the subsidy immediately, even without talking to the stakeholders? Was it really necessary? Was there a rush? Should you have first consulted the stakeholders in that area first before you take an action, or it was just an issue of populist politics? We'll find out. You'll go to the next gas station or petrol station pale kujaza gari yako, mahali ulikuwa unatumia 2,000 kuweka tanki yako, utakuwa unatumia 4,000 ama 4,500. Hapo ndio utajua sasa ile subsidy ilikuwa productive. But I'll leave that one there, because we will have this discussion later on tomorrow. Kuna mtu amesema hii subsidies mnatupatia ni hot air. Hot air, wild goose chase. Those are the new words in town. Duke will have this discussion tomorrow. I think there's a lot. Na nimewapatia homework mkiwa na black. When you come tomorrow, kuja uniambie hizo subsidies zenye zinakuanga za fuel subsidies, so that we can have an argument from there. Unless you have something you want to say.
Yes, actually, what I can say is that we need to give production subsidies. For instance, if we give subsidies for people to come up with companies to create employment opportunities, we give subsidies for investments, which creates value. So when you are giving subsidies for people to consume, you see that becomes unnecessary. So I think good subsidies are the one which encourage the prominent creation of employment opportunities, long-term benefits, but not just trying to feed people. That man has no return. It means you are actually increasing the wage bill. Just that.
Yeah, Duke, I'll give you a very simple example as we leave. It's like uko na kiti ya plastic kwa nyumba na umelipia deposit ya sofa kwa fundi, lakini bado hujapatiwa hiyo kiti. So wewe unachukua hiyo kiti yako ya plastic unatupa, kwa sababu unajua uko na deposit mahali umewekesha kiti. That's exactly what the president did. Unasikia mtu alisema unatema big G kwa, inaitangwa unatema big G kwa nini pitao. Kuna wimbo kama huyo. He should have addressed the issue first before cutting down the subsidies or totally eliminating the subsidies. But then sasa mwananchi ataumia until there comes a solution. And let me tell you something. You should be aware that the reason why these subsidies were ended is because the IMF wanted them to be terminated so that we can be given money. So this thing is going to persist for the next, I don't know how many weeks. People will still pay more money, transport it under due, the cost of production is going to increase. That is the net effect. And then if the cost of production increases, that means you'll buy food at a higher price.
So I have a question for you. Assume now, you know, the treasury has no money, and we have actually, we talk about fixed expenditures. There is some money which the government must spend every month, like paying workers, paying doctors. And we are in a situation where there is no enough money to do that. So if we were to present, what do you do?
I don't know. I'm not in office. we lost Duke, we lost an election. We lost an election. You guys are in office. Hiyo ni shida yenu sasa. If there's no money in the treasury, we don't care. Mato. Do you even care, Mato, right now?
Wanatuuliza nini? Si waendeleze na government yao.
Nyinyi mlipanda juu ya gari mkasema mko na nini ya kuongoza nchi. Tumewapatia. Chukueni ndio hiyo. Sasa mnatuuliza what do you do?
But you are also questioning what we are doing. We are trying to eliminate some expenditures so that we can sustain the economy. But you are also questioning that.
We Duke, endeni mrun serikali, si hata tuko kwa opposition, si tuliamua kwenda raundi zetu. Tupatane
sisi tumesema namna hii. Mlisema mlishinda uchaguzi tukakubali. Mkasema sisi kazi yetu ni kuwa check. Msikuje kutuuliza maswali. Sisi tutakaa chini, tulipwe mshahara, tuone mkiongoza inchi. Where you get money, that's up to you. That's none of our business. That is called running a government.
Richi, waambie hata wakiongeza definition nyingine ya 5 na ya 6 ya subsidy, hiyo ni shauri yao.
That's no longer our business. How you run your government is up to you. And we told you here, and I'm appealing to the MPs of Azimio, those who will remain in Azimio. And then mkae kwa bunge, mrepresent mwananchi yenu huko. Jubilee, not Jubilee, UDA ikitaka kupitisha sheria yoyote ambayo unaona ni retrogressive, hapana simama kubishana nao. Let them do their job. Wewe kaa chini, represent mwananchi wako. Wakitaka ku sink the ship, let it go down. We will support them to push it down. Ndio tukutane 2027.
Sisi tuko na government zetu za local government huko Ushago, Machakos huko, mimi niko na Wavinyandeti. Sasa nyinyi mnanisumbulia nini? Fanyeni kazi yenu.
Unaona Duke wameanza kutuuliza tufanye nini? Mnataka nifanye nini? Na ni day 3.
Hata hajajua kule choo iko State House.
No, that's not the case, because we have actually taken some steps. It's you who are against those steps. We are trying to give explanation for those steps which we have taken.
Aya, Mato umemute.
Duke, hakuna mtu amewambia msifanye kazi yenu. Sijaona mtu amesimama opposition leo msiweke majudges. Nimeona mkienda na vitambaa za yellow mkafanya kazi yenu. Unaona hata kitambaa yako hiyo nyuma iko hapo. Hakuna mtu ameenda pale akasema msiweke. Nyinyi fanyeni kazi yenu, mnaamka mko na mbio, fanyeni kazi yenu. Haujaona opposition mahali? Umesikia tukioppose? Fanyeni kazi yenu, acheni kutuuliza maswali.
Questioning, when you are questioning the elimination of subsidies, is that not trying to check the government? Because you are trying to say you are not involved in a way, but you are questioning other actions. That means you are checking the government, and that's opposition. So you are actively involved in that.
No, I was checking your words. You personally, not the government. Wewe ndio ulikuwa unaongea story ya subsidy. Ni wewe peke yako. Mimi siko kwa government na sifuati government. Ni wewe tu nilikuwa nataka kukucheck. Peke yako.
Haya, mimi ninataka kusema namna hii Duke, nyinyi mlisema mko na mpango, na mpango ni bottom up. Mtumie hiyo bottom up kutafuta pesa ya kuweka subsidies. Kama mnataka subsidies zitolewe, mtafute pesa yenye itakushion mwananchi asinunue unga kwa hii bei anauziwa saa hii. Hiyo ndio bottom up yenye tunataka. The way you do it is up to you. What we want to see ni the results. And that is why you are in government. You're in government because people felt maybe you have a better solution than Azimio. And that includes the judges and the IEBC. So we leave it up to you guys. You impressed the judges and you impressed the IEBC with your manifesto. And that is why they gave you the election. So sisi wengine wenye tuliambiwa tukubali na to move on, we are moving on. We will not tell you what we plan to do. We will not tell you our plans. We do not in any way subscribe to your manifesto. Your manifesto ndio hiyo yenye mna implement day 3, mnatoa subsidies, mafuta inashuka mpaka 200 plus. Bei ya unga sijui inaenda ngapi. Fertilizer mumeleta ya 3500 na ilikuwa inauzwa 2000. Ni sawa sawa. Yetu ni macho tu. Hii ni day 3. Kitambo tumalize wiki moja, sijui hata mtakuwa mnaongea nini hapa. But it is okay. Sawa sawa. Mimi nataka kufunga show sasa. Thank you Duke for being with us here. Mato, asante sana.
Unaona wamesubsidiziwa pia na internet. Duke amefreeze.
Ako karibu kudrop sasa. Ujue sasa hiyo amemaliza kazi yake kwa leo. Ni sawa sawa. Let me appreciate those people that are together with us in the comment section. Ninaona kuna Fia Ala, Brian Richard, Wanga Abraham, George Onyulo, Brian Richard, Agnes Njeri, Birian, Eugene Adams, asante sana. Nasema Duke, why do you care about our opinion yet mko na government? Hiyo ndio swali unaulizwa. Our opinion does not matter to you guys. Kuna Esther Kado, nani mwingine? Cool Rob, Nicholas Koech anasema Richi, waacha uchungu. Mimi sina uchungu ndugu yangu. I'll support you na kupiga kelele hapa. Mkifanya mwananchi aumie, mimi kazi yangu hapa ni kupiga kelele. Charles Aguaru, asante sana. Eufine Adams, Philo Mogoi, good to see you there. Umepotea sana. Danny Darius, for the Danny Darius, asante sana. Anasema let's go party for subsidies are gone, we shall pay more. Kuna mmoja hapa anasema I wonder whether Duke thinks here is a hiyo nayo Duke, kuna watu huko wanakurushia maneno bana. Najua wewe ndio spokesman wa UDA kwa hii channel. Sasa watu wanakutupia mawe lakini sitaki kuyasoma yote. Naona ni wengi. We are almost 220 people who are watching right now. So I want to thank you all. Duke, thank you for staying with us hapa mpaka tukatamatisha. Martin, asante sana. And all those people in the comment section, tunashukuru sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. We want to tell you, kama uja subscribe kwa Motembei TV, enda usubscribe kwa Motembei TV on YouTube and ufinya notification button. Wakati Bernard ataanzisha show, utaambiwa kwamba tumeenda live, na utaweza kuclick kwenye link ambayo inakuwa kwa comment section. Ukiklik kwenye link utajipata kwa studio na utaweza kutoa maoni yako. Maoni hapa ulipishi kutoa, na usivae suti au lazimishi kuvaa suti ndio kuje kuongea hapa. This is a common Mwananchi TV station and everybody is welcome, whether you are UDA, whether you are Kenya Kwanza, or whether you are Azimio, unakaribishwa. Thank you so much for those of us who always show up here to keep the conversation going. We appreciate you. Sam Kialo, asante sana. Hummingbird, asante sana. Nani mwingine? John D, asante sana. Jotham Owino, asante. Moja One Media, asante sana. Peter Kinyanjui, asante sana. Wengi sana mafans wetu hapa. We appreciate you every day. Fatma Nasimiyu, Hadija Smith, Brian, Richard, Cool Rob, Hummingbird, asante sana nyinyi nyote kwa kukaa pamoja nasi. We will meet again. Sharon Odongo, asante sana, nimekuona pia. Nani mwingine? Charles Agwaru anauliza swali gani hilo? Sikupata hilo swali, pole ndugu yangu. Nani mwingine? Cool Rob anasema Makiadi, sasa Kenya was supposed to consult Uhuru and Raila about personal business.
Nimecheka.
Brother, sisi hatutaongea, serikali ni yenu, mnatuuliza maswali ya nini? Betty, asante kwa kupiga blue. Sisi hatutaki kujua Mato. We don't want to know. Nora Masinde, asante sana. Mato, we unataka kujua ni nini watafanya? Is that your business?
See, we have a president.
We have a president. Hata mimi najua. Terry Kerubo, asante sana. We have a president. Sasa shida yao ni nini? Wanatuuliza nini? Wanafanya blanda alafu wanakuja kutuuliza kama ni wewe ungefanya nini?
Wewe Richi ulikuwa president lini wewe?
Hata ndio nashangaa bana. Joy Njoki, asante sana, naona umepiga blue. Eufine Adams, asante, kala ni blue. Wengine wote ambao bado mko roho blue, Azimio damu, piga blue hapo. Nora Masindi, asante sana. Na Sahara, asante sana, piga blue kama unataka tukutaje, na kama unataka kutuambia uko wapi pia ni sawa, dakika moja tukikutaja ndio tufunge show. Mimi Mato sijui siku yenye nilikuwa.
Waambie wa accept and move on.
Sisi tuli accept bana, sisi tuli accept na tukamove.
Hao ndio wanafaa ku accept and move on, si wako kwa government.
Wako na kamchere bana hapa. Joy Onanka, asante sana. Wako na kamchere hapa na kanyama, sasa sisi tunaingilia wapi bana?
Kwanza unajua Richi, the next time utajipata huko hivyo side ya Central mazee. Siwezi enda kwa hoteli.
Kwa nini tena?
Niendeaje kwa hoteli na State House kuna nyama na mchele?
Hiyo mahali ni mahali ya kwenda kula mchele na nyama. Uliona wale watu walikuwa huko wote ni wale mujahidini wenye walikuwa deported na Matiang'i. Walipata opportunity ya kwenda State House officially. Ilikuwa ni kama crime scene. State House jana juzi wakati after celebration, after kuapishwa, ilikuwa ni kama crime scene bana. Wakina mujahidin, akina Kamago, uliona mpaka Kamago huko. Ile Kamago ile ya IBC mwenye jina yake ilikuwa inatokea kwa ballot papers huko. Nani mwingine?
Na msi ako Interpol. Ako wanted na Interpol na ako huko sijui aliingia aje.
Ile iko group ya watu walikuwa wameshikwa Tanzania huko kwa money laundering. Niliwaona huko wanapiga mapicha. Nora Masindi anasema niko Juja Kiambu. Asante sana. Balkis Mohamed kutoka Mombasa anasema asante sana. Nani Felix Kopus anasema Martin kawaida bado anasikia uchungu. Mato kuna mtu hapa anasema bado bado uko na machungu bwana. Simwambia watu tulimove.
Yaani watu wa unajua ni watu wa Facebook wazangi andika kwa YouTube ndio nisione.
Okay.
Hawa wananisengenyanga huko nyuma, lakini waambie bado si tuko sawa.
Father Dani Darius nakubaliana na wewe. Yenyewe nimesumbukana sana leo. Nimesumbukana sana hapa kurizon na watu.
Niliona, najua kitu unasema. Niliona hapo ulikuwa umelemewa bwana. Mpaka ukachoka ukasema wacha ikae ndio nikaingia.
Mimi nilikuwa najaribu kueleza mambo ya nini ya levy na subsidy. Mtu anaanzia kuexplain sentence yake na levy anamalizia na subsidy. Haya, Betty anasema ako Midland. Asante sana kwa kupiga blue. Nani mwingine mafia meetings huyo ni
unaambiwa na Brian Richard na namesake yako hii ilikuwa mafia meeting.
Ilikuwa hapa na nini stakeholders wa UDA, my friend. Ngumu. Asante Dani Darius asante Dani Darius. Edward Ketera anasema muache machungu watu wa Azimio. Sisi hatuna machungu Ketera. Hatuna machungu, tunawatakia kila laheri Tiara Oscar Juma amepiga blue, anasema amani, peace, asante. Becky Abonyo, blue. Thank you so much. Kama unataka kutajwa jina kabla tufunge show, nikupatia dakika nyingine moja. Kama unataka kutuambia unatutazama kutoka wapi.
Richard wanapiga siasa na sisi, hata baba hata yako ziara zake ametoka kuwatch game jana, ana story na nyinyi. Ni nini mnatutafutia?
Baba amepatiwa kiti ingine, umesikia Mato
Nimeisikia.
Sasa hawa watu wote wanapiganga hapo walimtuma Bondo. Hata sijui ni Bondo gani yako. Sasa hii amepata mshahara ingine 2 million from each country in Africa. So that's about 52 51 104 million. Plus ile kazi ya infrastructure yenye alikuwa anafanya.
Si ndio Bondo ya UN na EU.
So sasa hii anapata almost 100 and something million per month.
Na sio na kwanza umesikia kiti ni gani? Peace and what? Sio Ruto akijaribu kuingiza country yetu kwa vita, huyo ndo mnapatana naye pale juu akiwa nawaangalia na muuliza unafanya nini wewe?
Cool Rob anasema thick minds mtajua hamjui. Okay, sawa. Thick minds na unatutazama bana. Huyu jamaa vipi bana? Thick minds na umepoteza masaa yako hapa na internet unasikiza Thick Minds. Asante sana. Unakaribishwa hata kesho kusikiza Thick Minds. Peter Tipis anasema engineer Tipis anatutazama, tuko sawa kutoka Nakuru City. Terry Kerubo, I have learned a lot today from MM. I don't know MN ni nani? Martin Deto. Kumbe uko na issues hapo Mato. Terry Kerubo anasema amejifunza mengi kutoka kwa MN Martin Deto. I hope that's your issue. Okay. Cool Rob anasema Gavaza Bondo. Sawa, ako Bondo, hata nitakuonyesha picha yake akiwa Bondo huko akicheza mpira huko na wazungu. Edwin Keter anasema niko Qatar live. Asante sana Edwin Keter, unakaribishwa kesho. Vita gani bro? Hakuna vita Kenya bro. Sisi hatuna vita bro. Hatuna vita na wewe. Fia Allah amepiga blue. Asanteni sana. Nani wewe mwingine anasema
Dani Darius amesema Bondo is in New York, Washington.
Okay, yeah. Terry Kerubu anasema MN ni Minnesota. Nilikuwa nimesahau hizi nisho za Minnesota hapa bwana.
Sasa umesema hiyo kwa nini na venye nilikuwa nimejibamba?
Ndio ninashangaa nimefurahi bwana, nilikuwa nimekuchomea bwana, lakini
ulikuwa umecheza kaa wewe hapo, hiyo ngine ungesoma.
Singesoma hata sijui kwa nini nimesoma hivyo, lakini sawa. Minnesota MN. Okay, sawa Terry Kerubo. Pogon mi anasema I'm another thick mind hapa from Pokot Sibanduki. Asante Pogon, na umepotea sana, kuja studio tupige story wakati mwingine. Becky Obonyo, good job guys, asante, tunashukuru. Eric Monene Miriti anasema anatazama kutoka Kanairo Central Locked, asante. Na Butulu wa Mairecho anasema watching from Australia, baba ni baba, his thinking is extraordinary. Asante sana. Nani mwingine? Nora Masinde, acheni baba atulie kule mali yake polepole, siku moja wa Kenya watamkumbuka, but itakuwa too late, for he is my hero. Asante sana Nora Masinde. Sara Balkis, nimekuona, sisi tusubiri serikali ya promise
after promise.
Na unajua Sonko ndiye anaenda kuwa minister wa sijui nisikia ni internal security. Lakini hiyo 411 nitawashukishia tu hivi karibuni, ngoja. Betty Richie umesema baba ni baba. What are the topics of discussion in tomorrow's show? Tutakuchapia topics Felix Okoth, topics utaziona hapo, watadecide, wakurugenzi watadecide ni gani. TD Clips JP in America anasema anatazama kutoka California. CA unga ya 50 inakuja when Uganda harvest. Okay. Charity Njagi anasema love the show, asante sana. Jotham Owino anasema thanks Makiadi, you are dealing na propagandist technically and Mato. Asante sana Jotham. Yufin nangojea unga ya 70. Hata sisi tunangoja, lakini vile wametoa subsidy hata sioni kama unga itakuja hivi karibuni, lakini wacha tungoje. Sawa basi. Mato, mimi naona tufungie show hapo, naona ni what? Tumeifika siku nyingine mpya tayari. So ladies and gentlemen ambao mnatutazama, asanteni sana. Tutaonana majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Kuja saa 7:30 na ujiandae na maoni na ufanye research kidogo. Fanya research ndio ukuje ukiongea hapa ulizo swali na Bernard, utakuwa unajua kitu cha kujibu. So tunawatakia siku njema wale ambao mko Kenya, wengine ambao mko nchi zingine tunawatakia usiku mwema na mchana mwema. Mungu awabariki. Asanteni sana.
Okay.